We've had such fun at the wedding of the year.
Dad, wake up!
What?
So what's next for Bluey?
How's it going?
Surprise!
Only another brand new surprise episode.
I don't hear singing!
It's everyone's favourite family.
What is having children like?
In a brand new surprise episode.
I'm trying to raise kids here.
All new Bluey. Streaming now. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Residents of a suburb in Melbourne southeast have been left shocked after a man was killed in a drive-by shooting. Tanushi Dyers reports.
Residents in Hampton Park say they heard multiple loud bangs around midnight. Investigators have sectioned off a crime scene on Bride Avenue, where a 30-year-old man was found with a gunshot wound and died just after 12:30. Police say a Ford Ranger ute was seen being driven away from the area before being spotted in nearby Berwick about 2 hours later. Detectives are also examining a Volkswagen Golf. One neighbour in the area says it's upsetting to see an incident like this happen so close to home.
Sad. I've been living 25 years in this place. I never heard anything like this.
Police are urging anyone with information to contact Crime Stoppers.
The Prime Minister will join thousands marching across the country this weekend, demanding an end to gender-based violence. Rallies are being held in Sydney, Adelaide and Hobart today, and Melbourne, regional Victoria, Brisbane, Perth and Canberra tomorrow. Anthony Albanese will join those marching in the nation's capital and says violence against women is not a problem that women should have to solve. He says governments need to do better, men need to step up and society must do better. The federal government is committing more than $161 million to establish a national firearms register over the next 4 years. The funding aims to bring record keeping in every state and territory up to the same standard and allow for real-time sharing of information across borders about firearms, firearm parts and gun owners. The announcement comes ahead of the 28th anniversary of the Port Arthur massacre and more than a year after 2 police officers and a member of the community were killed in the Queensland town of Weambilla. Federal Attorney General Mark Dreyfus says the Weambilla incident served as a catalyst for action.
When officers are standing at the top of the driveway wondering what they're going to face when they go down that driveway to a house that they don't know, they're going to be much better informed in future because this near real-time system will tell them what guns are likely to be in that house. Are there licensed firearms owners in that house?
Shadow Cabinet Minister Dan Tehan says it can be difficult to get every state and territory on the same page.
That's the wonderful federation that we live in, and it is welcome news, though, that all the states and territories have finally come on board. Obviously, this has been something we've been working towards for a long time.
There were delays at Melbourne Airport this morning after an electronic system used to process international arrivals went down. Smart gates let people scan through border security using facial recognition, but an outage meant Australian Border Force officers had to process passengers manually. The airport says more than 1,000 people were affected, but the system is now back up and running and operations have returned to normal. King Charles will return to public duties next week after undergoing treatment for cancer. Here's the BBC's Charlotte Gallagher.
The palace says the King is making encouraging progress and will shortly return to public-facing duties after a period of treatment and recuperation. It adds the royal couple are deeply grateful for the many kindnesses and good wishes they have received from around the world. The King's last public appearance was in Windsor on Easter Sunday, and he surprised the crowds by stopping to chat. His next visit will be fittingly to a cancer treatment centre.
US President Joe Biden says he's ready to debate Donald Trump ahead of their expected rematch in November's presidential election. Mr. Biden had been non-committal about a potential debate, but has told the US radio host Howard Stern that he's happy to take Mr. Trump on. Leaving court in New York, Mr. Trump responded to the challenge.
We're willing to do it Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, or Friday night on national television. We're ready. Just tell me where. We'll do it at the White House. That would be very comfortable, actually.
A group of renowned scientists has signed a declaration saying there's a reasonable possibility a wide range of creatures are sentient. The list includes some insects, fish and crustaceans. Among the 40 researchers is Australian philosopher of science, Professor Peter Godfrey-Smith. He says it's possible they experience what happens to them and have feelings about it.
The idea of instinct is itself not opposed to the idea of sentience in every case. I mean, there are some things that we humans do that could be seen as rather instinctive or simple, but that are very much still felt.
To the weather now for the state. Dry, partly cloudy and cool to mild across the state. For Melbourne, mostly sunny with a top today of 18 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 22. Monday, showers and 17. Right now in Melbourne, it's 17 degrees. ABC News.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field.
The way the rules are now, you're not allowed to brace yourself and hit someone in the head in a marking contest.
Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Port power past St Kilda despite a growing injury list, while the Saints go from top 6 at a home final to 2-5 is their season slipping away. A draw in the Anzac Day blockbuster. Was that a suitable ending to one of the great editions of the game? The Giants outworked the Lions, and two of the early season heavyweights meet at the MCG today. Plus, two of the league's current 18 senior coaches join us right here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Burne-Jones lost it, Steele lost it as well. Through came Paul Francis, wanted a free kick, gave the head pass to Wines! And Wines hooks a goal through.
The battered and bruised power, hang on. But at what cost? Port Adelaide bounces back under the Friday night spotlight as St Kilda's season slips away. Port Adelaide boss Ken Hinkley to join us, as will the coach of the GWS Giants. The early season premiership favourites, Adam Kingsley, is going to stop by for a chat. As you heard in the opener, my name's Corbin Middlemass. The premiership magpie Luke Ball is here with me. G'day, Bally.
Corby, great to be here again. It's interesting, isn't it? Only halfway, not even halfway through the round. Even though it feels like it's been going for days. But it's a great round of footy, Anzac Day round.
Awesome. Already we've got so much to pull apart, almost a bit of a review show today rather than usually discussing all the topics of the week. We've got so much footy to work with, and the coaching icon himself, he's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history in Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby. It's terrific to be here. Been up very early down to Torquay to watch my grandson play for Ocean Grove.
You cover some
kilometres.
Cover
some ground.
And basketball last night. I must say to Holly last night, Holly plays for the Sabres and they had a win under 16. So this is one of the things you do as a grandparent. You get around. And little fella turned 2 on, should have been born on Anzac Day, born on 26. I make out that it's the 25th that he was born. But so he turned 2. He's on his little tractor that we got him. So, it's all good. And you, Bally, result yesterday? On Anzac Day?
The result?
Yeah.
Well, I sat at home. Now, you called the footy. I sat at home and watched in front of the fire with the 3 girls who obviously were barracking for the Pies that day. And, it was the first 8 minutes, really, and we'll get to it soon, but it was that first 8 minutes that you could ultimately say, and it's becoming a bit of a trend, too, with the Pies, how they're getting out of the gates, really costs them the game. So, we'll talk about it in a sec, but I thought the Bombers were the more impressive to come out of the day.
Yeah, we'll pull all of that apart. So 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. We are in studio because the first game that's coming up is North Melbourne and Adelaide. So we'll take you there at 1:30. And then later today it'll be Carlton and Geelong. And of course we will have coverage of that blockbuster as well right here on ABC Sport. The result out of last night, so for St Kilda, it's another defeat despite the fact they get close again. So in the end, St Kilda walk away with a 10-point defeat. They're 2-5 on the season, while Port Adelaide move out to be 5-2. It was a lopsided free kick count which went against St Kilda and Ross Lyon, and he was asked about that post-game.
What about the free kick count, 25-10?
Was it? Yeah. So I don't even buy in. Whose way did it go?
Yes.
Oh, did it? Nah. That's not what it cost us to go. It didn't cost us. That's not why we didn't win. Like, umpires do a bloody hard job, you know. If I'm sitting there talking about rubber greens and umpires consistently, I'm in the wrong chair. I should be on that side.
He wasn't having any of it last night. Ross Lyon is the reason they went down. They lost the contested ball by 21, so that's worth noting as well.
That's more the point.
And the free kick count by 15. What caught your attention out of last night?
Oh, it was a hard watch, wasn't it, Mick? And I think that's more. Sorry, I think that's the Saints at the moment just feel like a bit of a hard watch, certainly over the last couple of weeks. And I mean, you go back to the start of the year, and they've always been pretty vocal about that top end talent issue, if you will. And I think he's doing a great job getting a lot out of getting improvement out of the younger players and those middle tier players. I thought last night Port Adelaide were clearly the better team, and he's right. And they did respond. I mean, last week their second half was horrific in terms of contested footy and pressure, which those intent stats they were horrible against the Pies. So they got a response, which we knew they were going to give at home, and but they didn't take their chances early, and the Saints just sort of hung around, didn't they, and found ways to kick goals to keep themselves in it. At one stage you thought, geez, it's only even that second quarter they got their nose in front at half time, and you thought, God, how are they doing this? But and then the injuries came, so you thought, well, maybe there's a little window here for the Saints to pinch it. But I think the right team won. Yeah, I must admit, Mick, you always say I'm an umpire defender. I thought they did miss, or there was, and it's not about the count. It's just it's the ones that actually cost you at certain times. That count exactly, and not even sometimes it's missed, or rather than paid. But generally speaking, they get away with the 4 points, which they should have. They should have. They should, to the eye anyway. Port with a better team, and it leaves the Saints looking like they're in a bit of trouble. Having said that, I just had a quick look at the ladder again. They're only 6 points out. They got North next week. They need to get Max King back in. Clearly, he's that class ahead of the ball. But they're still, they still feel like a middle of the pack team.
They did lead, Mick, when Higgins kicked that goal in the third quarter, and at that stage they already were without Aaliyah, Powpepper, and Rosie.
Look, I'm confessing because I was at the basketball last night, but I listened in all the way through, and I've seen highlights since. The thing about the Saints is you know what you're going to get, and it's not necessarily a nice game of football. It's a game that's going to keep you in the hunt for the 4 points, and that's been part of a coaching philosophy of Ross Lyon since I coached against him many years ago. And the theory is, and I totally agree with it, is and I started this at Footscray, was that if you are not a better side than the opposition and they're playing to their maximum, you got to find ways of eating into it to make them not play at their maximum. Generally that is high pressure, a number behind the ball, make them have to earn their goals, reduce their 16 goals to 10 or 11, and you may well, at some stage, you might kick 11 one day and you actually beat the more fancy side. That to me is the way the Saints are playing. They're almost playing as if they're not the best side. We're getting close. We're bringing this opposition down. Now, at some stage, the question is going to be asked, are we changing coaches to change styles and finish in the same spot, or are we changing coaches to win those games to be in a better spot? And at the moment, they're not in a better spot.
Yeah, so they do play to their strengths, and that's all, and essentially that's what you're talking about here, Mick. They run. They're you think about Darcy Wilson and Brad Hill, who's having a really good year. They do play, and they kept running and working, and that's why you thought, gee, Port, if they run out of legs here, and you saw them do it against the Giants 2 weeks ago when they kicked the last 6 goals, they do make you beat them, the Saints. There's no doubt about that. And even going back to the first quarter, some unforced errors, them trying to jam the ball back into the middle of the ground. You picture Riley Bonner, just really poor options that conceded goals, even though Port weren't taking their opportunities. A couple that they kicked were for some really horrible Saints turnovers.
Yep.
So if it wasn't for that, they could have even been more of a chance. But
also, boy, could I just jump in there? If Port, and I know the game's already played and won and lost, if Port take their opportunities, they're not. What was it 1-8 to 3-2 or something at one stage? They're not in that position. They are.
Yeah.
They've missed shots that are gettable, very, very gettable. So I don't take. There's no thing for me to say that St Kilda should win the game. And the other thing, I was listening, as I say, I was listening, and I got sick to death of the commentator saying, there's the Port side, but they only got 2 on the bench. Well, it was only 20 years ago, we only had 2 on the bench. Okay, the rotation's gone up and this sort of stuff. You can easily do it with two players on the bench because your fullbacks and your full forward line don't necessarily have to change. Your halfbacks, high halfbacks, they're just got to either to save themselves drop off. The high half forwards, okay, there's a replacement there and the midfield. You get through with 2 on the bench. That would be the least excuse of all time to say, and I'm sure Ken Hinkley, well, we'll ask him anyway, but it's who you lose. It's not how many you lose.
Ken Hinkley coming up about to join us on AFL Saturday here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. Ross Lyon was asked about the injury to Rowan Marshall last night, who copped a knock early in the game, and the subsequent tackle from Jack Higgins, in which will come under focus, I'm sure, from Michael Christian, the match review officer. Here's a little of what Ross had to say.
It was a bit of a knock, and the doctors worked on him, so he was fine to come back on. So we're expecting that he'll get up, but he'll have to work pretty hard to get up.
What did you make of the Higgins tackle on earlier?
Yeah, I didn't really see it. But there's great processes and structure within the AFL and the game, so everything gets taken care of in the end.
The team's 2-5. He came ready to go last night, Ross, to his press conference. It felt like he was interviewing the journos as much as anything. Every question that was thrown to him, he was asking back the other way. He also dropped in there at the middle of his press conference last night that he had spoken to Ken Hinkley on the ground, which was the cameras focused on a lot post-game, and that Sam Powell-Pepper had done his knee, which Ken Hinkley fronted up to do his press conference moments later and basically tried to play it down and said, look, we don't know yet. We're trying to keep a little bit of hope. He's going to go for some scans and everything else. And little did he know, as the journo turned around and said, by the way, mate, Ross has just been in here and he said he's actually done his knee. So we'll ask Ken how that's gone down inside the Port Adelaide camp. There are some reports this morning to suggest that they weren't too chuffed with it.
Yeah, I thought the Marshall injury, and he clearly was hobbled, was significant because it was really early, and you looked at it on paper and like you spoke about, Mick, I think, pound for pound, Port, especially around the ball, and given they were going to respond from last week, I thought Marshall might be able to, without, I've gone blank, Jordan Sweet was in. Who's a big fella from Soldo, from last week, the two-prong attack. Marshall up against Sweet looked like a real opportunity for St Kilda, but he was really hobbled and struggled to have an impact on the game. And then the midfield sort of grew around that from Port Adelaide's point of view. But I also thought, I really like Burgoyne's game. So I think you speak about who goes out. So Butters goes out. Burgoyne has to play a bit more of a role.
Rosie
went
out.
God, how am I going? Rosie went out. So Burgoyne has to stand up. And that's what you're expecting Rosie to miss a couple of weeks maybe, or at least one. That's what they've got to find out a bit, Port, because we know these guys have been carrying the can for them for a while now. So the Burgoynes of the world. And Drew got recognised with a medal, which was great. And even Horn Francis now will have to spend more time on ball. These are the guys that have to stand up.
What did you think of the Higgins tackle? So left Aaliyah concussed and he was out of the game in the just before half time. He is trying to kick the ball as he's being tackled. As Higgins tackles him into the ground, his head bounces off the deck, and as a result, that was where his night ended.
Yeah. So we ask our players, we ask a lot of our players, and in so many situations that happen so quickly. There are mitigating factors around this that led to the injury. Having said that, he's still going to get cited. In my opinion, the way he pinned the arm, and we were talking off air, Mick, around the big player, small player. We saw with Barras and Walters a bit this week, and maybe that is asking a bit too much. But I think it'll get graded. As it would, usually, which I think it spits out probably 2 weeks if it's high. So I suppose the first decision, is it careless or not? I think it is, even though there are mitigating factors around the fact that he tried to kick it because he had one arm pinned. They don't love the arm pinned. Once you do that, you really have to be careful the way you put them down. But if I was St Kilda, which I'm sure they will, I'd go to the tribunal and plead my case and try and get it downgraded to 1 based on the circumstances that were unfortunate that caused the injury.
It was interesting, Brad Scott said during the week again when he was asked about the Toby Green incident, basically that if, and obviously referring back to Peter Wright, who got 4 weeks for that episode up against Harry Cunningham, that basically if a player's left concussed, the AFL are looking to try and hold someone liable, and in this instance, the responsibility is very much on the tackler to protect his fellow player. And if Higgins is laying a tackle, he's got the arm pinned, and Aliir ends up with his not being overdue to concussion. Generally, if we look at the previous pattern that we've seen so far this year, it doesn't end well for Jack Higgins.
So, in other words, if you slam somebody to the ground and it hits their shoulder, not their head, and they bounce up and keep playing, we walk away from it. See, it's got to be the action. I don't agree with the result.
Well, it is still the action. That's why Barras got a week last week. Walters got up and played on.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Yeah,
it is.
But we see it too often that it's not that. I don't think there's any there's no consistency with Michael Christian. It's like a box of chocolates. It's very much Forrest Gump. We do not know what we're going to put our hand into and come out with.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Ken Hinkley is, I was about to join us. He is joining us right now, the coach of the Port Adelaide Football Club here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Ken, really appreciate your time.
No pleasure at all. My time.
Congratulations on the win last night. How do you put it all into words?
I found it a really courageous win. I thought it was fitting of our Anzac round, to be honest, for our boys. And not a lot of things went terrifically right for us throughout the night, whether that be execution in front of goal or, injury toll that really did build up by the end of the day. So, to get away with a win with a desperate side against you, you always want to bank points. And, at the end of the year, they don't look any different. They still look like a win in the column.
Port Adelaide fans will be hovering around the radio. Ken, waiting for an update. Have you got anything for us on the 3 lads that were hurt last night?
No, I haven't, unfortunately. We're waiting on scans, actually. They're all being sent off to scans this morning. And, as I said last night, there's some real concern around, obviously, Sam, and then the update of the other boys. Aliir will obviously be okay, but he'll go into, concussion protocols. And he looked pretty good straight after the game, so that's positive. And Connor, we suspect, will have, some sort of low-grade hamstring but again, without knowing the scan, it's too hard to predict. So, from there, we'll see what else falls out of it as well, because it was a pretty combative game.
There was a lot of focus on your chat post-game with Ross Lyon in the middle. What were you thinking when you got to your press conference last night and Ross had mentioned that Sam Powell-Pepper had done his knee in the presser just moments before you? How did that sit with yourself and, I guess, the footy club?
Yeah, absolutely no problems with me. I mean, I spoke to Ross and he asked how Sam was, and, I said, look, we suspect that it may be an ACL, but, and when you hear that, you straight away, as a coach that's in the industry that we've been in for a long time, you go, that wasn't uncommon. I think most people from outside were probably suspecting that it may have something like that. Now, we didn't have all the information at that time, and that was a conversation. Ross and I are great mates. Like, people forget. It's funny in this game, you weren't not even allowed to talk as coaches now from some of the knowledge. You go, we started our football together as 17-year-olds at Fitzroy, and people wonder why you have a conversation at the end of a game. We've got great respect for each other, and we've followed each other's journey for a long time, since 17, and that's 40 years ago when you consider we're both 57.
Ken, it's Luke Ball here. I just want to talk about your midfield, which I love, and people generally sort of talk about it at the moment as your one would in a sense, and it sort of got a bit of press this week around the mix in there, and clearly when you've got Butters and Rosie and Drew, I think that combination has been the most successful in terms of centre bounce clearance. There was some talk this week based on the second half last week around why don't you just put Butters, Rosie and Horne-Francis in there at all times, and sometimes it's pretty easy from the armchair, isn't it? I'm just interested in I guess how you work through that balance. I'm guessing you put a lot of faith in the midfield coach, but how do you sort of work through those midfield balances in there?
Yeah, look, it's a reasonable question if you just do it in isolation view. So why aren't they in there all the time? They're these 3 great, really, really talented young players. But one of the challenges as good coaching is to manage them through a full game. It's a centre bounce that people forget. It's one part of the game that, when you consider last night was 22 goals or something in the whole game. There's 26 centre bounces. It's not that big a part of the match. And, we are a very good scoring team from centre bounce. So I don't think we're doing too many terrible things around there, but it's an easy reaction for the media to react to a loss. And I think it's really poor, in my view. I'm actually quite sick of the way it gets bounced from week to week to whatever we talk about next. I said last night, the team that has a bad round cops the bad press for the week. The team that has a great round cops the good press. In between, we tend to get missed, and I think it's really shallow view in a season that's over 23 weeks. But anyhow, there's my gripe, sorry.
No, I tend to agree. I'm going to ask about the guy who doesn't get asked about much, Willem Drew, who got recognised last night. You must have been pleased with that, because I'm sure, just looking at it, I don't know him at all, but he looks like the sort of guy who doesn't mind just operating in the background a bit. But nice for him to get recognised last night. Yeah,
outstanding for Drewy. To win the medal in the game last night, the Badcock medal, it's a really important part of the history of our round in Anzac round. He typifies, and that's what the key thing around the medal. It's awarded to the bloke who typifies the Anzac behaviours, basically, and he does that so well for our footy club. Not just last night, but just about week in and week out. So the boys he's one of them blokes, Luke, that they're so popular in your footy club because they do everything for everyone else, and his reward is shared. It feels like everyone won the medal when Drewy wins the medal last night. So it's a great time.
Someone we don't know too much about, Jace Burgoyne. I thought his performance, particularly in the second half, when you needed a few to stand up and keep covering the ground when you lost Rosie and those others. Whether you might be without him for a week or two, who knows? But it feels like an opportunity for a young player like Burgoyne, who, as I said, we don't know a lot about. Know a lot about the name, obviously, and what that's been like for the footy club. But you must have been really thrilled with his performance last night too.
Yeah, look, we've been really happy with Chase Burgoyne. Over the last 3 weeks, he's been really stepping up. When Travis went down and hurt his back, he got these great opportunities craved, and that is to play, on the wing for the full game. He can cover the ground. He can do it all day. And last night, you're right, 100% correct. He's had that moment in your career where you go, actually, I think I can play this game at this level and do really well. And not just because my dad played, because I actually can play. So I was really proud of Jason. I've been proud of the way he's built his career so far. So I look forward to that growing and continuing on for lots more games.
Kenny, 5-2, well done. Now, I can't believe you haven't shot at the press.
Well, not Mick.
Oh, mate. Well, I thought they were my best, mate.
I reckon it should be a week. We should get a week free where we can just hammer them.
Mate, I'll be joining in the party, let me tell you.
I think you've had your turn, Mick.
Charlie Dixon.
We learned from Mick.
Thanks, mate. Charlie Dixon, you know how much of a fan I am of him and the way you've been able to get the best out of him. He's clearly one of your premier players, if you can keep him on the ground. I mean, I know those big centre forwards, they just get whacked from the day they step foot on the ground, 15 years ago. Marshall, can he stand up and give him the hand that you need? And just in regard to what Bawley was saying about your midfield, it's a double question here. It just seemed like the bigger bodies got hold of those kids last week. Can you put some other players back in there to give them that little bit of support? That talented as they may be, it's a long, as you said, it's a long season. Have you got someone there that can actually step up and help them?
Yeah, I think that's that. Both questions are really, really good questions. As far as Charlie's so critically important to us still, and it's probably a little unfair on him, to be honest. At 33, that we helped us last night. I've learnt more than anyone that he's so important to me and to the team, and that I've got to try and protect him from himself. So Todd needs to step up, and Todd has to step up for us to become. And Todd has been stepping up in the last 2 years. He's had a slow start to this season. We do forget you don't forget because you don't know, but he had a 3-month off part with surgery with his hip, and it's taken significant time for him to get back into his best form. We're really optimistic around what Todd Marshall will be, and I think he knows that he leads our forward line now, but his battering ram's still there for a little bit longer, so he's just got to make the most of him. So he's very, very important to us. And we've also had Finlayson out. So
that's true.
3 weeks self-cause. We understand that.
Can I just jump in there before you answer about the sentiment? You've said about Finlayson. Does Georgiades stay in the side with that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, good. No, I was hoping you say that.
Very good runner.
Yeah,
George's a very good runner. He covers the turf. He's probably the quickest on our list, Nelly. Maybe Horn Francis in front of him, and he's got great endurance. So his growth for us and our growth as a team is for him to play high forward.
Right.
And still be a scoring threat because he gets 2-3 shots at goals. I think Mitch was on target in his first 3 years. He'd had as many shots on goal as a young Tom Hawkins had, and scoring shots on goal. So he finds his opportunities wherever he plays. So we think that can happen. The big body mids, we got a Brownlow medalist who's 100 kilos.
Yeah.
And we put him in there in the centre bounce, and apparently we shouldn't.
Yeah.
So that's and Will and Drew wins the medal, and apparently we shouldn't put him in the medal either. So
we don't take the nose of the piss, Kenny.
Ken
you know I don't, Mick, but I love having a crack when I can.
Ken Hinkley with us on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Just on some of that analysis that comes from the outside, Ken, I'm sure you would have heard it. You play the top teams in the competition. If the result doesn't go against you, you play a side which you're supposedly meant to beat as a favourite, and you hear the commentary about flat track bullies and they beat up on the lower teams, but they're not quite there against the premium teams in the comp. Where do you see Port Adelaide at in the cycle in your view as to, are you in premiership contention? Do you feel like you can win it all this year?
Yeah, well, I think the simple answer is that's one I have to agree with, and I do agree with it. We've still got to close the gap between the best teams in the comp on their day and on our day. We know that our best day is very much capable of beating any team in the competition. We've only got to look back to Melbourne in round 3, who are now one of they're one of the best teams in the comp or not, but we dominated that game. We didn't win on the scoreboard. Now, that doesn't mean we can't beat Melbourne, but we didn't. So I live with that. Collingwood absolutely got hold of us. We put 6 goals to 1 on them in the first quarter. It makes me feel like we can compete with them. Yes, we got our treatment handed to us in the second and third quarter, and we have to live with that. That's a really good team at their powerful best, taking us on in a really even competition, and we failed the test. That does not give me one bit of doubt that we're not capable of competing right to the end. And one of the parts of the conversations that Ross and I were having all off the ground is how even the competitions. Everyone's best footy is good enough to beat anyone, but you've got to qualify high enough and you've got to win when you've got to win. So we can't prove that until we get to that point.
We had David Koch on a few weeks ago. I'm sure you've heard the grab by now, where he was talking about Josh Carr and said, look, he hasn't got a guaranteed from the board, at least, to be the next senior coach of Port Adelaide. I'm sure you've heard the commentary. Are you able to clear it up for us as to what the arrangement is with Josh Carr and yourself as to who coaches this football club going forward?
What do you need me to clear up? That would be my first question, because I think we've been really clear that I'm contracted for the next couple of years to coach the footy club. I have no end date. When that end date comes, if it happened to be that someone like Josh Carr was good enough to take over, he would have 100% my support, because I love the way he goes about things. But outside of saying any clearer than that, I don't know how much more I can say. I haven't put in my resignation. I haven't put in my timeline that I'm finishing. I've put in my energy to make sure that I coach and do what I can to, 1, help this club get to where we want to go, and 2, help every person that I work with improve their own careers.
But you're not coaching with the expectation that at the end of this contract, you won't get another one?
I can't say it again. I don't know when the end of my coaching career is. My coaching career at Port Adelaide will continue as long as it's seen as be worthwhile. And Josh, hopefully, will be continuing his career to become a senior coach. Hopefully, from my point of view, that is at Port Adelaide.
Have the two of you had to have any conversation about that, knowing that it is floating around in the ether and constantly discussed?
We laugh about it every night. And last night, even again, he done pre-game interview or something. He said, what question did I get at the start? I said, when are you taking over, mate? He said, yep.
So if another job came available in the competition, would you encourage Josh to go for it?
Well, he made that choice last year for the short term, and I don't know how short term. I mean, his short-term future is at Port Adelaide, clearly, and his long-term future, he's really clear, and he said this last year, I think. I'm paraphrasing Josh a bit. I've got a young family. We've just moved back to Adelaide. I'm still learning my craft. I'm happy to continue to learn my craft. There'll be opportunities down the track for me, I hope, but right now I'm happy in living in Adelaide with my family.
Ken, really appreciate your time. I know you're busy. You do a lot of media rounds. I know, as judging by some of your commentary today, you're not always happy with the work that the media's doing on the other side of things, but you're going great in charge of Port Adelaide. Appreciate your time the morning after a game, and we've got our fingers crossed for you on the injury front.
Yeah, good on you, boys. Thanks for your time.
Okay.
Ken Hinkley, the coach of the Power. You've been in that position, Mick, in the past. Obviously, there was a formal takeover setup. That clearly doesn't sound like that's the case in Port Adelaide, and yet Caroline Wilson, among others, have been reporting that Josh Carb is going to be the next senior coach at Port Adelaide. I guess the question is when.
Caroline Wilson, yeah, okay, well, her word sometimes is not exactly right.
She's on the money a lot, though.
Well, she may well be, and he may well be the next coach. But the way Ken was talking, he hasn't got an end point, and I encourage him to keep pursuing the way he's going because they're highly competitive. I think that they're one or two players short of the best sides, but as he said, if they can play it to their maximum, and the opposition, who are clearly going to be good enough in the 8 or in the 4, are a percentage off, they're going to knock them over. The problem is in finals, we've seen it time and time again, two top-line sides play against one another. One is slightly better than the other. Through the last few years, we've seen that side actually win because the difference is marginal. Yeah. And it's very rarely an attitude that sees sides lose.
I got one for both of you, obviously having played and coached in the 2010 Premiership. One of the youngest Premiership teams that we've ever seen, right? So that was 2010.
Yep.
We're now in 2024, and the last 2 years we've had the two oldest Premiership teams since the war. So Geelong were the oldest, and then Collingwood the second oldest last year. Why do you think that is? And obviously this is relevant for Port Adelaide, given their prime movers are all in their early 20s. Why do you think the comp is skewing older at the moment, that we've seen this trend towards age?
If I can I'll say this about recruitment for a start off. Sadly, I don't think there's a massive pool of players out there. The cream will come to the top, so you're looking at the first 10 or 12 players are going to be good players. The next 10 to 15 are going to be handy players. From there on in, it's really lucky. It's a lucky dip. More senior players are hanging on. It's good money. And clubs are, and that doesn't mean that they can stay on the list, but I think clubs are going, look, is it better to have, and I think the Players Association will be very careful here with this. If you draft a player and you've got to have him for 2 years, top-line players, you're prepared to take them for 2 years. The next level up, you're thinking, well, really, would I not be better to go another year with this 30-odd-year-old who you know what you're going to get, as opposed to a kid that we don't know what we're going to get? So that's the reason why I think.
Yep.
But as far as premierships go, Corby, look at where those players play. Like in that Collingwood side, in the engine room, Luke Ball, how old are we?
25, 26, 2010.
25, 26.
26, 2010.
Yeah, so that's still reasonably young.
Do you know, I think it is. It was 150 games.
Yes.
I think... Sorry, keep going.
Well, Swanee wasn't overly old. Pendlebury wasn't overly old.
But also the young players, and it's funny because it's done the full circle. So as you're talking there, I'm right, because you're thinking, what is it? And then the comp's more even, and maybe that is because the talent's spread further out.
Well, there's not as much.
Or there's not as much. So you're talking about keep the 30-plus-year-olds around for longer. Well, provided they're champions and,
no, they can contribute.
Well, but okay, last couple of years. So Pendlebury and Sidebottom. Pendlebury, you can't lump Pendlebury in with every other experienced player. He's a generational player. The year before, Tom Hawkins, Joel Selwood. So, yeah, I think Dangerfield. So I think.
So you don't think it's a trend yet?
No, I don't think it's a trend yet.
No,
is a simple answer to that question.
What do they say? I think twice is coincidence, three times is pattern.
Well, we'll see. Yeah. But I still, because that's what I think we're talking about in a more. With the talent spread further across more teams, so more even competition, the reason the last two have been successful, and you can point to those 30-plus players, is because those 30-plus players have been, genuine sort of champions of the game.
But I think coaches also need to look at, don't use it as an excuse. Like last week I heard, Gold Coast, it's because they were young. Damien Hardwick chose the side and left a lot of senior players out.
Agree.
So don't blame that. Clarkson didn't choose that because that's all he's got, young players. So
that's different, I reckon.
Totally different. Totally different. So you've got to be so careful about levelling that. But see, I think we made a big mistake last year in writing Geelong off for this year.
Yep.
They'd failed because, the older side, they failed last year. They're on top of the ladder at the moment. Okay, they've got to play some sides. But their older players are they're playing some really good football.
Cool Hand Luke is coming up, as is Mixed Messages. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your thoughts off the SMS as well. We'll get to some of those. Plus, we've got lines available if you want to give us a call on the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222 and chat to Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. And coming up after this, Cool Hand Luke here on AFL Saturday.
Hi there, Lisa Miller here. Isn't it great to get outside for a breath of fresh air? It's one of life's simple pleasures, right? Well, I can help you to keep something else simple too. Finding news you can trust. You can stay in the know with ABC News. Download the app and receive alerts to your phone. Visit the ABC News website. And for stories straight to your inbox, subscribe to one of our newsletters. It's all the latest, all verified, all the time. Stay in the know with ABC News.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Heat in Ballarat off the SMS. If Higgins is suspended, then the Port bloke has to as well. Higgins' tackle was in the process of Aaliyah trying to kick off balance, whereas the Port bloke tackled a St Kilda player over the boundary line and the ball was dead. That's from Pete in Ballarat.
That was the will now. So this is another issue. We don't have time to talk about it. But the players need to, I think, get together and talk about faking being dump tackled to try and throwing their head back to get a free kick.
Josh Dunkley flat out said, we're doing it.
They're doing it. So they need to, because you can't have both. You can't say we're trying to protect against, from a player's point of view, trying to protect against concussion. So I need you to stop dumping me on the ground. But then I'm also every now and then going to, even when you don't, I'm going to pretend that you did, trying to get a free. So I'd keep an eye out for some staging fines this week, or at least a shot across the bow, because we're starting to see a lot of it.
Yeah, I agree.
From a different Pete, throwing the ball is a stain on our game. Certain sides, one of them played last night and one plays today, throw it as much as they handball it, and it's cheating. 4 umpires, we need a crackdown from Peter. Are we worried about
it's really line balls, some of the hand passes. The ones flipped over the head and the ones when you're bending and you are... Or where you're almost passing the ball on. I agree. I don't think the word is cheating. I just think that they're getting away with it. It's not cheating. They're getting away with clear throws. The umpires should be all over that.
Quick thoughts here, Dean off the SMS. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome is the definition of insanity. At around this time last year, Fremantle recognised that their game plan didn't measure up, and here we go again, looking offensively challenged, and with all the commentary being that the Dockers are too careful, too slow in their build-up. Is their current coaching panel bereft of plan B and C? Will this push players like Sarong and Young to seek success elsewhere? Thoughts, please, gentlemen.
Well, I'm studying those. I'm writing for a paper in the West, so I watched Fremantle pretty closely. I thought they had a bit of daring early in the season, but they froze last week. And the only reason why I say they froze because I reckon the 2 previous games spooked them, where they lost games in the last minute or two against really top quality. And I reckon they were very cautious last week. And then when they got jumped, their plan B was out the window. They started to hug. Why hug the boundary when you're 6 goals down?
So that's not coaching. That's basically the players not being daring enough.
It's a bit of a combination. And this is not bagging the coach, but he's got to be very, very strong in getting them to be. And I hate the word daring, but more run is probably more appropriate.
The other thing, this might sound a little bit harsh, but I felt like we were really quick to anoint Brayshaw and Sarong as sort of A-graders in the competition. For top flight midfielders, and they're very nice young players, don't get me wrong. They get beat an awful lot as a midfield group, and I'm not sure you can qualify in that category if you're part of a midfield that gets dusted most weeks.
I don't think they're no. I put them in the top quality, but when they become against top quality, they become quickly B graders. So for them to be A graders on a regular basis, they've got to hit the A graders and come out occasionally with a result that says I've won on the day.
The draw. I know we're keen to get into this. It is now time for Cool Hand Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Corb, you've given it away in the stinger, but let's have our annual debate, Mick, after the wonderful Anzac Day, and this will be a nice little lead into our chat about the Anzac Day game. And 19 years apart, but another draw, and I walked away from that game thinking that's a fair result. Players looked exhausted. I mean, you saw it in the last quarter. I think Langford, jelly in the legs, and okay, maybe he didn't handle the moment. Goes down the other end. Elliott's too tired to lunge and take them. So the players look gassed. And of course, after the game, for the fear of it, they're going to say, let's play a bit of extra time and, should we survey the fans? And the fans that are walking out of the ground, some that think that their team probably should win, they're going to say, let's play extra time. I think we've addressed the draw issue in the final as well. So when there's no next week, when there's nothing more than this is it on the day, we've addressed that. Home and away, 2 points, I think, are valuable. And I get the theatre of the debate, but Essendon might make the 8 this year by those 2 points. Collingwood might sneak into the top 4 by those 2 points. We've seen that in previous years. Let's leave it. I just think it's. Everyone goes, it's a hollow feeling. Well, but that's okay. That's okay. We get next week to come back and do something about it.
Think about the EPL. I'll go EPL because I love the EPL. Yeah. There are a lot of draws. Now, we know that there's shootouts at various stages, again, like our final series.
Yeah.
But the number of draws, I reckon that there are about 2%. I think someone put a figure out the other day, last night, about that. It may be, I might have it wrong, but the number of draws since the inception of AFL football, I can remember yesteryear they could hardly score goals anyway, the early days. So if we looked at probably 1990 going forward, which is AFL, I'd be interested to see how many draws there have been. And it just adds flavour to the ladder. You think about the ladder at the moment, people say, it's taken out the percentage. Well, okay, that's fine. But it hasn't taken out the percentage of Essendon and Collingwood. They're still fighting each other for a position in the 8. Their percentage will start to count. And so what? Because the ladder now, it's two sides have gone together over 130 minutes of football, come away with the same score. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I just to wrap it up, I don't feel that strongly about it either way, but I for those that are that strong on we need extra time, I just want to pour a bit of cold water on that.
That is Cool Hand Luke. I'm keen to hear from people out there that do want extra time, and perhaps if you were there on Thursday or following along, what you think about it. So 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball.
Corby, do not ring in if you're going to suggest a kick-off.
Like a penalty shootout style.
I've listened to a bloke last night say it. Please don't waste time because I'm not going to talk to you.
I'm keen to hear some ideas. I mean, it feels like a lot of traditionalists and footy people are quite comfortable with the draw in the regular season. The two coaches, this is what they had to say post-game, starting with Craig McRae and then Brad Scott, the Essendon coach.
I actually said that to the security guard after the game. I said, I bet you they'll start talking about extra time and what it looks like. We fought for 120 minutes and we couldn't find a margin. I'll leave that up to others to decide whether we need more time. It was a great game.
I don't have a strong view. I can sort of make an argument for and against. I think the game comes back to the fans. For them, I think if you ask the fans, I think they probably want a result. It's an even comp. I think we fixed the major one. On a draw in a grand final as an industry, but I don't have a strong view for and against. I think if I was at the AFL, I'd poll the fans.
1300 558 222. We can poll our audience here on ABC Sport. So 1300 558 222. What do you think about the draw in the home and away season? It was a great edition of the game. Pendlebury reaching the milestone, first to 10,000 disposals. You had Jamie Elliott's mark. The Bombers kicked 4 goals in 7 minutes to start the day, which sort of set it up, and all the emotion that was coming in off the Anzac observance. And then you have, both teams have multiple chances to win it. Myercheck, uncharacteristic, misses 2 late from the forward pocket. Cole Langford, the best kick in the team, sprays one from 25 out straight in front. And so I felt, at least on the final siren, like we got pretty good bang for our buck. And the fact that there wasn't a winner, I didn't walk away any more disappointed from the event. The fact that the team split the points.
I'll tell you what, if I was a coach and drew the game and it was in the balance either way and you could have lost it, you could have won it, as you just described, I'd be filthy to have lost an extra time. Because I just think that you've... I see it with basketball, and you see one of the best players off the ground because he's got 5 fouls. He can't come back on. You may have lost a player late in the game. He's sitting on the bench. He can't come back on. So you're compromised already. Cop the 2 points, move on.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. We have lines available. Lenny joins us online. G'day, Lenny.
How you going, bud?
Well, thanks. What do you think of the draw?
Well, the draw is okay. It should stay. However, there should be also a draw song, team song. As such.
Oh, that's a good one.
That should be ahead. And if there is a golden point or golden time as such, there actually should be not 4 points, but only 3 points to the winner and 1 point to the non-winner.
I don't mind that. So that's a bit like they do that in ice hockey as well with in overtime. That's a great call from Lenny. Good way to get us started. 1300 558 222. What about that mix? So you go to extra time, but if you lose, you get 1, and the winner gets 3.
Well, it does. Well.
So that'll still help you at the end of the year if you finish on the same amount of win.
Yeah. Look, I'd say no, but it's a better one than losing it and losing all points or winning it and getting 4 points.
I did this earlier with Matt and Kat on ABC Melbourne. They brought out the Barrackville Singers song, which you may remember from a couple of years ago about the draw.
It's a draw, both the teams are even, and there's nothing left to say. When the siren ends the game and the scores are both the same, only football's the winner today.
That is a ripper. I haven't heard that. Have you heard that?
No, not at all.
Imagine
where did that come from?
That's the Barrackville Singers. Could you imagine that playing as the game ends?
Well, both sides sing it too.
Both supporters?
Yeah.
You have 93,000 walking out arm in arm singing the song.
George in Keilor is the next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, George. Oh, 1 sec. Standing by. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. You with us, George?
Yes, I am. How you going?
Well, thanks.
Just an idea. I mean, I don't particularly have strong feelings to the draw either way, but I thought, what if we stop the clock if the scores are level and there's less than 30 seconds to go, and only restart the clock once there's a break in the score?
So just keep it running, basically. So that'd be the same as that sort of golden goal or golden score rule where you don't actually blow the siren.
Yep.
You just keep it going until the next team scores. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that mentioned.
No, not for me
interesting.
at all.
Interesting, isn't it?
You haven't used up your full time. At 30 a lot can happen in 30 seconds.
No. He's I think the sort of extrapolation of that is you just keep it going. You don't blow the siren. So there's no until there's a score.
So once the 20 minutes
what if you're playing a game at an open stadium and it's a roaring wind, you've trailed by, you're in front by 4 goals, the opposition of charging at you, and they end up with the extra minute with the wind. No, so that's not fair.
I reckon he's going to find something for every caller, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a draw.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That was George in Keilor. What is interesting and probably went missed a little bit the other day, so that the McCreary goal happened at the 14-minute mark. The only score in the last 16 minutes was that behind for Langford. So there was only one score in the last 16 minutes of the game.
There was
if it said that to me, I say, there's a few points for every goal.
So McCreary put Collingwood up by 1, and then it was Langford's behind, and that was it in the last 16 minutes.
And the ball was pinging up and down too. It just needed that last. Yeah. You talk about Elliott, he had that chance out on the other flank prior to the Langford.
Well, it went inside
score.
both 50s.
That's right.
Clearly.
He turned it over. So both teams struggle with that under fatigue and the pressure of 90,000 fans. Struggle just to hit that. I was thinking either team just hit that last kick inside 50.
Well, they did.
Someone takes
30
seconds.
It was
my check.
My check twice on the full.
That's
right. And Langford.
Yeah, that's right.
So they did mark it. Yeah.
Who do we learn more about in the broader context of the season?
I like the Bombers' performance. Because I thought. I mean, their start was electric, and we spoke off the top about Collingwood's issues with their start, and that's 2 weeks in a row, and 9 lives. You can't be giving up starts like that towards the pointy end of the season. So they got some stuff to work on there. Then they came hard, didn't they? And it looked like we saw them last week. It looked like they've clicked into gear. Here comes the pressure. What are the Bombers going to? But they stood up and they went again. And I think, I think what we're seeing is a lot more resilient. I think you're going to get, and you get that from having a big key back in Mackay behind the ball. We spoke about, I love Durham and Caldwell again. They didn't get the most of the footy, but their addition to that midfield mix has taken the pressure off Merritt, having to do everything from a leadership, defensive, desperation point of view. That's the thing that stands out to me this year from the Bombers. It's not just Zach Merritt having a chase and tackle, and the load's been spread a lot more. Goldstein's been a good addition, I think. He's allowed Draper to ease back in after missing a year of footy. So that worked okay. There were some question marks around that. That worked okay last week. So for me, with a few to come back in, I thought to me that showed that the Bombers have certainly improved and really should be targeting finals, if not top 4 this year.
Sam and Ian coming up on the talkback number, which is 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Hello, Sam. You got us, Sam?
Yes. How you going, guys?
We're well, thanks.
That's good. I reckon draw is acceptable, but only one condition that there should be a penalty kick out for 5 penalty kick out for both of the team to get the result.
Oh, so this
just like a soccer.
There you go, Mick. That was exactly what you weren't hoping for. You're not a fan of penalty shootouts.
You can't have that.
No.
That is the very last thing you'd have.
There are people, Sam, that will agree with you, though. I appreciate your call. Ian is the next of our callers in Doncaster. Hello, Ian. Whoa. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass, Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse, and Ian in Doncaster. Hello, Ian. No.
Doesn't want to be.
No, Ian.
We'll be back with Ian. Do you agree with Bally that Essendon, we learnt more about them on the day, Mick, than Collingwood?
Yeah, we know about the Pies, and they're coming. They're getting better and better every week. Essendon, we were uncertain about, particularly under pressure. I was hoping for Brad Scott's coaching that they could rebound. I didn't think they would win it at the end because I thought the Pies have been there and done it. So when you've experienced those things, you take them on board. But to me, Essendon have certainly come out of that thing. I'm not 100% sure about Mackay. I thought he played a bit panicky football. He's essential for them.
Yeah.
But not the way he played. He was caught in the headlights a bit.
Collingwood not a great matchup for him. He's there for the.
Cox played enough down there.
Okay, so he had Cox a little bit. Yeah, but he got caught on Myercheck a bit, who's mobile. Yeah.
But you got to play those, though, Bully.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think he does. I think he's there to play on Hawkins, Dixon, Cox.
So what do you do? You have to take him off when it's non-matchup. You got to have a key back that's quite capable of playing on any player because it's not so much that he has to run with it. It's total positioning.
He might have been. Well, I'll tell you what, one thing you got out of the weekend was a good poster. Or not a great poster, but he certainly got posterised.
Oh, yeah, no worry. Yeah, he was...
That was sensational, Mark, from Jamie Elliott. And I think he hurt his back late in the piece and he was having a little bit of work done on that post-game. But, he got high. I think
what a great shot, though, to catch.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, the photographers do such a good job, don't they? When you think about how fast the game moves and the different stuff that they need to get photos of as it goes, and then as the moment's happening, which isn't forecast, no one knows it's about to have the mark of the year taken. They're all across it.
Did you read what he? Did you read what he said?
It's Michael Klein.
Yep. He was taking a photograph of Mackay going to market, and there's this flash across it. He click, just caught it as it went into his hands.
I do feel like there should be almost a spare camera ready for Elliott and Jeremy Howe every game.
Just to
every
follow
time
those
a long
two.
ball comes into the forward line.
I'm going to go again. 1300 558 222. Ian is in Doncaster. Hello, Ian.
Greetings. I'm wondering whether or not it would have been possible for a free kick to be paid to Ben Mackay because of that magnificent mark. He was over his shoulders, he squeezed his head with his thighs, and he was in his back. Now, at what point do we focus on the mark and not on Ben Mackay and what happened to him?
You let her do anything you like if you mark it. If he drops it, I dare say it would have been a free. If he put his hand up and just tipped it, it would be you've interfered. Yeah. You cannot. We don't see enough of these marks. Let's not penalise them. They should be like they are at the moment. Everyone thinks that is one of the great marks, and it is. No, we've got to encourage the marking because we're just not seeing enough. And if you get knees around the bloke's head or your knee in the back of the head, that's part of the game. Or if you don't want a blatant push, but there was no free kick there.
This is how we called it on ABC Sport. Degoe marks in front of the benches, comes back inboard, kicks inside the forward 50. Jamie Elliott with the air raid, leaps up on the shoulders and takes a hanger on Anzac Day. Oh, you saw that coming a long way back. Used Benny Mackay as his step ladder.
Jamie Elliott with one for the ages.
Fair grab.
Good call. Good call
from Jamie Elliott. Ben's giving me stick because we played the highlight as if I'm just patting myself on the back.
Well, there was a bit of that.
That's
okay. Every now and then you've got to do that.
When you see that, when you
could see him. I was lucky in this. You could see Jamie Elliott coming.
Right.
He was.
So I was going to ask you, did you see it coming?
Launch at it. I think there was one a few years ago when Liam Ryan took Mark of the Year, and same thing. I think most of the broadcasters had picked Liam Ryan coming, and he sat on Max Gawn's head in the goal square, and you see certain players, and he's certainly one of them, Jamie Elliott, that he's capable of things like that. Ian, appreciate your call. I think we can get John in just before the news. John in Clayton. Hello, John.
Oh, hi, thanks for taking the call. I was going to suggest that maybe you look at the number of scoring shots to resolve the draw. I'm ambivalent either way, but perhaps that could be one way around. As the team that had the most scoring shots again, I like the idea of the 3 points and the 1 point.
So I don't mind it, John. Some occasions that would work. Thursday wasn't one of them, so both teams in the end ended up 12-13.
It's going to be consistent, so there's no consistency there.
We'll take more of your calls after the news, 1300 558 222. If you're in South Australia, you're off to the footy, so the Kangaroos and the Crows coming up. For everybody else, a Port Adelaide Premiership player, the coach of the Giants, Adam Kingsley, is going to join us. We're back in 5.
Kathleen Ferguson with ABC News. Federal Attorney General Mark Dreyfus says there's an epidemic of male violence across the country. Thousands are expected to join rallies across the country this weekend, calling for an end to gender-based violence. The Prime Minister will march in Canberra tomorrow. Mr Dreyfus says a woman has been killed every 4 days this year and it has to stop.
These rallies reflect a very high level of community distress about the number of women who are dying, who are being murdered at the hands of those who profess to love them.
Residents of a suburb in Melbourne's southeast have been left shocked after a man was killed in a drive-by shooting. Danusi Dias reports.
Residents in Hampton Park say they heard multiple loud bangs around midnight. Investigators have sectioned off a crime scene on Bride Avenue, where a 30-year-old man was found with a gunshot wound and died just after 12:30. Police say a Ford Ranger ute was seen being driven away from the area before being spotted in nearby Berwick about 2 hours later. Detectives are also examining a Volkswagen Golf. One neighbour in the area says it's upsetting to see an incident like this happen so close to home.
Sad. I've been living 25 years in this place. I never heard anything like this.
Police are urging anyone with information to contact Crime Stoppers.
A man has been charged as part of a homicide investigation in the southern Perth suburb of Dawesville. Early yesterday morning, police were called to a service station on Bailey Boulevard where they found a man aged in his 30s unresponsive. Police say the man and another man who were known to each other had been involved in a physical altercation. The victim was taken to hospital where he later died. A 35-year-old man has been charged with causing grievous bodily harm and is due to face the Perth Magistrates Court today. Houthis based in Yemen have attacked a crude oil tanker in the Red Sea. The Iranian-backed group also claimed a US drone had been shot down over Yemen. Britain's Maritime Security Agency confirmed a vessel has suffered 2 missile attacks. Here's the BBC's James Reid.
The Houthis have been attacking international shipping in the Red Sea for months, targeting vessels they say are linked to Israel in support of the Palestinians in Gaza. But the latest target, the Andromeda Star, is thought to be carrying crude oil from Russia to India. It was owned until November by a British-based company, but its current ownership is unclear. Last month, media reports named the ship as part of a shadow fleet being used by Russia to avoid Western sanctions on oil exports. Most vessels now avoid the Red Sea, as US-led retaliatory strikes have failed to deter the Houthis.
A New South Wales MP says it's important to find out why a wetland area in Sydney's Rozelle Parklands has a blue-green algal bloom. The area has been undergoing asbestos removal for the past 4 months after the potentially deadly substance was discovered in January near a playground. Transport for New South Wales says the operator of the Rozelle interchange is responsible for the clean-up of the wetland pond at the western end of the parklands, with the area fenced off due to the algae. The rest of the parklands reopens on Tuesday. Balmain MP Kobe Shetty says it's frustrating for the community.
We just don't have any details as yet how it's happened. I don't know whether it's because it's been sitting there stagnant while they've been doing the other remediation work around the mulched problems. So we're still waiting to get the details, but very keen to understand how this has happened and whether it's something that we should be concerned about going forward.
A group of renowned scientists has signed a declaration saying there's a reasonable possibility of a wide range of creatures being sentient. The list includes some insects, fish and crustaceans. Among the 40 researchers is Australian philosopher of science, Professor Peter Godfrey-Smith. He says it's possible they experience what happens to them and have feelings about it.
The idea of instinct is itself not opposed to the idea of sentience in every case. I mean, there are some things that we humans do that could be seen as rather instinctive or simple, but that are very much still felt.
And Newcastle Knights coach Adam O'Brien says the squad is excited to see young fullback David Armstrong make his debut tomorrow. The 23-year-old will replace captain Kalen Ponga due to his foot injury and will likely fill in at fullback during Ponga's three-month recovery period. O'Brien says he hopes Armstrong has a blinder on the field and lifts to the occasion.
He's very fast. He's very energetic and stuff seems to just pop up around Davey. That's probably what he brings the most. He's nice and safe under the high ball and he'll organise our defensive line really well.
You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field.
The way the rules are now, you're not allowed to brace yourself and hit someone in the head in a marking contest.
Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Did you feel the effort was where it needed to be in the second half?
No. First half I thought was fine. Second half, that's well below par.
What do you put that down to?
It's a good question. I don't really know the answer at this point in time. I have no excuses. We just didn't work as hard as they did.
We just didn't work as hard as they did. The analysis from Chris Fagan on the back of Brisbane's loss the other night to GWS. They hit the front and then conceded the next 9 goals of the game, would you believe? So completely lopsided after that kind of start. Adam Kingsley's about to join us. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Nice to have you with us. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. A little taste off the SMS. Margaret, go the Bombers, keep the draw. Extra time is appropriate for the grand final, but I agree with Mick. Take the 2 points and move on for next week. The fans too. And I love the draw song that we're able to play a little bit earlier for you as well.
It's a ripper.
Yeah. No, I don't mind it. What do we think? The Brisbane Lions the other night.
Oh, they were horrid. They were horrid. And what makes it worse is the way that the Giants were able to cut through line after line and be able to not only get through the first line, which is difficult, so let's say when the ball's in the back line, get through the next line, which is centre line, and then give themselves a chance to score. Andrews was the only bloke that stood up in the back line. Well, I shouldn't say the only one, but their midfield was just non-existent in terms of defence. And their forward line, I'll say it again, and I've said it for now 3 years, their two tools can't play together. Rayner plays part-time, should be half paid. Cameron can have his days and then become a spectator. They are a shadow of what they were 2 years ago. I reckon that where they are on the ladder is about their
So they're not the only team the Giants are going to have done or will do that to this year. But
well, not as good as the way the Giants did it.
No. But so to me now, and they were competitive in the first half. It was a bit of an armour, but then they just completely fell. So to me, it looks like there's some emotional baggage there that the Lions are carrying off the back of last year, and we know that we know the physical side of it. Okay, so they go deep. And Collingwood have been a bit slow out of the blocks. The season's earlier than ever, so we know about that. But to me, what's happening when the heat comes, they don't want to do it to this point, and so losing a grand final by a point, going the year before prelim, going to the well. To me, at the moment,
so how do
when the heat comes, because the personnel's the same. Sorry,
they're one man short, and that player they're short of is clearly their best running back. And ball using
Kitty Coleman.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was
they really miss him.
You talking about the middle of the ground, but they did. They got outworked. To me,
so how do you change?
They got Jill Brownlow medalist, Dunkley. They got.
How do you change on the run what you're saying?
He got asked that. He doesn't have the answers.
Yeah.
So the answers is here. It's every player having a look, sitting around in a circle, looking at each other, and saying, "Do we want to do it? But do we want to do it anymore?" And if they don't, they keep then. The kid
that's what I was
coming.
going to say.
In a funny way, Ashcroft becomes a really important player because he missed the emotional scars of last year.
Yeah.
They need to get him in for some freshness and excitement.
Emotional scars. That is the biggest load of.
Oh, it's a fancy way of saying, Mick, that at the moment when the heat comes on,
and
it's a 5%, 10% thing, they're not working as hard.
It's got nothing to do with last year, though, Bally. That's people.
It's not last year, but it's the last 4 years where they've been right in the mix,
but
right in the hunt.
They've got the same style, which unfortunately they don't have a killer instinct and they don't have a good defensive mechanism to close a game down against the best sides.
So you think it's coaching?
No, it's coaching.
I think it's their personnel.
It's a leadership thing. It's an on-field leadership thing, and that rightfully comes into question now. You mentioned Harris Andrews. He's not really a extroverted. Come with jump on my back. Come with me. He's a nice player, isn't he? Lockie Neal, he can't do much more as a player. He's not really a stand-up, jump on my back, come with me sort of player. Who else is there across the board? No one forward of the ball, really.
Oh, God. Forward of the ball, they're just atrocious.
What you're saying, I feel like I can see that when you watch Brisbane play and you've articulated it well. But I guess the question for me is, where does the level of satisfaction or, how are they not burning? They haven't actually won anything yet. It's not like they've got a couple of premierships and they're like the Richmond team that's off the back of a dynasty and they think, you know what, we know what it takes to get there and we've done it a couple of times and we can't go back there again. They actually haven't done it.
Yeah.
They still haven't got there. I would have thought they would come out breathing fire in the first 7 rounds of the season.
You'll hear the Saints boys sort of 11, 12 talk about that they got to and they really got to so many times. Then in the end it was like, this is, and then you might get an injury or two, or a couple of older players tip over the edge, or someone like Coleman goes out who sets you alight, and it's just a little tipping point. And then when the heat comes against good teams, it's like, here we go again. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
And that to the eye, that looks like what's happening.
Did you experience that, Mick, after 0203?
202, 203, I went to the board and said, and against the best sort I've ever played against. It's two teams, Fitzroy, Brisbane, $1 million salary cap, had it all, but we weren't going to be able to beat them. And I just went to the board and said, I'm going to cut deep. Okay, do that. So you have to acknowledge that your side is going to go all the way or not, and then you've got to say, now what sort of personnel do I want in the team to play with Buckley, Burns, Clement, Lucuria, Rocker, etc., to add on. Now, 2007, we were a kick away from a grand final, and halfway through the year we weren't. We were a long way from it, so we grew from that, the Swans and so forth. You've got to be able to have the capacity to change your side. Brisbane at the moment are going around with the same personnel.
There's no late change for the first game of the day. It is North Melbourne and Adelaide. 3 games on the slate today. Of course, the feature of them is the 2 early season heavyweights, Carlton and Geelong. And then later tonight, another interesting game, Fremantle and the Western Bulldogs. You can hear them all here on ABC Sport. This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. I'm very pleased to say we are joined by the senior coach of the GWS Giants, the early premiership favourites. His name is Adam Kingsley, and he joins us on the line on ABC Sport across the country. Adam, congratulations on the win back on the evening of Anzac Day.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it was a really great day to play on, and obviously a really good result for us.
You know what premiership teams look like. You've been part of one as a player, part of one as a coach. Are you looking at a premiership team in the group that you've got at the moment?
Yeah, it's always hard to tell, particularly after round 7, whether or not we're capable. I think we're well positioned to qualify at the moment, but we've still got work to do. But I'm comfortable with our team at the moment. I think we're playing a good brand. I think ultimately we play a brand that wins finals. We've just got to try and qualify first and deliver.
Adam, congratulations, mate. I'm so impressed in your coaching and your team and how they've straightened up, how they play the game, how they defend. Let's, for the supporters' point of view, pop into your mindset on a match day, coaching from the ground. So tell me about the team that you have above you that you don't seem to have the headsets on that often. So what sort of feedback are you getting from them, and do they sort of look after their lines at quarter time, half time? And where do you come in?
Yeah, that's how it's operating at the moment. I'm on the bench. I don't like wearing the headsets very often. I find it distracting, and I prefer to sort of stand there and watch the game and communicate with the people on the bench, the players, and the couple of coaches that we have down there. We have our development coaches down on the bench. I have a computer down there that I can have a look at certain stuff if I need to see it with my own eyes. But the crew we have upstairs, all our assistant coaches, they're responsible for their own lines. They do a terrific job, and they're continually feeding down information around how the game's looking, how certain players are going, where the threats might be, and they feed that all through Jason Davenport, who then relays that to me. So a system down there seems to be working quite well. I'm certainly very comfortable with it at the moment.
Sure. Now, you're all but there last year. You have a number of younger players. We've already spoken about this morning. You wouldn't have heard us, but we spoke about the teams that have won premierships the last 2 years have been the oldest players in the competition for a number of years. I think Geelong forever and Collingwood thereabouts, which when you start to look at age, you start to look at bigger bodies. Just looking at your team, you have a number of younger players that, quite frankly, you get away with almost calling them mascots. They're so young and so, I know they're energetic, but can you realistically go into a final series with as many young players? And I'm talking about against the Collingwood, Geelongs and Carltons that are, they're big bodies. And I know you've done quite well, but can you go into a final series like that?
Yeah, I think it's a really good observation and one that remains to be seen, to be fair. I mean, we've been regularly the fifth or the sixth least experienced team in every game we've gone in this year. And so that building that experience with those younger players prepares them better than what they otherwise would be. But it's still a difficult one. I mean, I have full confidence in our younger players' ability to perform on the big stage, and I think we did that reasonably well in finals without quite getting to where we wanted to last year. But the likes of Tom Green, who's 22, Finn Callaghan, who's just turned 21 yesterday, those sort of guys, I think, can hold their own against the big-bodied midfielders of the opposition. And most often they perform really well for us. So I think we have a really good balance of experience through the team, and our youth coming through. I'm really confident in them. Those guys are supported really well with Callan Ward and Stephen Cornelio, Josh Kelly. So we have a sprinkling of experienced players that certainly are very important to our young group.
Yeah, just last one from me. Taylor's so important to you. Is he okay to come back in the near future?
Yeah. So he'll be sure. Well, he's got to get through training, of course, but he's passed all the tests, and he'll start contact training on Monday. Back with the group. So he should be picked for the Sydney game this week.
Yeah, so you got Toby Green coming back and Stephen Cornelio probably in another couple of weeks. Would that be fair to say?
No, I think Cogs will be right.
Oh, that's great. That's good. That's really good.
Toby will definitely be back. So it'll be a difficult selection this week given the performance of the team on Thursday.
Yeah.
That's going to be. We're going to have some guys who've played reasonably well miss out of the team. So that's another challenge that we're starting to face now. We've got almost a full group to pick from. We've got Isaac Cumming, who played his first game back in the twos on Friday and played quite well. So I'm no doubt he'll be floating around the offices suggesting he's ready to be picked again. So So it's a good challenge to have, but as we know, that can change quite quickly. In the Saints game, I think we lost two guys really quickly, and all of a sudden we're relying on some of these young guys to come in and play as they did on Thursday. So it can change very quickly.
One of those, King, it was hard not to notice a player who Mick would refer to now as a mascot, was it, Mick? Very unfairly with the helmet on. Young Darcy Jones, didn't he catch the eye? I think the noises coming out, given it was his second year and he's come off the ACL, but just his speed and agility and his ability to finish two on the run, that really caught the eye on Thursday night.
Yeah, he's a very exciting player, and certainly his pre-season last year when he was first drafted, he came in and was electric, chased down tackles, real high pressure, and then his ability to finish. He's very classy and composed in contest particularly, but he can finish his work really well. And to think he did his quad last year, missed, we were pretty keen to get him in early last year. His first game in the VFL, he did his knee, ACL, missed the whole season. He's played, I think, 4 VFL games this year. So this really is his 6th game for the club. And it was a super impressive way to go about it. He's going to be an exciting player for us long term, I think. With
him and young Thomas and some of the other smaller players that you've got down, is it making you have a bit of a think about now, or a bit of a play with the forward makeup? We obviously know the mainstays down there, but I think we saw Richmond a few years ago, didn't we? Have some real success with that smaller type, unpredictable mosquito type fleet. Is it creating a bit of a good problem in the coach's box at the moment?
Yeah, it does. I mean, we're always thinking about how we can improve and adjust our system to be better and our structures. And the form that those guys have shown have forced us to sort of rethink how we go about it. I would say that we've been pretty successful offensively this year, posting scores and being able to spread the load. It's not just Jesse Hogan or Toby Green kicking the goals. We've been able to manage that quite well. So I would probably lean on the fact that it seems to be working okay at the moment, and so we'll persist with how we do it for a little while longer. But in order to get all those guys in the team, it may need to change, which will either change it or some guys who are in reasonable form will miss out.
We had the luxury of sitting Brent Daniels for the whole game on the weekend, the way it played out. There was some talk about him being a bit sore going in. Did that just evolve as the game went on and you started to kick away and you thought, well, we might as well just keep you on ice, Brent? Is he okay? Because I think he's a really important player in the team, obviously.
Yeah, he's super important to us and one of our best players, and that was exactly how it played out. He was really sore with his knee. 5-day break with his history of hamstring injuries. We're a little bit, is it worth the risk putting him in, or should we just... But he's so important to us that we thought, if we get an injury early, we think he'll be fine to play, and the knee wasn't, in the end, any issue for him. It was just soreness, as in it was a pain management rather than any further damage. And then we felt like if the game's not going our way, then we'll be able to inject him. He's obviously a really good player to inject. He'll change the game for us. And then it got to a point where we felt like, well, perhaps not coming on at all is the best decision to make, and he can have the weekend off and then really look forward to that Swans game. So that was how the game panned out. So that was the decision that we went with.
Just a quick one, lastly, Aaron Cadman. So he's hitting the scoreboard, isn't he? But not getting a heap of the footy. I know, taller player, high draft pick. Clearly, are you enjoying or seeing really good progress with him? I think a lot of the times he's sort of almost there, isn't he? But do you see him progressing how you'd like at the moment?
Yeah, he's progressing really well. I've been rapt with how his season is unfolding so far, and he is a second-year key forward. And as we know, they'll have games where they rip it apart and have a really strong game, and they'll have quieter games. And so that's been probably Aaron on Thursday night. Wasn't quite the strongest game he's had this year, but he still found a way to contribute. He still competes really hard. His follow-up is great. We've put him in the ruck as a second ruckman at times throughout this year, and I think that allows him to sort of use his athleticism around the ground a little bit too. And I just want him launching at the ball ultimately, because I think when he does that, he'll either mark it or create a great contest for that small brigade to get to work at ground level. And I think he's been doing that at a really high level, so I've been really pleased with him.
I've been told to ask a very quick question. So, Adam, I know your leaders are your most important players, but if I'm an outsider looking in, Briggs, to me, is your most important player. Have you got a backup if he gets injured? Because he has been absolutely exceptional for you over the last...
Who was that, Briggs, was it, sorry?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Briggs. He has been really good. I mean, he's still got work to do. Let's be honest. He's a 23-year-old ruckman. He's yet to pull a full season of ruck work together. So, but backup-wise, we've got Braden Pruce, who withdrew from the VFL game with hamstring soreness.
We saw that.
Back injuries.
Have you ever lost a player like that, Adam, running onto the ground and did a hamstring as the team was running out?
Well, I'm not sure if it's a hamstring or just tightness at this point in time. He was sore all week, so we knew going in that whether or not he could get through the game, we were pretty confident that he could. But as it turned out, he was still feeling it in the warm-up. So that was it. And we've got a really young academy prospect in Nick Madden, who's had 2 really strong games in the VFL the last 2 weeks. So probably Ruck's depth is not a strength of our list right at this moment. But, as you tend to do, if you rely on your depth or you find another way to try and get it done, and if Kieran gets hurt, then that's what we'll be doing.
I loved your defence of Toby Green straight after the game the other day. It obviously didn't go your way at the tribunal. Do you feel the same way about it despite what took place during the week?
Yeah, I do. I'm a little bit, obviously disappointed with the result. I can understand, and I absolutely agree with protecting their head and the way that the AFL are going down that path. I completely agree with it and support it. I just looked at Toby as he was trying to go at the ball and made a decision to cover up. I don't think when you go at the ball and it's the last second you realise that you can't get it, your automatic reaction is to cover up as opposed to spoil the ball. And so I felt like the commentary around that was a little bit harsh on him, but it is what it is, and we move on.
And did you get an invite to Finn Callahan's 21st?
Finn stayed in Melbourne travelled down to Melbourne after the Canberra game to celebrate his 21st. So gotcha. I missed that one, but we'll catch that.
We had a whole lot of questions for you as well, Adam, about the disadvantages of being an AFL team in Sydney, and obviously that's an ongoing conversation. You're so generous with your time, and hopefully we can pick that up with you at another time. But keep doing great things as coach of the Giants. Appreciate your time today.
No worries. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Adam Kingsley, the coach of the GWS Giants. We are fast running out of time. We're on the clock. We could go for 3 hours. We've got so much to talk about in the game. There are no late changes from the early fixture, which we'll take you to shortly. North Melbourne and Adelaide. Zach Fisher, the recruit, is the sub for the Kangaroos, and Ned McHenry, the first-round pick, is the sub for the Crows. And then later today, the 2 early season heavyweights, Carlton and Geelong, go at it at the MCG, and Luke Ball will join me at the G for that. It is time on ABC Sport here on AFL Saturday for Mix Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
My message, Corby, is very, very simple. It adds on to what Adam Kingsley was just saying. Peter Wright, Toby Green have been suspended unnecessarily because they had their eyes on the football. I do not dispute the fact that you are allowed to go back into the flight with the ball. It shows great courage, but you should never, ever penalise a player who's attacking the football and someone wants to show some bravery, jump in front of you. You have every right to cover up and protect yourself, which both players did. No forearms out, no knees out. There is going to be accidental concussions or hit on the heads in this game. We have 36 players running around an oval chasing one football. We have to get over the fact that every injury to a head is deliberate. It is not. It is part and parcel of the game in a lot of instances. You've just got to keep going. Had that been 2 teammates, we walk away and go, oh, well, look, one was brave and the other one was trying to protect himself. We have to be more conscious of the fact that players are allowed to compete in the air for the footy.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. You go back with the flight, you know what you sign up for. You do have a duty of care. Everyone's throwing that out the window. But I don't think Toby breached it. I think you're certainly allowed. They arrive simultaneously. You're certainly allowed to, as you get there in that split second, protect yourself, as you said. And it wasn't with a forearm or anything like that. It was a reasonable way to do it. So I agree with you and Adam. I thought he was a bit stiff.
No 2 incidents are ever the same. But given the fact they suspended Baker and Wright, it would have been pretty hard to tell Toby Green.
But they're all wrong, though.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. Hopefully we'll have someone on from the AFL in the coming weeks that can answer some questions
get Laura
for
out.
us.
She'd know everything.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Squeeze in a couple of calls before we go. Denise is in Adelaide, is the next of our callers. Appreciate your time. Thanks, Denise.
Oh, hi. Look, I went to the Essendon and Collingwood match, and can I just tell you, it was probably one of the best matches I've ever seen, and I'm getting older, and it was just electric. And what was really lovely about it was the crowd. It was a really joyful, but it was tribal, and it had everything going for it. And I thought, actually, the draw was the best option, because I think I would have cried if I was on either team. And it was wonderful to walk out, and the spirit the spirit and the gestures by the players. It was one of the nicest and the best games I've seen for a very, very long time. So it was really something extraordinary, and to see that mark was extraordinary. It was right down where we were sitting. But maybe it was the spirit of Anzac, who knows? But it was a really fabulous match.
It's an excellent call, Denise. Appreciate that. Chris is also in Adelaide on 1300 558 222. G'day, Chris.
Good afternoon, guys. I just had a bit of a thought about Collingwood's list management over the next couple of years, especially sort of looking at the tall forwards. And I'm just seeking some of your thoughts about, should they go down the draft route? Who would you be sort of targeting from other clubs? I just sort of see it as our major weakness, I guess, as a team.
Good on you, Chris. Very quickly, Bally.
I think it's a good observation. There's been plenty of talk about Ben King already, although he has re-signed. I just mentioned young Aaron Cadman. I hadn't thought about it, but he's a Victorian boy, country Victorian boy. Maybe he's someone they could.
You didn't bring that up when Adam Kingsley was on the
I wouldn't give enough to do that. No, that's right. But it is certainly an area when you look at their forwards toward. How am I going? In the case of the Ken Hinkley.
This is a great segue. I was about to say, people have been texting and asking about this.
Just to finish on that, Dan McStay is obviously a big out at the moment for the Pies. He'll come back soon.
If you missed it earlier in the show, this is how Ken Hinkley greeted us. Ken, really appreciate your time.
No pleasure at all. My time.
Happens to the best of us, Corp.
No pleasure at all, my time. The footy's coming up.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Wheeling, dodging, dazzling away, blows the eyes, beautiful vision, hooks it on the right, threads the needle, delivering, and how's marking?
Hard against the boundary, fires on goal and got it!
Stolen, snapped it, over his shoulder, he's kicked an absolute ripper!
By hook or by crook, they're staying alive in this game.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Anzac Day round.
He'll just kick the ball inside 50, it's a one-on-one. He goes for goal this time, and this time he doesn't miss.
Sends it into the arc, off hands, swarms, tumbles it towards goal. Excellent finish.
Bouncing ball, zigging, zagging, snapping around the corner, and bouncing it through.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Bolt wandered it over the top, he's going longer than that. Martin in the goal square, he's got the one-hander.
Runs on the ball, kicks on goal and puts it through.
The 2024 AFL season.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
Sunday afternoon footy brings us and North Melbourne to Hobart for the first time this season, hoping it'll bring a breakthrough win. 0 wins and 6 losses after losing to Hawthorn last week by 45 points, while fellow strugglers Adelaide have just the 1 win for the season against the Blues by 2 points back in round 5. Last week, Sam's Draper's dead fish denied the Crows a chance to snatch victory against Essendon, going down by 3 points, adding to the bad taste in the mouths of Crows fans. It's round 7 of the AFL on ABC Sport. North Melbourne and Adelaide from Bellerive Oval in Tasmania. Hi, everyone. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom to call the action alongside me. Chris, welcome to you. Great to see you for 2024.
Yeah, great to be here, Clinchy, on what looks like a magnificent day for football and lots of little intriguing points of interest out of this game too.
We are stacked with our experts. The Australian Football Hall of Fame member, the 300 gamer from St Kilda, Nathan Burke is here. Welcome to you.
Hello, gentlemen. Lovely to be here, and thanks, Chris, for turning on the weather. Beautiful day down here in Hobart.
No problem whatsoever.
And the North Melbourne champ, Boomer Harvey. I don't know, Boomer, whether we're fortunate to have you or whether we're going to endure it together, but welcome to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's going to be really interesting
interesting today, calling the Kangas for the first time and looking forward to it. And lucky we're here, Clinchy, because we got delayed by about an hour and a half.
We had a couple of little interesting experiences throughout our journey. We were meant to leave about 8:30. We eventually got up in the air around 11, so all things considered, there was no real damage done. The players are gathering in front of us on the Ricky Ponting stand side of Bellerive Oval, and we're about to get the Anzac ceremony underway with Adelaide on the left-hand side, North Melbourne on the right. It is a picture of 17 degrees in Tasmania today, and the scene is set for hopefully what is going to be an entertaining game of footy as the officials make their way out to the boundary line as well. And we're all in readiness for television to get the official Anzac ceremony underway. Adelaide are wearing their own, for the first time, a special Anzac Day jersey. We'll tell you about that in a moment's time.
Party, rest on.
Today, we come together to remember our Anzacs and all those who served this country in peace and war. Can we please ask everyone to remove their hats, and if you are able to, please be upstanding for a round of applause to pay special tribute to our veterans and current serving personnel who are joining us here today. Could we please ask you to remain standing for our Anzac Day ceremony after RSL Tasmania State President Barry Quinn recites the ode. We ask you to please remain standing for a moment's silence.
They shall grow not old as we the left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Catapult Party, attention. Catapult Party, present arms.
lest we forget.
Please remain standing for the National Anthem of New Zealand, followed by the National Anthem of Australia.
Catapult Party presents arms. Catapult Party inwards turn. Catapult Party quick march.
Thank you. That concludes today's ceremony.
So all in readiness for the continuation of Anzac Round on ABC Sport. It's North Melbourne and Adelaide on your Saturday afternoon. Matt Clinch alongside Chris Rowbottom to call the action. Andrew Cooling is down on the boundary. We have two Australian Football Hall of Fame members with you this afternoon, Nathan Burke and Brent Harvey. Boomer, without labouring it too much, the Kangas have had their issues this season. Just one win in their last 27 matches. Is today the day that they try and get a win against the odds?
Well, let's hope so. I think we play a lot better football down at in Tassie and Hobart in particular. So we've had a really good record early on, and that slipped a little bit. But I'm looking for a big improvement through the midfield, a bit more of a through the midfield, a bit more of a fight today. You know, George Wardlaw comes back into it. You know, Bailey Scott on the outside. We need a lot more run from those type of guys, but in particular, probably Jai Simpkin as skipper to step up. Tom Powell. Those guys that are taking those centre bounces and regular centre bounces to get their hands on the ball early, because I don't think the Kangaroos want to give a start up today. Just the history tells you, even last week, they get jumped at the start. It's going to be very hard to come back from. So I'm hoping it's a good contested game, and I think that's where the battle will be won today.
2 changes for the Kangas this afternoon. We get to see Riley Hardiman, who makes his debut, the first-year defender from WA. George Wardlaw also returns for Ford and Sellers of the Adelaide Crows. They make 3 changes, Matthew Crouch coming in, Himmelberg and Pedler for Smith, Gallant and Berry. Nathan Burke, I guess for the Adelaide Crows, you're desperately trying to get your season back on track. This is just a non-negotiable. You come down to Tassie, you get the 4 points, and you get on the plane home.
You'd hope so if you're an Adelaide supporter, but it's not going to be as easy as that. They've played some good football, certainly in patches this year. Gave Essendon a great run last week, and as we saw on Thursday, that Essendon are quite a good team and could quite easily pinch that game. I want to see the Crows get back to similar form they had last year, where 100 points was just a regular occurrence for them. They were a very attacking team. Their forward line was on fire. Struggled to recapture that real forward momentum so far this year. So I want to see them take this game on and look to score 100 plus, because they're certainly capable of that.
The 2 captains gathering in the middle of Bellerive Oval. So the Adelaide Crows are wearing a special Anzac jersey for the first time. The design depicts a bugler playing in front of the sun going down, which is represented by the club's hoops in red, orange and yellow. They've also handed out jerseys to 118 of the RSL clubs, and they'll be available for auction, with all the proceeds going to the RSL and the Anzac Appeal. While North Melbourne, over the years, 230 players have represented the country in World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, all completed national service. 7 of those died on active service in World War II. As the players head out into position, Andrew Cooling's on the boundary for us this afternoon. Andrew, what a day.
Absolutely perfect weather down here in Hobart for this one. The ground looking in immaculate condition. No real wind to speak of. Shouldn't favour either end, but 18 degrees, barely a cloud in the sky. Your subs for this one, Zach Fisher for the Kangaroos and Ned McHenry for the Crows.
Thanks, Andrew. North Melbourne chasing their first win of 2024. Adelaide looking to get back on the winners list in Anzac round. Here's Chris Rowbottom to get us underway.
Up it goes. O'Brien won it down into the middle. It was Simpkin who was collected high. We got an early free kick. Jordan Dawson, the aggressor. So the back of the square, Jai Simpkin for North Melbourne. Kicks to the broadcast side towards right half forward. Flies in the pack, and it's a good mark taken by Worrell in defence for the Crows. Kicks up the line in the Dawson direction, presents and couldn't quite juggle the mark. The umpire deemed it to have been held, so he's paid. Right on centre wing, had a runner going past in Worrell as Simpkin stands the mark. So Dawson towards half forward for Adelaide. Himmelberg in front, stretches tall and takes the mark. He's 65 metres out from goal. At left half forward for the Crows. Pops it into a dangerous position, looking for Walker. Big fist coming across. Off hands was Fogarty. Dodges and weaves past a couple. Off to O'Brien. His set snapshot on goal was no good. It landed into the arms of Walker, who immediately gave it off to Rankin. And he pops through the easiest of goals and gets the Crows off to the perfect start. Adelaide 1 straight 6. North Melbourne yet to score. 1.5 minutes gone. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And that was that goal was set up there by the mark from Himmelberg. But what they done, North Melbourne was too eager to hand over. Fogarty, Luke McDonald was picking up Fogarty, and the taller Charlie Comben is picking up Himmelberg. When the 2 Adelaide Crows players come together, they just handed over the North Melbourne, which then Luke McDonald was on Himmelberg. He's got him by about 3 foot, Berkey. And it was an easy mark in the end. That was just a little bit too easy for the Crows then, wasn't it?
Yeah, two contested marks that really should have been spoiled. And then Tex Walker standing at the top of the goal square by himself. Modern day defending, players are reluctant to go, you know what, I'll go stand next to that good player and stop him from getting the ball. They'd rather get the ball themselves.
Adelaide with the opening goal of the match. Sherry wins down the tap. Wardlaw can't get a clearance away for North Melbourne. O'Brien tries to knock it, but it's Wardlaw at half-back. Hand pass to Davies. Uniac breaks through a tackle. Inside 50. Lazaro gets the hand pass away. Powell across his body. It's coming back. And through it goes. Out to the right-hand side. A wicked swing, and Tom Powell kicks the opening goal for North Melbourne. A goal apiece through the opening 2.5 minutes.
What a goal. It just come back a mile, didn't it? That was fantastic. I thought it was a point from where we're sitting, Clinchy, but that kept coming back. Now, that's how North Melbourne have got to do it. That's a clearance there from George Wardlaw. Got his hand on the football twice. Really contested stuff. Quick hands by the other midfielders. Powell, great finish.
I love George Wardlaw, the way that he goes about it. He's just hard-nosed. He does both sides of the game really, really well. And just tracking, broke a tackle. Importantly, got an accurate handball off while he was getting tackled. Luke Davies-Uniacke, we know he follows up the ball really, really well. And it was important for the Kangas to answer back quickly after giving away a cheap one early.
Back in the team this week, George Wardlaw managed last week, had some hamstring troubles last year, but he's off to a flyer here in Hobart this afternoon. Back in the middle we go. He's ranking through the middle of the ground. Shares it with Soligo, who has some time and space. Drilling ball inside forward 50. Hit the chest of Ben Keys. Unable to take the mark. Gathered now by Dawson. Handball to nobody in particular. Hardiman came through. Couldn't get a first touch. Drury was slung while he had the footy. Now it's Simpkin trying to work in a phone box. He's tackled by Himmelberg, and he took too long to get rid of it. Stripped of the footy. It'll be an Adelaide free kick, 55 metres from goal.
As Fogarty deep against Luke McDonald goes for Ben Keys at the top of the square. Spoiled away from him. Calls for North Melbourne. Hand pass back to McKercher. To Sheasel under pressure. To Luke McDonald in the defensive goal square. Kicks out to Hardiman, who has to earn his first kick. Can't hang on to it. Scholl with a centering kick to O'Brien. Is that 15? It is. And Adelaide with a chance to line up on goal here through the big man, Riley O'Brien. He's out to the left. He'll kick from just inside 50. Heading to the Church Street end in this opening quarter. The Adelaide Crows with the Cricket Tasmania administrative officers down that end. And he is approaching with the right foot forward and lining up in line with the big sticks. O'Brien starts his approach, comes through the 50, shanks it out to the right. Tristan Sherry's there, the pack forms, it clears the back and goes out of play. Up against the right behind post, Adelaide deep in attack. A goal apiece through the opening 4 minutes on ABC Sport.
Not the greatest kick there, Berkey.
he had the technique run. He lined up straight. It was a beautiful run in, but then he dropped it like it was burning his hand.
Ungainly, the word that sprung to my mind as Tex Walker gets in front of the ruck contest. It'll kick out of the congestion. He's gathered by McDonald, who kicks around the body. Out of bounds on the full, though. Adelaide will retain possession. Deep in attack, so chance for a second major.
Yeah, Dawson's got it. It's right on the boundary, but he's a left footer. These pockets are really, really shallow. So what happens there, when you're on the boundary, the goal face really opens up. So it's not as hard as it actually looks, this kick, especially being a left footer.
Hard up against the fence, but he will improve the angle. Steps inside the boundary, sets sail for home. It's drifting across the face at a minor score. So the Crows move to 1-1-7. They lead North Melbourne by a point. They're one straight, 5.5 gone.
But Harry Sheasel kicking in here. Boomer, would you rather see him up the ground further or doing the kicking drills?
Yeah, I think he's such a good ball user. You've got to use him kicking the ball inside 50. He does get a couple inside 50s, but just not enough. He's playing deep in the back line, so probably needs to move up the ground just a fraction.
Luke McDonald to Drury at left half back. Can't quite get a swooping hand pass forward. And Adelaide locked the ball up on the wing.
A worrying matchup for North Melbourne would be Luke McDonald on playing undersized on Darcy Fogarty. He's really strong in the air.
Sherry wins down the tap for North Melbourne, trying to link up with Simpkin, who's back in the middle. Can't get a clearance, and the ball goes out of play. In front of the hill here at Bellerive Oval, Chris, I think that's the place to be. 17 degrees, perfect conditions for Saturday afternoon footy.
Well populated too, the hill. Where else would you rather be? Here at Bellerive, O'Brien over the top in the run contest, down to Laird, who scrambled a ball forward, chases on inside 50, Walker arrives first, got one around the year, released Himmelberg by hand, and he tried to get it over the top to Keys, but a wonderful first defensive act from Riley Hardiman on debut. Got in the way and knocked it over for a minor score.
And that was fantastic, wasn't it? I was thinking that wasn't a great press, but he jumped off the ground and smothered the ball. Fantastic start for Riley.
The West Australian, who got the joy of bringing his mum and dad, and his mum was in the supermarket. She was almost in tears as she got the news, and his dad said, righto, time to play with the big boys. As McKercher kicks up to half-back for North Melbourne. Scott takes the mark. He's at the back edge of the centre square. Adelaide leading by 2 points, 1-2-8 to North Melbourne, 1 straight 6. Up to Lazaro, who used his body well. Got rid of Soligo, takes the mark centre wing, looks inside 50. Zerha's the target, in from the side, Curtis. Ball spills to Michael Annie of Adelaide. Gets the hand pass to Keane, to Ball Lace, goes back to Hinge, back to Keane in the right back pocket. He kicks off the outside of the boot up towards Himmelberg. It's through his hands and Rochelle as well. Hardiman with a crucial tap down to Sheasel. His kick is smothered though by Himmelberg of Adelaide. He puts his big frame over the footy, trying to knock it out on the wing. A chance for Scholl of Adelaide. Hand pass to Saligo. He's dragged down, no whistle. And Davies Uniacke for North out of defence.
Ducks and weaves and eventually concedes ground to Sherry. Now North Melbourne off half back. There's a man in Sheasel who takes the mark right in front of the broadcast position from the Aiden Core kick. So Sheasel at right half back just telegraphs the kick a little bit into the middle of the ground. Hamill in front position took the mark in front of Powell for Adelaide. So he's just on the back of the square. Short ball poked into Dawson. Didn't know Scott was there, but dealt with him and got around him. Inside 50, now go the Crows. Walker unable to take the mark. Core at the drop. He's immediately wrapped up by Keys. We'll have a ball up inside forward 50 for the Adelaide Crows.
Great position, Big Tex Walker then, didn't he, Berkey? Should have swallowed that one, but Aiden Core just got that little fist in. Fantastic work.
Thrown up, Sherry and Dawson. Tex Walker on the move, can't gather. O'Brien tries to clear it, now becomes the tackler. With the footy stuck underneath Aiden Core, who bounces back to his feet. And the umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket. Matt Lynch alongside Chris Rowbottom calling the action. Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport as O'Brien wins down the tap. Hardiman, the debutant, across the face of goal. Comben takes the lunging mark. He marks in the left back pocket. Comben goes short. Darcy Tucker has it, but they're still inside the defensive 50. Adelaide by 2 points. 9 minutes gone, opening quarter.
In the left back pocket, kick is misguided. Wanted Sheasel, but he misses everything and sends it out of bounds on the full. So this will be an Adelaide ball. 60 from goal. Inside 50 it goes. It hugs the boundary. Tucker gets across with a double fist and knocks it out of play for another boundary throw in. Crows by 2. 1-2-8 plays one straight. 9.5 gone first term. Saturday afternoon footy for ABC Sport. Nathan Burke, Brent Harvey, Matt Clinch alongside me.
Both these sides have struggled to get away to good starts. North have won just one first quarter so far this year. Adelaide 2. Inside the forward 50 for the Crows. Luke McDonald's over the footy, wrestling with it with Keys. Keys emerges with it. Rankin, a beautiful sidestep. Swings on his right and snaps truly for his second. The magic of Isaac Rankin in the right forward pocket. And Adelaide skip out to an 8-point advantage, 2-2-14 to North Melbourne, 1 straight 6. 10 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport. You're with Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke.
And he's one player, Berkey, you don't want to get off to a good start because he's a confidence player, Isaac Rankin. Last couple of weeks we've seen him spend a little bit more time in the midfield, but if he sniffs a goal or a little bag, he's already got 2 in the first 9 minutes. He'll stay forward a lot more, I know, and he'll end up with 5 or 6, unfortunately, for the Kangas. So got to keep a really close eye on Isaac Rankin.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not the way defenders do it these days. The ball was bumbling around and he was standing 5-6 metres on the outside of where the ball was, just all by himself. And not one North Melbourne defender said, OK, this is Isaac Rankin, I need to go stand next to him. He might get a handball receive and kick a goal. It was just no one watching him at all. It just stuns me.
Saligo hands and knees, middle of the ground. Davies Uniacke wrapped up by Crouch. Fed out a handball somehow. Scholl at ground level. He's wrapped up in a tackle as well. We'll have a boundary, not a boundary throw-in. We'll have a ball up.
The closest defenders get to their forwards these days is when the ball's up the other end of the ground. When it gets closer, they get further away from them.
Friendly fire, Tucker and Wardlaw for North Melbourne. Tucker emerged with the footy, but he was immediately set upon by a pair of Crows. Dawson emerges, another ball up at half forward for the Crows.
Thrown in the air, Sherry wins down the tap and then follows it up, tries to get a hand pass clear. Matt Crouch is back for Adelaide, hand pass to Scholl and now to Dawson. Inside 50, McDonald in one direction, Tex Walker in the other. Walker off hands, it spills down to Matt Crouch. Rankin's tackle by McDonald, hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket. And the umpire will ball it up.
Well, time in forward half, it must be about 90% for the Crows at the moment. The Kangas just struggling to get it up their end.
Luke McDonald this time has the arm around Isaac Rankin as it's Phillips who gets North out of defence. Hand pass to Tucker. Now there was a late whistle and North Melbourne players stopped. Curtis in the end conceded the mark and Mitch Hinge marks for Adelaide. Kicks to half forward. Scholl takes the mark. Now to Dawson around the boundary line. Kicks looking for Fogarty. Sherry in from the side. Tristan Sherry could have taken the easiest of marks. He spoiled it in the end, taking no risks. A boundary throw in the left forward pocket for Adelaide.
Paul Curtis just stopped there, didn't even contest the ball. Now, that is one reason, that's the whole reason on that one. But you can see the North Melbourne forwards. I can tell you, this time of day, the sun is blaring in your eyes. So it's very hard to play up the right-hand side of this ground.
Sheasel tracks the loose footy to the boundary, won the ball and got the handball off to Hardiman. He goes out wide to Nuon. He can't quite get it to him, and it eludes all comers out over the boundary for a throw-in. Right half forward for the Crows, who lead 2-2-14 to one straight. 12.5 gone in this first term. On a beautiful Hobart day here at Bellerive. Tristan Sherry to contest the ruck contest here. 4-year deal signed during the week. O'Brien gets to the front. There's a free kick here. It will be to Sherry. We'll take it at left half back.
Everyone's left the ball. Will Phillips ran away from it. The boundary umpire picked it up and just threw it 3 metres.
Yeah, he didn't do Tristan Cherry any favours of giving him the ball. He goes short to Will Phillips, who marks across half back. Adelaide 2-2-14 to North Melbourne 1 straight 6. 13 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport. Kangas try to find a way across half-back. Here's Hardiman on Taboo. Swings onto his left-hand side. A raking kick up towards Larkey. In a wrestle with Keane. It clears to the back. Curtis tried to knock it on. It's Stevens front and centre for North. Hand pass Miss Wardlaw. He lays the tackle on Crouch. Spills to Curtis, who's tackled. Had the arm pinned by Matt Crouch. It's not rewarded. And a ball up at centre-half forward for North Melbourne.
They need to keep it down there for at least a couple of minutes to give their defenders a bit of respite.
O'Brien won it down into the path of Crouch, who's immediately tackled by Simpkin, but it was deemed a dangerous one. Crouch will take the free kicks.
Yeah,
the tackle.
Got to be a little bit careful here now with those sling tackles. Players are starting to lead with their head to the ground. I've seen it a couple of times over the week. I'm not saying that wasn't a sling tackle, but we do have to be careful around this rule.
Michael Annie for Adelaide kicks to the far wing, and getting in front was Fogarty, taking an easy mark in the end. He's on the logo in front of the hill.
You're kinder than me, Boomer. I'd say that wasn't a sling tackle, and Matt Crouch played for it.
Yep, well, I'm with you there as well then.
Pops one over the top into the path of Rochelle, who showed some tricks, just handballed to himself, gathered the footy, and then sent it inside 50 where Pedler took the mark. 45 metres out slide angle.
It just comes out of the forward 50 for North Melbourne way too easy, Berkey. You said just then the time in forward half, probably 90% Adelaide's way. North Melbourne need to get repeat stoppages just there. Just give the backs a spell, and they weren't able to do that. The ball transitioned straight down. It was very smart by Rochelle, but a little bit too easy from the North Melbourne forwards.
Pedler yet to kick a goal in season 2024. Set sail on this occasion. It looked pretty good off the boot. And it is pretty good off the boot. So Pedler gets his first for the season, first for the afternoon. And the Crows have their third. 3-2-20 Adelaide. They lead North Melbourne 1 straight, 6:15.5 gone. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Nathan Burke.
Yeah, just watching the ball up in the Kangas forward line there, and most of the players were sort of shooting through, waiting for the ball to come to them. And, if it did end up bouncing their way, well, great, they're in a little bit of space and might be able to have a shot for goal. But you don't need every single player playing that role. Some of them have to be just, I'm going to go to where the ball is, or man up there, good ball winners, and just get a repeat stoppage. We might get a free kick, might get 2 or 3 chances to actually snap a goal, but when you're all just waiting for the ball to come out to you, there's a fair chance that the defenders are going to win that because they actually go to the ball.
St Kilda champion Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Laird gets the clearance for Adelaide. Hand pass to Crouch, back to Laird. He's at centre half back when he gives the hand pass to Hamill. Looks out towards the Ponting stand side. Dawson the target. Scott over the top, couldn't make the spoil. And the Crows captain is away. Spots Cook all on his own at left half forward, right on 50. He looks inside the 50. As Fogarty running back to the goal square, he sends it in that direction. Pedler's there as well. He might go himself, and through it goes. Braden Cook is able to put through Adelaide's fourth, and they're 4-2-26 to North Melbourne, 1 straight 6. An avalanche inside 50, 8-2. And from those eight inside 50s, Adelaide have booted 4 goals. Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke.
Yeah, well, I think that's 10-2 now, Clinchy, inside 50s. Burkey touched on it before, that the ball's just spending way too much time in the Adelaide's forward 50, but more of a concern for me. Again, North Melbourne went forward with that ball, and it launched out of there really, really quickly, and they were able to find 2 spares. Berkey, you're spot on when you say those back 6 now, and not North Melbourne's back 6, but back 6 in general, just players at back 6, and it's not really one-on-one lockdown anymore. It's a little bit concerning and I mentioned this, the start. North Melbourne needed a really good start, and they haven't got it. It's going to be hard to come back from here.
Yeah, Barley Scott, you need some spoiling practice during the week as well.
New one into the ruck for North Melbourne. He won it down. Laird had it, then lost it. Out onto the far wing now. Davies-Uniacke goes in hard. There arrives Laird. Underneath the pack is Chase Jones trying to wrench it out. And Luke Davies-Uniacke wraps him up and will have a ball up on the far side of the ground. Adelaide by 20. 4-2-26 plays one straight down in the path of Laird, who got it to Saligo, weaved through a couple, broke a tackle and sent a ball inside 50. Here's Walker marking strongly in front of Core, right on the paint of 50. Journey will be no problem for Tex.
I'm not sure why Core started 5 metres behind him. No idea. But the spoil, there's been 5 at least contested marks Adelaide have taken that should have been spoiled. Players just haven't been strong enough, haven't taken the body, and he's another defender running forward.
It's Mark Keane who's just run all the way up from full back. He streamed past Taylor Walker, found a little hole inside the forward 50, and Tex was happy to oblige.
Now, people see him running off Nick Larkey there, and yes, he did, and Larks has probably got to be a little bit better, but the North Melbourne players need to press forward too. There's nothing worse than running full steam at the football and someone running at you. They've got to identify that earlier.
So the Irishman, for his first goal in league footy, leans back on the kick. Can't quite get it to go through the big sticks. Misses to the near side, a minor score for the Crows. 4-3-27 Adelaide, North Melbourne 1 straight.
Would you give off a pass to the fullback running forward, Boomer?
I wouldn't. But you know.
Love the honesty. As Harry Sheezer brings North Melbourne back into play. Not a great kick for Dersma. And the marker's taken by Worrell at left half back. So Adelaide a chance to go inside 50 once more. Keep an eye on that stat, Boomer, because they are tallying them up. Pedler the target, has a fly from behind, can't take the mark. Core under pressure, hand pass to McDonald, ran into Taylor Walker head first, and he lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up 15 metres out from Adelaide's goal at the Church Street end. It's the Crows by 21 points.
For an injury shoulder, looks like, to an Adelaide player.
Luke Pedler is the player who's going to leave the field, and he's got his right shoulder heavily strapped, which is the area where the shoulder looks like it might have popped out. And he's in a fair bit of discomfort, so no late changes for either side. Zach Fisher and Ned McHenry are the sub. Andrew Cooling, just coming towards you, is there much of a breeze there as well at ground level? We've seen a couple of shots on goal that swung a bit right to left.
Nothing significant that would be impacting kicks, perhaps drawing across the ground a little bit to the broadcast side.
Walker out of the ruck, got a handball out only as far as Davies-Uniacke, who worked it to Simpkin, just tumbled it outside of defensive 50, only as far as Nankervis. In underneath was a Hinge for the Crows, out to Scholl, who kicks to a pack, big fly from Fogarty, unable to take the mark. Off hands was Davies-Uniacke, tackled by Laird. Nuon ended up with it for North Melbourne. Here's Cook for Adelaide, over the top to Scholl, Tex Walker inside, kick misguided, and Davies-Uniacke gets in the way. Not out of trouble yet here though, North Melbourne. Handball was misguided, gathered by Laird, tried to fit it to the running Keys, picked up by Cook. He's set upon and brought to ground. Another stoppage inside Adelaide's attacking 50. Did well to defend there, North Melbourne, but the Crows lock it in.
Plenty of numbers around this stoppage. Tossed in the air. Nuon doing the ruck work against Himmelberg of Adelaide. Himmelberg's over the top of the footy and has to try and knock it out. Eventually he does. Rankin with a little toe poke, follows up his own work, gathers the footy, dodges, hand pass to Scholl, hemmed in the left forward pocket, a centering kick, looking for Cook. He's able to take the mark. Just a little shove on Hardiman, the debutant. And having kicked one already, Braden Cook, a chance to kick his second. Slightly right of centre, he'll only kick from around 20 metres out.
A fantastic composure by Scholl, and the shot was right in front of us, and probably could have had a shot on his left foot, but centred the ball really unselfishly. And yes, Cook in great position there, wasn't he? Had a fantastic position on Hardiman.
Just the 4 goals across his career heading into this afternoon's match. A chance for 2 in the opening quarter. Cook comes in and slams it into the right goalpost. You can hear that through our effects mic, loud and clear. So what should have been a certain goal for Adelaide goes begging, a 22-point lead The Crows wait the 22-minute mark of the opening term on ABC Sport. Here's Chris Rowbottom.
McKercher in from full back, finds Dersma. At right half-back for North Melbourne, marked strongly in front of Nankervis. Dersma up against the boundary. He's going to kick long up the line. Players fly. Getting in front was Worrell. Offhand, flying through was Scholl. Got onto his right boots and a high ball to left half forward for Adelaide. Core juggled it, couldn't complete it. At ground level was Fogarty. Gave it to Himmelberg. He released a handball over the top to Rochelle. Tried to get it moving inside forward 50 to no one in particular. Laird there harassing. Simpkin tried to take on the tackler. He's lucky because he got caught high.
High fend-off.
Oh, high fend-off, pardon me. So Himmelberg, the bigger man in the contest, will get the free kick. Simpkin tried to barrel through him. And it'll be a set shot on goal for Himmelberg. 45 metres out. Slide angle. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, Luke Pedler has gone straight down the race. He was clutching at his elbow, the trainer supporting his shoulder, but Ned McHenry's warming up in front of me. I think that sub's going to be made. He looked in a lot of pain.
And in the meantime, Himmelberg's found Rankin.
Been very unselfish in the forward 50 so far, Adelaide. Every player's looking for somebody in a better spot, sometimes to their detriment. They probably could have had a shot, but if there's an opportunity to give the ball to somebody in a slightly better spot, they're taking it every time.
Kicked 36 goals last year at Isaac Rankin, had 9 coming into today and has 2 on the afternoon already. Crosses the paint of 50, sets fly, looks pretty good off the boot, but it's missing to the near side. So a minor score for the Crows.
Clencher, you said keep an eye on that stat. 14-2 inside 50s.
The Kangas really struggling to get it out of their defensive 50 at the moment. The voice of the AFL Games record holder, Brent Harvey, with you on ABC Sport. Dersma brought it down. A free kick for a hold, and it's going to come back to North Melbourne. Just as they're about to reload inside 50 Adelaide, Jai Simpkin gets the free kick. 14-2, that inside 50 count the way of the Adelaide Crows, who lead by 23 points early here. Simpkin, the co-captain, kicks up towards Dersma, who takes the mark over the back of Worrell. And something to give the Kangas fans something to cheer about. He turns and comes inboard to Scott. He's still on the centre wing, Ricky Ponting stand side, and now looks inside 50. Larkey on the lead. Keane spoils him underneath it, and it's gathered by Zerha. Gets the hand pass away to Tucker. Kicks towards the teeth of goal. Lazaro's out number 3 on 1. Jones couldn't take the mark for Adelaide. Gets the hand pass though for Hamill. Links up with O'Brien, and a chance for Adelaide through Cook out of defence.
Onto the outer side, Ewan gets front spot on Himmelberg and takes a nice mark. So, chance here for North Melbourne. Concedes some ground, back to McDonald. He'll come into the middle, where Comben awaits, takes the uncontested mark. Around the corner he comes, where McKercher has an acre of space. At right half back for North Melbourne, pokes one forward to Sheasel.
This is where you want Sheasel kicking the ball from. He's about 80 metres out, but hit a target and go again.
Just flares it wide to Bailey Scott. And he's about 65 from goal. At right half forward for North Melbourne. He'll put it right to the hot spot where Larkey awaits. He was hassled out of it, and Keane takes the uncontested mark over the back, and Adelaide will repel out of defensive 50.
Up towards Ben Keys, who can't take the mark. It's spoiled away from him. Powell's hand pass. Lazaro under pressure. Back to Powell. Jams it on the boot. From 48, it's not a bad effort. It just misses to the left-hand side. North Melbourne 1-1-7 to Adelaide 4-5-29. 26 minutes gone. Opening quarter on ABC Sport.
It's one of the first times they've had some repeat entries. Oops.
Dersma plucks the Mark Keane kick in. Picked the pocket of his opponent, snatched it and kicked the goal. So something out of nothing for North Melbourne, who kicked their second of the afternoon, 4-5-29. The Crows, North Melbourne 2-1-13, 26 and a half gone first term. Caught us all by surprise, Nathan Burke.
Yeah, footy's very much a game of numbers. You get repeat entries, well, something might happen. It might not even be great play by you. It could be just a stuff up by the opposition, which that one was. Kicked into the player on the mark virtually. Good effort by Dersma to stick out the one hand, pluck it in, and then finish with a goal. But you've got to give the opportunities to make mistakes that you can capitalise on. And that's the first time we've seen 3 or 4 repeat entries in a row from North Melbourne. They got their defenders pushed up over the centre of the ground, and that's the way you want to play the game, in your half.
Breaks a run of 3 consecutive goals for the Adelaide Crows. Quick kick out of the clearance. Soligo gathers for Adelaide. Hand pass to Rochelle. Over the top to Dawson, who just slaps it inside 50. But Stevens was waiting for it for North Melbourne. Kicks a long ball through the middle of the ground. Larkey had to spoil against Keane. Gets to the back. Zurha fires the goals and misses to the right-hand side. No one between he and the goals. So blazed away, but couldn't come truly. 2-2-14 North Melbourne to Adelaide 4-5-29.
And that would have been a really handy goal because that would have just put them 10 points down. Crows have had all the play, and for North Melbourne to go in at the quarter-time break to be 10 points down would have been a huge win.
Kicking duties for Worrell, who gains some ground and sends a ball beyond defensive 50. O'Brien stands tall in the pack and takes the mark. So Crows get things moving here via... it'll be Scholl here. He received the Nankervis kick, and Nankervis runs on and receives. So Nankervis inside 50 now for Adelaide. Getting to the front was Walker, who did enough, held the mark, and he'll go back and kick for the Crows' 5th.
Yeah, 2-on-1 then, Berkey.
I was just going to say, there was 2-on-1 there, and they virtually got in each other's way.
It was an easy... I wouldn't call it an uncontested mark, but it wasn't a super contested mark, was it? It was just fairly basic mark for Tex in the end. A little bit disappointing considering there was two North Melbourne players there. His direct opponent, Nathan Core. I think the other one might have been Colby McKercher, a little bit smaller.
He's given off 2 already so far this afternoon, Taylor Walker, but he'll go his own way on this one, and why not when you can kick the football like that? He pops it through from 45. The Crows have their 5th. 5-5-35 Adelaide lead North Melbourne 2-2-14. Deep into the first term. Saturday afternoon football for ABC Sport. Nathan Burke and Brent Harvey.
Well, that's why Zurha's miss was so important there. So the ball transitions full length of the ground from the kick out, and Adelaide score a goal. Going in from 10 points at quarter time, you're still in the game clearly. Now it's back out to 21. It's a big miss up one end and too easy for Tex up the other end.
Just under 800 games experience between Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport this afternoon. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom calling the action. Andrew cooling down on the boundary. Beautiful 17 degrees in Tasmania this afternoon. And Adelaide with a 21-point advantage closing in on quarter time. Wardlaw, Simpkin, Davies-Uniacke in the middle for North Melbourne as that bounce spills out to the right and will be recalled. Matt Crouch, Rochelle and Soligo in there for the Adelaide Crows. As the 2 rucks ready themselves once more, O'Brien and Sherry. Sherry makes body contact, wins down the tap to Wardlaw. He can't take the footy. O'Brien sinks the slipper into it. Can't clear it though. Simpkin for North. Hand pass to Davies-Uniacke. Matt Crouch got him. Just got it away at the last moment to Sheasel. Hand pass away to Tristan Sherry. Kicks a high ball inside 50. And in the end, Dursman was nudged out of it. A good mark taken by the Irishman, Mark Keane, 20 metres out from his defensive goal.
Pokes it beyond defensive 50 to Rochelle, who marks in front of Hardiman. He'll kick laterally to Nankervis, who marks it left half back to Rochelle. And now he'll concede back inside the defensive 50. So they flare it wide here, the Crows. Worrell takes the mark in the right back pocket. Out it comes. Now we're on the far side, over the top of Rankin. North Melbourne with the numbers at the back of the pack. Davies-Uniacke shared it with a teammate inside forward 50. They go now. Big fist coming across from Nankervis for the Crows. It goes over for a minor score. 5-5-35 Adelaide, 2-3-15 North Melbourne.
If you want to get in touch with us throughout the day, 0437 774 774 is the SMS number to the commentary box. As Keane brings Adelaide back into play, up towards O'Brien, a whistle. Adelaide take the advantage through Matt Crouch. Hand pass over the top to Keys, drives it inside 50. Dawson was out the back, he would have marked too, but not before the siren sounded for quarter time. His opponent was Biggie Newan, who was pretty happy the siren sounded. And at the first break, Adelaide lead by 21 points, 5-5-35 to North Melbourne, 2-2-14. 2 goals to Isaac Rankin. Individuals to Walker, Cook and Pedler. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, their goals have come through Dersma and Howell. On the SMS, Jan from Euroa, go north. I know we're a very young team, but just keep learning and believing. 0437 774 774. If you've got a question or a comment, Nathan Burke and Brent Harvey are here Great to have your company for Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field.
The way the rules are now, you're not allowed to brace yourself and hit someone in the head in a marking contest.
Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Off hands was Fogarty, dodges and weaves past a couple, off to O'Brien. His snapshot on goal was no good. It landed into the arms of Walker, who immediately gave it off to Rankin. And he pops through the easiest of goals and gets the Crows off to the perfect start.
Wardlaw at half-back, hand pass to Davies. Uniac breaks through a tackle, inside 50. Lazaro gets the hand pass away. Powell across his body, it's coming back, and through it goes. Out to the right-hand side, a wicked swing, and Tom Powell hits the opening goal for North Melbourne. Inside the forward 50 for the Crows. Luke McDonald's over the footy, wrestling with it with Keys. Keys emerges with it. Rankin, a beautiful sidestep, swings onto his right and snaps truly for his second. The magic of Isaac Rankin in the right forward pocket. And the Crows captain is away. Spots Cook all on his own at left half forward, right on 50. He looks inside the 50. There's Fogarty running back to the goal square. He sends it in that direction. Pedler's there as well. He might go himself. And through it goes. Brayden Cook is able to put through Adelaide's fourth.
Dersma plucks the Marqueen kick in, picked the pocket of his opponent, snatched it and kicked the goal.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
A strong start from the Adelaide Crows in the Apple Isle. 5-5-35 to North Melbourne 2-3-15. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom calling the action. Andrew Cooling is down on the boundary. The thoughts of your experts, both Australian Football Hall of Fame members, Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke.
Well, the big concerning point is 18-8 inside 50s. And I think they got 6 in the last 4 or 5 minutes, Berkey. So pretty much tripled their inside 50s. You look at the stats. Lucky hasn't touched the football. Paul Curtis hasn't touched the football. Zerha's had 2 touches. Drury's had 2 touches, but you can't blame the forwards. The ball hasn't been down there for 26 minutes. And when it does go down there, it just full transition from Adelaide Crows. Uncontested marks, ball goes in, Tex Walker 2-on-1 marking the football. The other concerning point, out of their 18 inside 50s, they've had 10 scoring shots. So when they do get it in, they're hitting the scoreboard as well. And I did mention early in the call, Isaac Rankin. You don't want to let him get his end up because he's already had 3 shots on goal. If North Melbourne don't lock down, and I don't know who the player is, Berkey, maybe you can point one out, but it might have to be a Riley Hardiman in his first game, which is really not fair. When you've got Sheasel down there, you've got McDonald down there, they need to lock down on these players and not let him hit the scoreboard. But ball waltzing out of the forward 50 for North Melbourne, way too easy for me.
Yeah, Adelaide are very good at setting up a zone defence. So when the Kangaroos get the ball around about sort of 30, 40 metres out from their defensive goal, Adelaide, it's a very good zone, and North Melbourne aren't able to pick their way through it. So when they kick the ball long down the line, they've been losing those contests and it's been coming straight back. And they're just not quite brave enough to take the ball around that zone and haven't really got the good kickers in the back line to be able to do that. So what they need to do, and we saw it for one passage of play only, was that when the ball did go inside their forward line, it was a ball up and then another repeat one. Their defenders pushed right up the ground. This is the North defenders, squashed the ball in their forward line, got some repeat entries and ended up getting a goal that way. But if they're going to rely on taking the ball from one end of the ground to the other, they're just not going to be able to do it against this very good, well-drilled defensive unit from Adelaide. So it's about taking risks to get the ball around the zone and then locking it in that forward line as much as they possibly can. And what doesn't help is Keane, the Irish fullback for Adelaide Crows, has taken 2 big contested marks, 15 metres out from goal. That ball has to come to ground. One of the North Melbourne forwards has to say, the tall ones has to say, I can't mark this, but they're not marking it. It's come to ground. Give Lazaro, give Dersma, these guys an opportunity, give Powell an opportunity at least to get a crumb. But when the opposition mark a contested ball inside your forward 50, it's really deflating.
Berkey, the stats say for every 3 times the ball goes inside 50, 2 is bouncing straight back out. And that's the part where you're talking about the repeat inside 50s. You've got to keep that. What it does too, for the first 16 minutes, the ball was in Adelaide's forward half. North Melbourne's defenders under the pump. At least when the ball's in this inside 50 at North Melbourne, they can. Aiden Core, these type of guys, they get a spell. They can set up their zone and they can actually take a breath and try to get something done. But at the minute, gee, they'll be under the pump right now. Their energy levels will be pretty low. Yeah, and
Adelaide have been outstanding. 10 shots at goal from 18 inside 50s, been really unselfish, moving the ball extremely well. I think Matty next will be ticking off all of the KPIs on how they want to play this game.
When does, if you're coaching Berkey, when does Alistair Clarkson pull the trigger with Harry Sheasel, who's had 10 disposals, but really hasn't really hurt the Adelaide Crows, has he? Because they're all rebound 50s rather than inside 50s.
Yeah,
Now is the time, Nathan Berg says. Second quarter underway. Adelaide leading by 21 points. There's a chance for the Roos to get the first clearance. Simpkin with an up and under kick onto the wing. Underneath it, Stevens. Nankervis made the spoil for Adelaide. It spills to Matt Crouch. Hand pass to Laird. Inside 50 looking for Himmelberg. In front position, Comben. And he's taken over the shoulder. And the North fans under the Ricky Ponting stand give a round of applause as he switches back to the last line of defence. And Nuon takes the mark. Out now to McKercher. Back to left half back. He's hemmed in against the boundary line where it meets the defensive 50-metre arc.
Luke Davies-Uniacke, I think, got a really good corky in the top of his left thigh in that last passage of play.
Drury offers a lead around the boundary line. He takes the mark down low. So Luke Pedler left the field in that first quarter with what looked to be an AC injury. We'll keep you updated with Andrew Cooley on the boundary as to Ned McHenry, the sub this afternoon.
Drury cuts inside, kicks to a contest. Sherry off hands. It was missed at the back of the pack by Hinge, but he got it eventually. A handball was picked off. Laird laid the tackle. It fell into the arms of Davies-Uniacke, who sends North Melbourne forward in the Larkey direction. Had 2 to defeat. Zerha was really good off hands. Larkey kept his feet, received the handball and banged through his first of the afternoon. North Melbourne start the second term in blistering fashion. 3-3-21 the Roos. They trail Adelaide 5-5, 35, a minute and 20 seconds gone. The second term, Saturday afternoon footy for ABC Sport.
Berkey, that was fantastic play by Luke Davies-Uniacke just in front of us. He faked the handball and the Adelaide Crow player left the ground, jumped off the ground, and he just done that nice little shimmy that he does. And he's the one that's on fire. He's had the 10 disposals as well, but he's the one that can get the centre clearances, work outside, and also kick the ball inside 50. If it wasn't for LDU right now, the Kangas might be in a little bit of trouble.
And the Kangas forward line gave themselves a second opportunity. It was Larkey who went up for the mark initially, couldn't bring it, but brought it down to the front where a player can crumb the ball. I think it was Zerha, gave it back to Larkey. That's forward craft. Bring it to the ground, get front and centre, handball cleanly, snap the goal.
Cherry in the middle of the ground, wins down the tap for North, and Davies-Uniacke is away. Tucks the footy under his arm, kicks along in the direction of Zerha. Can't take the mark, Larkey was there as well. A chance for Curtis trying to race after it. Lays the tackle on ball lace. Adelaide under pressure all of a sudden. Mokulani one way then the other. Hand pass to Keane. The Irishman pokes the kick to O'Brien, leaning back like Big Ben. He takes the mark. Still inside the defensive 50. Andrew Cooling on the boundary.
Confirmation the Crows have made that substitution during the quarter-time break. Ned McHenry's come on. It looked like a shoulder dislocation, unfortunately, for Pedler.
Thanks, Andrew. O'Brien kicks up to the wing where Taylor Walker takes the mark. He gestures for Fogarty to lead towards him. He does so on the wing. Vicky Newen reaches over the top and spoils from in front of Darcy Fogarty, and a boundary throw in at right half forward for the Adelaide Crows. 5-5-35 to North Melbourne 3-3-21. 3 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
A little bit slow to get that ball on his boot, Tex Walker. Fogarty was calling for the ball over the back of the North Melbourne player, and if he had kicked it earlier, he probably had prime position.
Crouch missed it at ground level, allowed Simpkin in, grubbing ball. The Hinge was first to it, but he was harassed by Stevens of North Melbourne. Went back after it, did Crouch into the hands of Powell. He's wrapped up by a pair of Crows, one of which is Scholl. Crouch lends some support as well. We'll have the ball up inside the centre square at right half forward. Up it goes, reaching over the top was Riley O'Brien into the lap of Chase Jones, who tumbles one inside 50. Off the bounce, Himmelberg immediately tackled, got boot to ball somehow. Still in danger here, North Melbourne. Walker's in over the top, but it's all wrapped up. So we'll have a ball up, 25 metres out from Adelaide's goal. 5-5-35 the Crows, 3-3-21 North Melbourne. Core out of the stoppage. His kick was partially smothered. Davies-Uniacke tracks it to the boundary. Laird might have got a high one, he did. Luke McDonald, the aggressor, and Rory Laird will get a free kick. 45 metres out on a tight angle.
Not sure what Luke McDonald was complaining about there. He's ran straight into his head. Rory Laird's put his head down to pick up the ball and went straight into it.
Just the one goal in season 2024 so far for Rory Laird. Another very productive 2023. A little down on his usual standards so far this season. It's a product of an emerging midfield here at the Crows. Steps inside the painted 50 and just inside the boundary. It's across the face of goal off the boot. Big fly from the side, Himmelberg, unable to bring it down. Phillips at ground level for North Melbourne, all inside the goal square. Core gathered the footy and just slapped it on the boot. Out of bounds on the full it goes. Still inside the Adelaide Crows forward 50.
There's 3 Adelaide Crows players all over there going, I was the closest. I won't have a shot.
Josh Worrell was pretty quick and he got told, no, you're a defender, stay away. I think Scholl is probably the closest, but there's plenty nominating that they thought they were in the vicinity.
Is Josh Worrell a left footer?
Oh, good question.
I think he might be. I'm not sure what he was running over there for.
No,
that's not team play, Josh.
Lockie Scholl is on the battle, but he'll have to start against the fence. So he's a right footer. So he'll have to try and open the angle and bend it around his body. Scholl, 40 metres out from goal, gives it his best go. It's not a bad effort. It hits the right goalpost. The David Boone stand in. A minor score for Adelaide. They're 5-6-36 to North Melbourne, 3-3-21. 6 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport. Here's Chris Rowbottom.
Sheasel in from full-back, takes a bounce. Now kicks beyond defensive 50 to the outer side in front of the hill. Over the top, O'Brien knocked it down, but Scott was there. Shared it with Lazaro, who went underground. Handball was picked off. He arrived to lay the tackle. Phillips was there as well. It's all wrapped up. It's left half forward for the Crows, outer side. O'Brien knocked it down into the path of Dawson, who poked one inside 50 to the leading Walker. Thought about just getting on his bike and wheeling around in Tex, but thought better off it.
He's definitely got the distance in him, Tex Walker. He'll be kicking this from probably 55, but this will sail over the fence if he gets hold of it.
Every time he marked it, if you're his teammate, you just turn around and go, mate, have a shot.
Yep.
Have a shot.
He'll kick from 55. A 45-degree angle. Taylor Walker, one for the afternoon. He's given a couple off as well. Set sail does Taylor Walker all the way to the goal square. It's just missing slightly across the face. A minor score. 5-7-37. The Crows lead North Melbourne 3-3-21. 6.5 gone second term.
Colby McKerchow will bring North Melbourne back into play as he looks for the options across half-back. Bailey Scott leads at him and he takes the mark. Still inside the defensive 50. Looks on the hillside wing. Sends it in the direction of Larkey. Dawson in from the side. Can't take the mark. O'Brien was there as well. Crashed it down to Matt Crouch. He was spun a full 360 in the tackle. Hand pass it straight out of play, but no whistle. The umpire says throw it in.
Well, Adelaide knew where that ball was going because they had 3 people contesting the mark and a couple on the ground as well. They surrounded North Melbourne.
On the hillside of Belrive Oval as O'Brien wins down the tap to Rankin. Tries to squeeze a kick forward. Rochelli's onto it. One way then the other. Hand pass away to Matt Crouch, boundary side. And now to Dawson. The Crows captain off the outside of the boot and that goes out of bounds on the full. So the hillside, which is the place to be today, that's well populated. We've got the electronic scoreboard there. The advertisement for the ship across the Tasman. And what do you reckon, Chris? How many do you think are here today?
I'd say maybe just shy of 5,000 today. So not a bumper crowd here at Belrive, but those who are here are enjoying not a bad contest on a beautiful Hobart day. So take the positives we can get them. So it goes out of bounds right in front of that hill position. In fact, there's a free kick. It'll go North Melbourne's way. Jai Simpkin with ball in hands.
This is the one where all they've done all day is just bomb the ball down the line and invariably lost it.
Up to right half forward, Sherry gets front position for North Melbourne. Marked strongly in front of O'Brien. 75 from goal. Tristan Sherry sets it up for the Kangaroos. Wanted Larkey, but floating back and taking a nice defensive mark is Dawson for the Crows.
Again, another contested mark inside North's forward line. That ball has to come to ground.
Short ball to Laird, who handballed it to Dawson, who kept on running past. Up the far wing he goes. Walker over the back, just juggles the mark as he left it behind, and Rankin swoops on the loose footy. Now it's Scholl on the outer side. Steps inside the paint of 50, tried to poke it to Rochelle. Over the top he comes. Rochelle gathered his own work, handballed it up to nobody in particular. Scholl followed up, tumbling ball towards goal. It was through the hands of Nguyen, and running through and toe poking it over the line was Cook. And that was calamity for North Melbourne as Cook kicks his second. And it was just persistence from the Crows, working it inch by inch inside forward 50. And they get the result they were after. 6-7-43 Adelaide, North Melbourne 3-3-21. 9.5 gone, second term, Saturday afternoon footy for ABC Sport. Boomer Harvey.
Well, it was Scholl that was running in, took a bounce. It was a fantastic chase by Colby McKercher. Made up a lot of ground, just put a little bit of a hand on a hip to get the kick not right. But from there, the ball was just bobbling around. And fortunately for Adelaide and unfortunately for North Melbourne, it ended up being a pretty easy goal. And Cook slots his second. But Berkey, I love what you're saying about North Melbourne just kicking the ball down the line. And yes, the big ruckman, Tristan Terry, got one there, but he kicked it back, and Jordan Dawson took another contested mark down back. They've got to look at edging the ball through the midfield a little bit more. Hit the short 45s.
O'Brien slaps it forward for Adelaide, gets it to Matt Crouch, out past to Walker, to Rochelle inside 50. Saligo one way, then the other, a centre and kick down low, and Chase Jones lunging forward takes the mark. He's just inside the 50-metre arc, slightly right of centre, and will take his best. From Launceston himself, so no doubt some of his family and friends might have made the trip to watch the game this afternoon.
He's put the ball down, mouthguard in the sock, so he knows what he wants to do. It's going to be a long kick.
A goal apiece so far in this second quarter. As Chase Jones starts his approach with the number 1 on his back. He strikes it from just outside 50. It's a beautiful kick as it sails straight over the goal umpire's head. A couple of quick goals in quick succession for the Adelaide Crows, who extend their lead back out to 28 points, 7-7-49 to North Melbourne, 3-3-21. 12 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport with Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke.
Well, he certainly knew his distance, Burkey, didn't he? They're the coach killers. The one that lands 1 or 2 metres from goal, the coaches hate that because the opposition just punch it straight through. Jones went back, and as you said, straight away, the mouthguard was out in his sock, and he backed himself. And gee, what a kick. Straight and long.
Important here for the Kangaroos that they either score a goal or at least they sort of go toe-to-toe for the next 6 or 7 minutes, because if the Crows get one here, you just get a sense that they'll just start to really play attacking football, and it'll be really hard to stop.
Margin out to 28 points, and the Crows have another chance. Out of the middle they go. This is Crouch, gets the loose ball, releases Scholl on the outside. It was a beautiful handball and almost a better kick. He wanted Fogarty on the lead. It just eluded him. Out of bounds it goes. Right forward pocket for the Crows, who starting to put the foot on the gas now in Hobart.
Lockie Scholl's had a fantastic start. That's his 13th disposal, playing outside on a wing, getting a lot of the football.
Boundary throw in. In it comes. Sherry and O'Brien tangle up. O'Brien over the back. Flying through was Tucker. Had his kick smothered. Wrenching it out of the contest there. I think it might have been McHenry. And we'll have another ball up deep inside. Attacking 50 for the Crows. And they lead by 28 points here at Bellerive. It goes again. O'Brien won it decisively, only as far as Wardlaw. Scrambles it outside the defensive 50. Wanted Lazaro, who eventually gets it. His handball missed McKercher. Went and found the footy back to Lazaro. Now Tucker, who's got Nguyen deep in defence, who he uses. He has a bit more time and space. Goes by hand to Comben. Sweeping handball over the top now to Cora, who is streaming outside defensive 50. He links up with McKercher. Through the middle they go now, North Melbourne. Simpkin, he was almost chased down by Saligo. In fact, he was, because he threw it as he was tackled, and Dawson wanted to get on his bike the other way. Umpire's going to call it back.
He was looking for the extra handball through the middle of the ground, but you've got Zerha and Lark up there. It was 2-on-1. If you had just looked up inside forward 50, there's a chance that at least give those guys an opportunity to mark the ball.
Adelaide by 28 points as Dawson moves it up to left half forward. Keys takes the mark. Hand pass to Chase Jones. Finds a way past Hardiman, the debutant, long to the goal square. Getting back McDonald. Sherry's there. McHenry had it for half a moment. It's rushed through for a minor score for the Crows. 29 points, Adelaide's lead at the 14-minute mark of the second quarter on ABC Sport.
Kircher out of fullback, short kick into the pocket. So two Launceston Football Club products out there today, McKercher and Chase Jones, the goal kicker. Out beyond defensive 50 now go the Roos. Sherry at the back couldn't take the mark. O'Brien was taken out of it. Simpkin chased it and chased it hard but couldn't get a gather on the footy. Hinge was tackled by Simpkin. Now Simpkin will win a free kick for an incorrect disposal. Simpkin back into the midfield seemingly today, been reasonably productive as he pokes a short ball up the line. Here's Drury.
There's no movement here from North Melbourne. They're all expecting this ball to go along down the line, and it does.
And that's where it goes. So side 50 they go. O'Brien gets back, sets himself off hands though. McKercher was clean. They work it by hand here now. North Melbourne. Sherry's tackled and he's brought to ground, and it was a good tackle from Cook, who win a free kick for holding the ball. It was strong from Braden Cook, who has a couple of goals to his name this afternoon too.
Goes short to Hamill, probably not 15, but moves it quickly anyway. Hinge marks at centre-half back. Through the middle of the ground, Jordan Dawson looks up to Walker at centre-half forward. Just had a few metres on Comben. Gets the hand pass away. Jordan Dawson kept running, and from the edge of the centre square goes whack! And the Crows captain puts through his first goal of the afternoon. Got going last week as he kicked a goal on Sammy Durham and let him know about it. Was able to do so here with setting it up across half-back and then putting the finishing touches on it himself. 8-8-56 the Crows to North Melbourne, 3-3-21. All of a sudden, Adelaide have opened up a 35-point advantage with the last 3 goals of the match.
So, Berkey, the Adelaide Crows just then had 5 or 6 uncontested marks in a row. Every single time they marked the football, they turned and faced the game. So they didn't come back off their mark, so their ball movement was really, really quick. And they just hit up 5 or 6 little leads. In the end, Jordan Dawson gets involved 2 or 3 times and kicks a goal from outside 50, but it's a little bit too easy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And if you know a player's going to turn quickly, you can start leading before he's actually turned, and that's what good sides do. They're all on the same page.
Nick Larkey injected into the ruck for North Melbourne. Himmelberg comes up with it though for the Crows. Got it off to Saligo, who was tackled. Got a handball away. Himmelberg in some trouble. There's a high fend off against Himmelberg. Larkey laid the tackle and won a free kick. North Melbourne inside 50 via the boot of Wardlaw over the top of Zerha. Bouncing ball into the pocket. Dersma gets there first. Shares it with Zerha, who kicks on the outside of the right boot and pops it through. And North Melbourne peg one back. 8-8-56 Adelaide. 4-3-27 North Melbourne. 17 minutes gone, second turn.
Well, that was just a little bit of luck there from Nick Larkey. Got the free kick, but it was fantastic hands. Wardlaw pops the ball in. It wasn't a great kick, Berkey, but it went over the top and gave the forwards a chance. Dersma, really quick, reached the ball well, quick reactions off the Zerha, and a nice little banana from about 15 to 20 out. So much needed goal for North Melbourne, but seem to be working pretty hard for their goals, the Kangas, and Adelaide to get a couple of easy ones. So a couple of easy goals for North Melbourne would be nice just before half-time.
And sometimes those chaos kicks inside your forward line that don't really hit a target, just hit ground, are really hard to defend, especially if you've got zippy small forwards. Dersma did really well, good handball and good finish by Zerha.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport alongside Brent Harvey this afternoon. Back in the middle of the ground, Himmelberg and Larkey having a run in the ruck. Himmelberg got the clearance, slipped over though, got a hand pass away. North gather through Powell, hand pass out to Tucker on the hill wing, hand pass up to Davies Uniac, creative hand pass, too creative, it was a throw.
It's like an alley-oop, wasn't it?
Slap it with his right arm while holding in his left, and in the end it was viewed a throw in the eyes of the umpire. It was creative, if nothing else. Hinge takes the free kick and goes short to Laird for the Crows. Up to Rankin. He marks centre wing for Adelaide. Through the middle of the ground to Rochelle. This is where Adelaide have dominated. Hand pass to Saligo. Through 50. He fires out to the right. Getting back, Cook almost took the mark against Nuon. And Comben sees it through for a minor score. 30 points Adelaide's lead at the 18-minute mark, second term on ABC Sport.
In from full-back, danger here for North Melbourne. Sheasel had to go and get it, shared it with McKercher, who popped it up over the top to McDonald, had to go back, couldn't take the mark. McKercher at the fall, gathered it cleanly and tried to release Hardiman, but ran out of tarmac. Over the boundary it goes at left half forward for the Crows. 8:9:57 Adelaide, North Melbourne 4-3-27. And it comes Larkey back into the ruck, but Himmelberg won it down. Rankin was dished the full 360. He kept his feet, went to the outside of the right boot. Nguyen got right to the line, but did it get over before he did? No, he took the mark and pokes a short one to Sheasel. So Sheasel now beyond defensive 50 for North Melbourne. Standing tall at the back of the pack was Keane. He's done that a few times today. A good defensive mark.
No, free kick for in the back.
Right, yep.
So it's going to be a North Melbourne free kick at right half back. It's going the way of Dersma, who looks up towards half forward. Paul Curtis and Larkey is there. Larkey in from the side makes the spoil. Tucker can't break through. As Ned McHenry lays the tackle. He's into the action with Luke Pedler subbed off after quarter time. A shoulder injury for him. And a boundary throw in just short of half forward for North Melbourne. They're 4-3-27 to Adelaide 8-9-57. Crows booted 5 goals to 2 in the opening quarter. 4 goals to 2 so far in this second quarter. Ben Keys beautifully with a blind turn out of traffic. Hand pass to Rochelle, not as lucky. Harry Sheasel lays the tackle and wins the free kick for the Kangas between wing and half forward.
Oops. Now he's been stripped of the footy. Rochelle goes in after it. Now another tackle laid here by Sheasel, but good enough to work it out by hand here, the Crows. Saligo, then Keys on the outside. Progresses things by hand to Dawson. Has to just stop and prop and assess things up forward. Goes deep into defence. Big fly over the top from Comben. Unable to take the mark. Fogarty at the fall. Chips one around the corner, but can't quite find a teammate. Out of bounds it goes. Boundary throw in.
Berkey, I'm not sure how probably their best ball user in Jordan Dawson and their captain keeps finding space, and a lot of space, forward of the ball, kicking the ball inside 50.
Yeah, Jordan Dawson just trotting around doing as he pleases at the moment.
Thrown back in, Larkey up against Himmelberg. Larkey's able to follow up his ruck work, gets the hand pass away to Sheasel. North are out of attack, out of defence, up to the wing. Drury dropped the mark as Michael Annie put enough pressure on him, and the ball goes out of play in front of the hill here at Bellerive Oval.
Paul Curtis yet to touch the football. The only player on the ground without a stat.
He's kicked a goal in every game. Paul Curtis kicked 3 goals last week against the Hawks, but unsighted so far. There's a chance for Ben Keys for the Crows. Gets the hand pass away to Saligo. Hard against the boundaries. Kick is too wide for Darcy Fogarty. Biggie Nguyen to take the free kick. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Sean from Traralgon. Hey, fellas, love the call. Good enough to feel I can close my eyes and visualise it. Just your thoughts on how teams like North and the Eagles can ever get off the bottom. Andy from Wodonga wants to know how Boomer got his nickname. We'll close that maybe in the third quarter. And enjoying the call and the commentary. Go Kangas. Brent, I do hope there's some positives for them and for you at the end of this game. That's from Fran as well. 0437 774 774.
Davies Uniacke pokes a short ball to Phillips. He's in the middle of Bellerive. His team down by 30. He goes short to Wardlaw. What about the handball? So Davies Uniacke running past. He's got McKercher wide if he wants him. Elects against that and goes straight down the pipe. Inside 50 go North Melbourne. Off hands. It eluded Lazaro. It bounces back outside defensive 50. Wardlaw will mop up his own kick. Gave to the running McKercher. Onto his left boot. Colby McKercher can't quite screw it round. It would have been something special from the young Tasmanian. He misses to the near side. A minor score.
Chris, well called, because the punch from the Adelaide Crows defender was so good, the ball bounced back 30 metres and Wardlaw crumbed his own ball.
As Mitch Hinge brings the Adelaide Crows back into play. Spots O'Brien at half-back. In from the side, Core supporting Luke McDonald and spoils it out of play. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom calling the action. Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport. Andrew Cooling is on the boundary. It's Adelaide lead by 29 points. Ball to be thrown in right in front of our commentary position. We're on the Ricky Ponting stand side for footy. Of course, the cricket, we're down at the Church Street end. It's beautiful every direction you look here at Bellerive Oval. From the throw, and it comes down the way of Laird, who gets the hand pass to Scholl around the wing. Awkward ball for Sherry. Good clean take by the ruckman. Jams it onto his boot. Up towards the 50. Lazaro's out number 2 on 1. Worrell didn't claim the mark. It spills out the way of Zerha. Adelaide have the numbers though. Ball lace, hand pass to Laird through traffic. Nankervis and now to Hinge.
Hinge kick into the middle of the ground to the leading Himmelberg, who presents with both hands. Led, in fact, it was Hinge who kept on running. Inside 50 go the Crows now, a 2-on-2. Fist over the top from McDonald. Bouncing ball towards the boundary. Little shove from Walker. The umpire might have picked up on it, and he did. He infringed. So McDonald gets the free kick. Back across goal he goes, where McKercher, it's his 15th touch of the afternoon, shares it with Sheasel, who also gets touch number 15. Still inside defensive 50. McKercher will get 16 here as he receives the handball. Over the top now to Stevens. Kicks up the line to the leading Zerha. It's good. He marks in front of his face. Right in front of ball lace. Turns onto his right boot. Good, well-weighted kick to Lazaro, who's at left half forward. Can they build something here, North Melbourne? Inside he goes, over the head of Paul Curtis, looking for his first touch. Drury tried to handball it to himself in the end. Back to Powell. Left foot snap on goal is good. And North Melbourne get another. And they reduce the margin. 8-9-57, the Crows. 5-4-34. The Roos, Darcy Tucker, the goal kicker on that occasion. And they're just hanging in there, North Melbourne.
First time today they've kicked 2 in a row, the Kangas, so leading into half-time, a little bit of confidence. But the build-up to that was a little bit better. Berkey, it wasn't a long down the line. A kick to Lazaro, who could then turn on his right. It missed that kick to Paul Curtis, but as you said, the ball that doesn't go in perfect sometimes is the better ones. And Jury was lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time, receive a handball and give one off and tuck a nice little finish in the end.
When it comes in high, you've really only got Larky who's going to mark it. There's Zerha, who's a medium tall, and the rest are all smalls, and Curtis hasn't been marking the ball, so you're almost better off kicking along the ground.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Matt Crouch gets a clearance for Adelaide. Hand pass to Dawson. Inside 50. Comben leads out to the footy and he marks in front of Taylor Walker. So spent a lot of his career as a forward, but is looking every bit of a natural in defence. Oh, that's a bad kick. Hardiman turns it over on Taboo. Cook runs into the open goal and puts through his third. Making the Kangas pay for some poor skill errors there. And after Brent Harvey was singing the praises of back-to-back goals to get it back to 23 points, it's back to 29. Adelaide 9-9-63 to North Melbourne 5-4-34. 26 minutes gone, second quarter.
And that's Cook's third goal clinch as well, so had a great first half. For all the young kids listening or watching the football today, the anticipation of Cook just then, he read the ball perfectly. He was watching the player with the football. When he put his head down to kick the ball, he anticipated where he thought it was going to go. Intercept mark, ran into open goal. Fantastic play by Cook. As I mentioned, 3 goals in the first half. A fantastic first half for him individually.
Back out to 29 points. Advantage Adelaide. And back in the middle we go. Sherry flew early, won the tap down decisively, but Laird will arrive first. Handball missed the target. Off the back of the square was Hamill. Back to O'Brien, who handballed it out wide. Chase Jones receives the footy. Now it's Dawson. Raking left foot ball to left half forward for the Crows as Walker comes out and marks on his chest. 65 from goal. Just half sort of thinking about it is Tex. Assesses his options. Well, he sold the dummy to the man on the mark. That allowed him to stroll inside 50, set sail for home, and bang through the goal of the day. Taylor Walker adds another to his tally. He has 2. The Crows move to 10-9-69. North Melbourne 5-4-34. 2 in a row. Adelaide deep into the second term. Saturday afternoon footy for ABC Sport. Nathan Burke.
Well, the Kangas worked hard, kicked 2 in a row, gave away a cheap one, and that one was your classic. The player on the mark was about 55 metres out, and Tex had his left foot up against the boundary line, ran inboard, did the big wind-up like he was going to kick the footy, sucked everybody, 5,000 people here, they all thought he was going to kick it long, but he went yoink, grabbed it in like a bullfighter, let the North Melbourne player go flying past, ran inside 50 and just put it through. That was just all too easy. Both goals for the Crows, the last two, have just been all too easy.
Concerning signs here. Adelaide starting to toy with them a little bit. Tristan Cherry in the middle of the ground. Tackled by O'Brien. Umpire says free kick going North's way, and Cherry's going to get the free kick. Gets the hand pass away to Phillips. Hand pass over the top of Dawson. Under pressure, Tucker jams it onto the boot. A bouncing ball inside 50. Zerha led to it by Worrell. His hand pass too slick for Saligo. Got it back to Worrell and now to Hamill. Kicks it back to Mark Keane, and the Irishman marks in the left back pocket. Church Street end here at Bellerive Oval. Goes short to Saligo, who's at the top of the defensive goal square. Adelaide 10-9-69 to North Melbourne 5-4-34. So having led by 20 points at quarter time, Adelaide, they now lead by 35. Scholl receives it in the right back pocket. He looks for options around the Ricky Ponting stand wing, hugs the boundary line with a kick for Fogarty. He reaches out in front and claims the mark. Cobden has landed awkwardly on his shoulder. Gets back, we'll keep an eye on that. He turns and comes inboard, Fogarty, and finds Matt Crouch.
Crouch has it at right half back, the back of the centre square. He comes wide to Cook, who's been very productive this afternoon. Braden Cook, 3 majors. Up the broadcast side he goes, and this time Fogarty is able to hang on. Takes the mark right in front of the interchange benches. So Fogarty sends one to right half forward for the Crows. Pack forms. In front was Dawson. Juggled it, able to bring it down. Davies-Uniacke shared it with Sheasel. Back into the traffic went Core. Gave it to Sherry. Standing start. Kicked around the body. It was Larkey who just missed it on the way past. And Phillips was tackled by Saligo and disposed of it illegally. So it'll be an Adelaide free kick. Saligo inside 50 for the Crows. And reading it best at the back was Keys, who just waited patiently for it to fall into his chest. He marks 48 metres out from goal, tied up against the boundary, right half forward.
And Berkey, just the contrast entries from both teams at the minute. Everything that North Melbourne's doing, they've got to work hard for it. There's no easy ball. Adelaide have got the quick ball movement and get the one-on-ones.
Keys improves the angle, fires on goal with the left boot. Across the face, big fly across the front of the pack, Himmelberg.
Yeah, the ball was just put out to his side, his right-hand side, had his defender on the left, and when a big fella like that stretches up his hands and his arms, he's going to outmark anybody. So that's where you need 2 players up.
Himmelberg around the body from in close, pops it through. So big mark, big goal from Himmelberg to further stretch the margin as the Crows move to 11-9-75. North Melbourne 5-4-34. Deep into the first half here. Saturday afternoon football for ABC Sport. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, just an update on Charlie Coleman. He ran pretty briskly off the ground after bumping that shoulder, but he shrugged off the attentions of the trainers and appears to be just a stinger, so he should be right to continue to play.
You don't want to be marking the ball on the... you don't want the opposition to mark the ball on the goal line, Berkey. That will be shown on Monday in the review, I'm tipping, because the ruckman should be down there on the opposition ruckman or a tall defender on him, and you've got to do everything you possibly can to bring that to ground or through the points and get the football and start again for your team. But the marks on the goal line, they certainly kill you.
First goal of the season for Elliot Himmelberg, who's been on the list for around 7 years now. A chance at North to try and get the clearance. Simpkins socking it forward to Drury, regathers it. The co-captain inside 50, Larkey with a couple of bubbles, but hangs on to the mark. Directly in front, about 45 metres out from goal, and the Kangas need to stem the flow. And Nick Larkey with a chance to put his second in this second quarter.
It is still the number one thing I want to see forwards do, to lead straight at the guy who's got the ball.
Larkey will shoot after the siren for half-time. 71 goals last season. North Melbourne need one here. Larkey comes in from inside 50. Good off the boot. He liked it. And gives the Kangas something to build on in the second half. 6-4 Adelaide's way in that second quarter, having led by 20 points at quarter time. Crows' margin is cut back to 35 at the main break. 11-9-75 to North Melbourne, 6-4-40. For Adelaide, Braden Cook with 3 goals. We mentioned Boomer, he only had 4 goals heading into today's match, so It's almost doubled his goal tally for his career in a game.
And that's a first half clinch. It's not even the game.
So it's clearly not you. It's the coach. Play me more forward. He has 3. Taylor Walker has 2. Isaac Rankin has 2. Individuals to Jones, Pedler, Dawson and Himmelberg for the Adelaide Crows. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, Nick Larkey with a couple. Individuals to Dersma, Howell and Zerha. Half-time at Bellerive Oval in Tasmania. It's Adelaide who lead by 35 points. The thoughts of Nathan Burke and Brent Harvey.
Well, Berkey, I was speaking just then before the Adelaide Crows had a shot on goal. Just the contrast in the ball movement and the entries. I mentioned halfway through that quarter the Crows were facing the game, turning, going quick, facing the game, and they did it 4 or 5 times. They're getting the ball down to one-on-ones. North Melbourne are going long down the line, as you've mentioned 2 or 3 times, where the Adelaide Crows can get back. Their ruckmen, their tall defenders can get back and bring the ball to ground. So the quick ball movement from the Adelaide Crows, where they can break a line also, not just face the game, get the ball to Tex Walker, Fogarty, these type of guys in a one-on-one situation. It's much easier. It's much harder for North Melbourne to defend when the ball's coming in so quick. So the contrasting entries is the big thing I took out of that quarter.
Yeah, and the entries at the moment 32 to 18, and the Crows have had 20 shots from those 32, so going at 62% efficiency. And you know, if you can have 10 scoring shots each quarter, which they kick 5-5 and then 6-4, well, you're going to kick a pretty big score at the end of the day. So there's 75 points at half-time, and a lot of that is just that repeat entries coming in, but also the way that it's coming in. They moving the ball. Let's just look at the centre square area. The Crows, when they get the ball in there, they turn really quickly and they hit a player just coming at them really short. And just before centre forward, they get a handball receive. We saw Jordan Dawson kick a goal from there. Some others have actually hit up leads. I watched North Melbourne, and even when Wardlaw kicked in, was a big spoiler that came back to him. Luke Davies-Uniacke ran past for that handball. He looked at him, but he didn't give it. He wanted to take time with the ball in his hands and kick it forward. The one down in front of us, there was another one, I can't remember who had the ball, might have been Lazaro, took the mark in front of us. Again, Luke Davies-Uniacke ran past him.
Yep.
And he didn't actually give the ball. He went, oh, no, I want the ball. I haven't had it very much. I'm going to spend some time with the ball in my hands.
That's the contrasting part, because if you give that player breaks a line and can penetrate and get the ball one-on-one. They don't give it. They've been doing it all day to Jordan Dawson.
Yeah.
On his left foot, they just give it to him. He's found space. I don't know how, Berkey, but nearly the best player on the ground has found that much space. He kicks the ball long, and they just keep giving it to him. And in contrast, North Melbourne weren't doing it. So it's a great point. Marks inside 50, 14 to Adelaide, 2 to the Kangas.
Yeah.
Again, that's that kick down the line, and the Adelaide Crows being able to get back and punch the ball out of bounds.
Just like he's jumping against 3 or 4 that when it goes in there. So what you do is when Wardlaw marks that ball 75 metres out and Luke Davies-Uniacke runs past, give him the handball. Larkey does exactly what he did there at that centre bounce, was just lead straight at him. If you put the ball out of Larkey as fast as he is and as tall as he is, defender has no chance. The only thing they can do is give away a free kick. Larkey's going to mark that every single day of the week. So to me, they've got to just, let's call it a start line from 50 to 70 metres out. Every time you mark the ball in there, handball off, Larkey runs straight at the ball at the kicker, and you know what? That's how we're going to get our goals. But just by bombing it in slowly, they've got no chance at all. So there's some really easy things I think North Melbourne can clean up. You can't question their effort. Effort is absolutely there. But to me, it's a lot of the little things that are costing them dearly. First quarter was little things like not spoiling the ball when you had really good opportunities to do so. Goes down, gets a goal. Just second guessing yourself, not giving the handball off. I haven't had much of the footy. I'll keep it in my hands for a while. I'll go back. I'll take a kick and get a bit of sort of ball time. We saw the Crows be really unselfish right at the start. Haven't necessarily seen that from the Kangaroos. Their defenders are getting a stack of the footy, but to be totally honest, it means nothing, because the Crows forwards are going, you know what, you can run out to the boundary and get a cheap one, because as soon as you kick it back up to the middle of the field, we're winning it and it's coming back to me and you're still out in the boundary. You've got a stat, but I've got a goal, so I'm winning the day.
Berkey, what do you do with someone like a Paul Curtis who has yet to touch the football? I have seen him go into centre bounces because he's a brute of a lad.
Yep.
He's got a great fend off. He's really powerful. Do you try to get him in the game? Do you get him up the ground a little bit more? Do you chuck him in do you give him a licence to chuck, start in the centre bounce and then rush forward? How do you get a player like that into the game?
I'm always in two minds with this, because you can go, how do I get Paul Curtis into the game? If I chuck him in the midfield, is he one of my best 5 midfielders that's going to help the team win the game? Yeah, might get Curtis some extra kicks. One of my best 5 midfielders doesn't get to play where he's best suited. Or do you just say, mate, you're in the team to play as a forward, do your job. Do your job as a forward. I'm not going to mess up a really important part of the game to actually chuck you in there. If he's a half-decent midfielder, do it for 5 minutes or so. At the end of the day, as a harsh coach, you can almost say, you know what, I'm not mucking up my team to get you into the game. You're on the field. Do your job where I put you.
He's so important to the Kangaroos, though, isn't he? He's one that can hit the scoreboard. Behind Nick Larkey, I'd say he would be the second highest goal kicker at North Melbourne. So important that he looks at that, puts the first half behind him and says, let's try to hit the scoreboard.
He's kicked 12 for the season, and Larkey with a couple is up to 15. So the Kangas needing a little bit more out of Paul Curtis in the second half. Half-time here at Bellerive Oval in Tasmania. It's the Crows who lead by 35 points. Still a big game of footy to come from the MCG. It's Geelong and Carlton. But let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, Kathleen Ferguson with ABC News. The Prime Minister will join thousands marching across the country this weekend, demanding an end to gender-based violence. Rallies are being held in Sydney, Adelaide and Hobart today, and Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth and Canberra tomorrow. Anthony Albanese will join those marching in the nation's capital and says violence against women is not a problem that women should have to solve. He says governments need to do better, men need to step up and society must do better. The federal government is committing more than $161 million to establish a national firearms register over the next 4 years. The funding aims to bring record keeping in every state and territory up to the same standard and allow for real-time sharing of information across borders about firearms, firearm parts and gun owners. The announcement comes ahead of the 28th anniversary of the Port Arthur massacre and more than a year after 2 police officers and a member of the community were killed in the Queensland town of Weambilla. Federal Attorney General Mike Dreyfus says the Weambilla incident served as a catalyst for action.
When officers are standing at the top of the driveway wondering what they're going to face when they go down that driveway to a house that they don't know, they're going to be much better informed in future because this near real-time system will tell them what guns are likely to be in that house. Are there licensed firearms owners in that house?
A man has been charged over a stabbing in far western New South Wales. It's alleged he seriously wounded a 37-year-old man at Broken Hill about 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The victim has been flown to Adelaide for treatment. The alleged attacker was arrested at Broken Hill about 9 o'clock last night. The 29-year-old man was expected to appear at Dubbo Local Court today, accused of wounding with the intent to cause grievous bodily harm. Residents have reported hearing multiple gunshots shortly before a man was found dead in Melbourne's southeast. A 30-year-old man was found with a gunshot wound in a car on Bride Avenue in Hampton Park about 12:30 and died at the scene. Police have been told a Ford Ranger ute was seen driving away from the area, and it's believed the same vehicle was located at Sweeney Reserve in Berwick about 2 hours later. This resident says she heard loud bangs around midnight.
I was pretty sure it was gunshots and not fireworks or anything. We usually do hear sounds like that, but this was like really a gunshot.
South Africans are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the end of apartheid and the holding of democratic elections. This report from the BBC's Jenny Hill in Johannesburg.
30 years on, South Africans will commemorate those who fought apartheid and won. Many too will recall the joy and hope which accompanied the election of Nelson Mandela and his African National Congress Party. But But as the current president, Cyril Ramaphosa, leads celebrations later today, the public mood is rather less optimistic. The ANC, which has been in power ever since that historic vote, faces what's likely to be a bruising election next month. Failing infrastructure and record levels of crime and unemployment have infuriated the electorate.
Scientists say smoke from unprecedented bushfires in Australia in recent years is a major cause of ozone loss over the southern polar region, with wildlife in Antarctica being exposed to more damaging sun rays. The latest research on the issue has been published in the journal Global Change Biology. Climate change biologist Professor Sharon Robinson says many people believe the problem with the ozone layer was fixed when CFCs began to be phased out around the world in the 1980s. But a hole in the layer still appears over Antarctica every spring. US President Joe Biden says he's ready to debate Donald Trump ahead of their expected rematch in November's presidential election. Mr. Biden had been non-committal about a potential debate, but has told the US radio host Howard Stern that he's happy to take Mr. Trump on. Leaving court in New York, Mr. Trump responded to the challenge.
We're willing to do it Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, or Friday night on national television. We're ready. Just tell me where. We'll do it at the White House. That would be very comfortable, actually.
Health experts are calling for stricter measures to prevent the circulation of e-cigarettes. Vapes are currently available for therapeutic reasons from a doctor, but some experts believe they are still available at a number of convenience stores. Associate Professor Becky Freeman from the University of Sydney says these devices can be very addictive.
We know that vapes are incredibly addictive. We know that they're mostly being used by young people. So why would we allow yet another product on the market that is so dangerous and so addictive? We should correct the mistakes we made in the 1950s when we continue to allow cigarettes to be available.
This is ABC News.
Hi, Waleed Ali here. If your brain's hungry for insights, the ABC Listen app has a feast of podcasts.
Try The Minefield.
Today we're going for the problem of evil. Injustice and evil, if they're the same thing.
You might also like Future Tense.
And there is a sense of privilege in that idea of natural, isn't there? Which can easily be manipulated. Without a doubt.
Or Dr. Carl.
You can feel a slight cooling, that's latent heat of vaporisation or something.
Load up a podcast and feed your mind with the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Hinge marks at centre-half back. Through the middle of the ground, Jordan Dawson looks up to Walker at centre-half forward. Just had a few metres on Comben. Gets a half pass away. Jordan Dawson kept running. And from the edge of the centre square goes whack. And the Crows captain puts through his first goal of the afternoon.
North Melbourne inside 50 via the boot of Wardlaw over the top of Zerha. Bouncing ball into the pocket. Dersma gets there first. Shares it with Zerha, who kicks on the outside of the right boot and pops it through. Walker comes out and marks on his chest. 65 from goal. Just half sort of thinking about it is Tex. Assesses his options. Well, he sold the dummy to the man on the mark. That allowed him to stroll inside 50, set sail for home, and bang through the goal of the day.
Simpkins socket it forward to Drury, regathers it. The co-captain inside 50, lucky with a couple of bubbles, but hangs on to the mark. Directly in front, North Melbourne need one here. Larkey comes in from inside 50, good off the boot, he liked it. And gives the Kangas something to build on in the second half.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time from Bellreeve Oval in Hobart. It's Adelaide to lead by 35 points over North Melbourne. 11-9-75 to the Kangas, 6-4-40. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom calling all the action. Andrew Cooling is down on the boundary. Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke are your experts. It's the Anzac round, which of course started on Wednesday, so the Anzac Eve. Our next match is from the MCG. It's Geelong and Carlton. Of course, tonight, plenty of eyeballs on Fremantle and the Western Bulldogs. But no shortage of talking points across the weekend. Did you think Jamie Elliott's mark was Mark of the Year, Boomer? Will we see a better one than that for the rest of the season?
Oh, well, certainly Mark of the Year to date. And I'm not sure we'll see a better one than that. The fact that he's not much bigger than me, and he's taken one on Benny Mackay, who's 6'6" or whatever he is. I just thought it was a fantastic mark, but the occasion on the day, Anzac Day, in front of 99,000 people, was it? It was It was unbelievable.
The occasion, yeah, absolutely.
It was huge.
I had a friend describe it to me as when you're in the schoolyard playing, markings up, trying to take hangers on people, that's the mark you're trying to take.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really good description of it. It's the mark of the year. It's the clubhouse leader so far.
It probably would have looked a little bit better if there was 3 or 4 people in there as well, because it would have looked like he was soaring over the pack. It was just big Benny Mackay just up there with his head looking up at him, and it was a good moment.
Anytime you get that hang, though, when you're up on someone's shoulders, always looks good, and great to see the various photos that captured it in the paper the next day. News coming through Perky earlier today. Ken Hinkley was with our Saturday AFL team, Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball, that unfortunately Sam Powell-Pepper, his year is over an ACL. So came at a toll last night's win over St Kilda, with a concern of a hamstring injury for Connor Rosie, concussion for Aliir, so we know he'll miss the showdown next week, and now Sam Powell-Pepper. So that's 3 crucial players in Ken Hinkley's structure for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, big one against with the showdown coming up, and obviously we've seen one Crow go down so far today with a shoulder injury. Let's hope that's not too bad. But Powell-Pepper, he's had a bit of a season from hell. He got that 4-week suspension at the start, missed the first 4 games, just worked his way back into the team. It was a really innocuous incident as well, just an uncontested mark all by himself, and just can't tell whether he did it jumping and it snapped it or landed and snapped it. But bad luck for him. But Rosie's the interesting one, because as you know, hamstrings these days, that's bang straight away, minimum 3, and they get really, really conservative, and let's hope it's not longer than that, because he is their captain.
Had a little bit of time to kill while we're waiting for our flight this morning, and Brad Johnson wandered over, and there was a bit of trash talking taking place between Boomer and Jono. Boomer thought, Berkey, that Jono thought that Boomer looked a little bit like Darcy Jones, who wears the helmet for GWS number 2. And then Boomer responded beautifully in response as, well, young fella was asking me about kicks after the siren. I said, I never kicked one, but Jono missed one in my 250th. And Jono, being the kind of guy he was, said, smiled, I did the right thing by you.
Yeah, he's a good man, Jono. He's the smiling assassin. But we did have a little bit of time, Clinchy, but we had
a
2-hour delay on the...
3 in the end, yeah.
3-hour delay, half hour on the tarmac, then off that plane onto another one. But yes, Jono gave me a little uppercut, so I thought I'd give him a little left hook.
I told Chris it's not the easiest place sometimes to get to, and that a lot of the Tasmanians are familiar with the cancelled flights and delayed flights at the moment.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You have to book in advance almost and stay overnight rather than sort of bank on getting in on the same day. It's I've had a couple of near misses too, but I was certainly sitting here. Myself and Andrew Cooling were might have had to have promoted him into the box to help me call the game at one point. But glad you made it. Glad you got here safely.
We're still going to get back, don't we? So that'll be the second half of the adventure of the amazing race. So Andy and Wodonga wanted to know Boomer as the players head out. You got your nickname Boomer as a youngster, didn't you?
Oh, I did. I was 7 years old. I'd love to give you some sort of whiz-bang story, Clinchy, but it was my first year of football. I was playing under 11s at 7. Already been very small. I was tiny. And I won a trophy, an award. And the coach's wife said, this one goes to a little Boomer. Now, I don't know if everybody out there knows, but a Boomer is a kangaroo. So, coincidentally, I've ended up at the Kangaroos, which is probably a good thing, but not an exciting story or a ripper story, but that's how I got my nickname.
So there you go, Andy. That's how Brent Harvey got the nickname Boomer. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch with us for the second half. Chris Robot and the players are in position, and we're ready to go.
Paul Curtis into the midfield. Boomer, you called that beautifully.
Yeah, I don't think he'll play midfield. I think he'll just be at the centre bounce, and looks like Charlie Lazaro or Jai Simpkin starting at half forward will come straight in and switch over. But this will give him a chance just to get his hand on the football and hopefully kickstart his second half and can hit the scoreboard for the Kangaroos.
Clarko wasn't listening to your advice, Nathan Burke.
No, it's the soft Clarko.
Just about all set to get underway for this second half. 35 points the margin with the Crows with the advantage. Players all set, just waiting some TV requirements.
And not that Alistair Clarkson, the coaching staff at North Melbourne, need to listen to anybody in the media or the public, but Harry Sheasel still starting at half back. Everyone's been calling for him to get up a little bit more around the football, so maybe we'll see that in the second half as well.
Back underway here at Bellerive. O'Brien won it down, and here is Curtis with the fend off, but it was high, and Oh, he was caught high, pardon me, so he'll get the clearance out of the midfield here. Free kick to Paul Curtis, his first kick of the afternoon. Flares it wide. It's a good one.
And that's what he does do well. He kicks the ball beautifully.
Drury inside 50 now for North Melbourne. Getting in front. That was a nice mark taken by Michael Annie of the Crows. Emerging as a really good young defender for Adelaide. Beyond defensive 50 he goes to the far wing. Floating across though is Combat. Inside 50 go North Melbourne, and Lucky on the lead takes the market. True centre half forward. He'll either goals from here from 55.
And what about Combat? He actually hit the ground, intercept mark. He thought about stopping, going back, but then thought, no, I'm just going to go. And Larky came streaming out again. Put the ball out in front of Larky, full speed. You just can't stop it.
8.5 intercept possessions of the game in 2024 Combat as Larky set sail from just outside 50. It was always missing to the left, and a minor score to kick things off in the second half. 6-5-41 the Roos. They trail the Crows 11-9-75 early stages of the third term.
Now, everyone's going to say this is very obvious, but North Melbourne need the next goal, because if they don't get it and Adelaide kick it, it could blow out big time. At least it keeps them connected to the scoreboard.
Ball ace brings Adelaide back into play into the middle of the ground for O'Brien. Can't take the mark. Dawson slaps it into the path of Keys. Quick 1-2 with Matt Crouch. Back to Keys. Out pass to Fogarty and now to Hamill across half-back. Looks out to the Ricky Ponting stand side. Himmelberg the target. Nudge Core underneath it. It clears to the back. Core's onto it. Great tuck and dive. He gathered. Gets the hand pass forward for North Melbourne. To Davies Uniac. Hand pass to Lazaro. To McKercher against the boundary. Hand pass over the top to Davies Uniac. Around the wing. Hand pass to Simpkin. A third or fourth hand pass involved. Into the pocket. Kicks looking for Zerha. Over the top comes Worrell. And spoils it out of play in the right forward pocket. Let David Boone stand in.
So that was better play by the Kangaroos and Berkey, because the opposition were pressing at them. They gave the handballs, but it's still that last connection kick, isn't it? Simpkin just boots it in the air and close to the boundary. They get a stoppage, which is not the worst case scenario, but I'm like you, I'd love to see a forward hitting up there and hitting him up.
In it comes from the boundary throw-in. Sherry missed it. Curtis goes after it. Applied a tackle. Ball spilt free. Emerging with it was Zerha. Couldn't quite get the handle. Big collision. Hamill come through. Dropped the shoulder. Zerha hit the deck and will have a ball up. 40 out from goal. North Melbourne attacking end. Paul Curtis injected into the centre bounce to start the second half. Wardlaw gets it, weaves through some traffic, just breaks defensive 50 and now goes back inside. Kick to the hot spot. It eluded all comers. Curtis was there. Larky slid in off the deck. Zerha, a little chip off the ground is no good. A minor score.
He looked a bit sore, Zerha, after that hit from Hamill. Completely different body shapes, aren't they? And Zerha come off second best.
Now Curvis looks to bring Adelaide back into play, surveying the options, goes long towards Fogarty. Newan in front, can't complete the mark for North Melbourne, and off hands it goes out of play. Right half forward for the Kangas.
At least this is good for the Kangas that they're getting 3 or 4 repeat entries. It's probably 4 inside 50s to 1 at least this quarter. And their defenders pushing right up the ground, spoiling the ball from the kick in. That's what we want to see.
Toss back into play. O'Brien wins down the tap against Sherry. Tackle when not in possession was George Wardlaw. He'll get the free kick at right half forward.
And he had a quiet first half, George Wardlaw, but he's certainly got the first 4 or 5 possessions of this half.
Swung out to the left, back on his right, kick looking for Zerha, who collects Worrell high. And he's slow to rise, but will get the free kick in the left back pocket for Adelaide. The Crows leading by 33 points. 4 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
And that's not the kick from Wardlaw, kicking into the pocket like that. It's not going to mark the footy, and it's impossible to crumb.
Worrell to Keane, back to Worrell. Now Crouch beyond defensive 50. Marks it left half back for the Crows. In front of Wardlaw. Short ball now to Scholl. Wasn't the required 15, and he just sends a high one up the line. Himmelberg was the target, but getting in front was Dawson. Gathered it on the bounce, but was immediately tackled. North Melbourne wrap it up. Core applying a strong tackle on Dawson. Crouch comes to the bench, and Rory Laird comes on into the action. Gathers the footy. Handballs it underground in the Dawson direction. It bobbles toward the boundary. It's kept in. No, it's not. Saligo. So right in front of our broadcast position here, a boundary throw-in. Adelaide 11-9-75, lead North Melbourne 6-6-42 in the stages of the third term. When it comes, O'Brien wins it down to Laird, who was clean at ground level, fed up a handball to the running Saligo, just dribbled one forward inside 50. Himmelberg will get there first for the Crows. He's collected over the line by McDonald. Another boundary throw in at left half forward for Adelaide.
So the Crows have worked it around the wing. It's now just on half forward as it's thrown back in. Tristan Cherry in front position against O'Brien, knocks it to the front, Wardlaw's onto it, and pass to Scott, to Powell, trying to spin away from Rankin and Saligo. Saligo lays the tackle, spills out to Laird, one way, cuts back on his right, a classy finish from the left forward pocket by Rory Laird, who becomes the 8th individual goal kicker for the Adelaide Crows. A nice little shimmy to the left and then to the right, in front of those that have travelled from South Australia who are waving their flags in that left forward pocket. Adelaide with the first of the third quarter, 12-9-81 to North Melbourne, 6-6-42, 6 minutes gone, third quarter.
Berkey, that was just a little bit too easy, wasn't it? He's picked up the ball and had very little pressure on him. He's only 25, 30 metres out from goal on the boundary. He picked it up. You need players to press, and when he takes his eyes off the football and bend over and pick up that ball, they need to press really hard. No free kicks, but tackle him and let him know that he's got to earn that possession. Just then he just walks through with very, very little pressure on him.
Rory Laird, 7 years straight as a top 3 in the BNF at Adelaide, so sustained good form for Rory Laird, and he adds a goal to his tally this afternoon. Here's Curtis out of the middle for North Melbourne. Left foot ball inside 50 was almost really good. Dersma outstretched, couldn't quite take it. Here's Paul Lace, who just backpedaling, missed his target and kicked it out on the full. So this will be a North Melbourne ball at left half forward. 65 from goal. Drury has it. Sends North Melbourne deep into attack. Pack forms over the back. O'Brien. Pack collapses on him. Scramble of bodies. Lazaro and Larkey fight after it. Larkey's kick was smothered on goal. Wardlaw come up with it. Try to get it out to Simpkin. Was he taken high? He was. This will be a free kick to Wardlaw. 30 metres out. Basically directly in front.
He's really picked up his rating in this third quarter, which is, I love to see it from a young fella who didn't have the greatest first half. He must have gone in at half-time. He's gone, right, I'm going to really come out and fire up and give it my all. I'm not just going to be satisfied by trundling through a game where it's not working for me today. He's making it work for him. Deserves a goal. 2 goals so far this season. Back in the team after being rested last week, and he pops this one through. Easy as you like, so reward for effort for George Wardlaw, who won a free kick, kicked his first of the afternoon. 12-9-81 Adelaide, North Melbourne, 7-6-48, 8.5 gone. Third term, Saturday afternoon football for ABC Sport with Nathan Burke and Boomer Harvey.
That's when he does his best work, in close like that. You put him in a phone booth, he's going to be as good as anyone in the competition. His big improvement's going to be in years to come when he builds a better endurance base and can get outside and win some easy ball. But at the minute, like you mentioned, Berkey, he's nearly doubled his possessions. He's had 9 to date. I think he only had 5 in the first half. So a great start by George Wardlaw and a much-needed goal by the Kangaroos.
Pick 4 in 2022, one of the leaders of the next generation, George Wardlaw, alongside Harry Sheasel, able to get on the scoreboard there. So back to 33 points, the Adelaide Crows lead at the 9-minute mark of the third quarter. Sherry wins the tap for North in the middle of the ground, tries to do the roving, just dropped it onto his boot, and Wardlaw tries to break his way through. Tackle by Laird, umpire circles and will pull it up.
It's a little bit slippery in the middle. You can see the players just around where the cricket pitches are that have to be really, really careful not to run too fast.
O'Brien slaps it down for Adelaide, straight to Phillips though, gets the hand pass away to Sherry, kicks up towards half forward, and Michael Annie takes them up. Better position against Paul Curtis. Curtis got the first disposal of the third quarter, with Alistair Clarkson moving him into the centre square, who's held with a bagel next to his name at half-time. The kick from Michael Annie out to the wing. Fogarty's outnumbered 3 or 4 on 1, and Luke McDonald reaches over the top and spoils it out of play. A boundary throw in. Now, commentary side, the Ricky Ponting stand side in shade at Bellerive Oval. A beautiful 17 degrees in Hobart today.
O'Brien and Sherry. Sherry had a big swipe at it, couldn't connect. O'Brien at ground level. Phillips emerged with it for North Melbourne. Handball only as far as Rankin, who tumbled one forward for the Crows, gained about 35 metres. It rolls over the boundary line, though, for another boundary throw-in directly in front of where we're situated here at left half forward for the Crows. Umpire launches it in over his head. Sherry front spot, just palmed it down into the path of Wardlaw, but Rankin was there first. Davies-Uniacke emerged with it. McDonald might have threw it. It eventually ended up with Scott, who flared it wide to the running Stevens. He marked and he'll get and go. He'll burn off Ben Keys, lower the eyes and drill one inside 50. It was a nice kick to Curtis. Couldn't quite hang on. McHenry fired out a handball to Michael Annie, and the Crows will get out of danger here. McHenry received from Keys, and he goes up the line to Cook, who marks on his chest in front of the heel on the outer side.
Has 3 goals next to his name, works it up to Rochelle, who marks between wing and half forward, can chip it over the top, and Saligo, he marks it right half forward. It's Fogarty and Rankin inside 50, Walker as well, centres the ball, and Rankin takes the mark. He kicked over the head of Curtis, and the mark is taken by Mitch Hinge, just in front of the centre circle in the middle of Bellerive Oval, short to Michael Annie. North Melbourne have all but 3 or 4 players inside their defensive 50, so he puts it in the direction of Walker. O'Brien came charging out, it bounced in front of him. Gathered by Comben for North Melbourne. Kicks a high ball over the head of Dersma, and going back ball lace with the fly. Takes the mark between wing and half forward for Adelaide.
85 from goal, just in front of a wing. Ball lace send the Adelaide Crows inside forward 50. There's a free kick here in the pack of players. It'll go the way of North Melbourne. It'll be against Taylor Walker. Comben to receive it. Deep in defence. And again, not a lot of movement here for Comben, and he's going to go up the line. So beyond defensive 50 he goes. Getting to the front was Nankervis, knocking it down. Drury at ground level for North Melbourne. Gave it to Dersma. He ran straight into trouble. A big tackle applied by Hamill. Brings him to ground. We'll have another ball up.
There's that kick down the line again. They kicked that one to Dersma in a 2-on-1. They've got to get more movement. Maybe switch that ball. Take some more risk with the ball.
O'Brien down to Laird, who shot it out to Saligo. He sends Adelaide inside 50. Cook was clean below his knees, was tackled as he gathered it by Hardiman. Sheezel was swung in the tackle. Hardiman went back in. New on now. Handball deep in defence, was looking for McKercher, but the ball eluded him over the line, and North Melbourne will concede a point but retain possession.
34 points is Adelaide's lead. This is quickly brought back into play by McKercher to Phillips. Not a great hand pass, although it's cleaned up. Hardiman couldn't take it cleanly, and in the end McKercher cleans it up. Kicks out to Drury on the wing. Spoiled away from him. Foot races on. Jones gets there first. Gets the hand pass forward to Worrell at left half forward. Into the pocket. Rankin the target. And he takes the mark despite the challenge of Luke McDonald. He's hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket. Isaac Rankin kicked 2 goals in the first quarter. We thought he was going to have a day out. Here he is for his third. Casually steps out, snaps across his body. No one on the goal line. He turns and points a finger to the Adelaide Crows fans. And Isaac Rankin puts through his third. And Adelaide with 2 goals to 1 so far in this third quarter to restore a 40-point advantage. 13-10-88 to North Melbourne 7-6-48.
And Berkey took no time then, did he? No. I thought he was going to take his 30s, line up, and he's just slotted that straight through. You know what? 3 will get him 4. He'll kick 4 or 5 goals today, and that's that little bag that we spoke about him having in the first quarter when he kicked 2 really early ones. So, again, we're going to harp on it, Berkey, but that ball down the line to Blake Drury. He's 175 centimetres versus Josh Worrell, who's 6'3", 6'4". You can't kick the ball there. You just can't do it. North Melbourne have got to be more daring with their ball movement. Hit some 45s. Try to switch the ball. They can't just keep going down the line to the one before that was Dersma, and then just Blake Drury just then.
Larkey into the ruck for North Melbourne. Bounces a little skew whiff. We'll have it recalled and go again. Hillberg in there for the Crows. So second stringers. Up it goes. One down here by Larkey, and after it was Laird, who received the handball now from Dawson. Get onto his right boot and kick the Adelaide Crows forward. Underneath it was Rochelle, but he's outpointed by Sheezel, who takes a nice mark at centre-half back.
Yeah, nice mark. Strong mark.
Sheezel out to the wing where Dersma's the target, but Keane reaches over the top and takes the mark for the Adelaide Crows.
He's been good today, Clinchy. He's taken some really big contested marks. One-on-one, he's very, very strong.
His confidence growing. Mark Keane, the Irishman. He kicks. It's touched on the way through. Wardlaw gathers. Centre wing looks up towards Curtis at half forward. He takes the mark on his chest. Charging forward Lazaro. He puts it in the direction of Zerha in the right forward pocket, wrestling with Paul Lace. It spills off hands and getting back. Worrell gets the hand pass away to Hinge. Kicks out to McHenry.
McHenry marks in the right back pocket.
He did all the hard work, then Zerha got rid of his opponent and in the end spilt a chest mark.
Just holds things up momentarily before kicking beyond defensive 50. Core gets in the way. Laird off hands, receives the footy. Handball now to Cook. He goes forward to Fogarty. That's the kick. He plays on immediately by hand to Keys. Laird kept on running. Inside 50 now go the Crows, and Rankin marks on his chest. Short 20-metre pass from Laird. He's tied up against the boundary. Distance won't be a problem though. Kick from 35 if he elects to have a shot.
Well, he's put one through from same spot, the other side of the ground, with his right foot. What's he going to do here? Is he going to go to the banana, or he's shaping up for a bit of a drop punt?
So Rankin has 3 on the afternoon. He said give him a 4th. And he comes with the right boots, slides it through to Isaac Rankin, and he's putting them through from all parts of Bellerive Oval. He has 4. And the Adelaide Crows have 14. They're 14-10-94. North Melbourne 7-6-48. 16 and a half gone. Third term Saturday afternoon football for ABC Sport. Nathan Burke and Boomer Harvey.
Berkey, once again, transition from the full back line then. Full length to the ground without North Melbourne touching it. Sorry, Aidan Core dropped the mark out in the wing, which allowed the Adelaide Crows to swoop on the ball and take it full length to the ground. Now, I certainly don't want to take nothing away from Isaac Rankin, because that was an amazing kick, but these pockets are really, really shallow, so the goal face opens up a lot. So that kick there from the boundary is not like kicking a goal behind the boundary at the MCG or Marvel Stadium, but a fantastic finish nevertheless, because as you called it, Berkey, right foot snap from one side of the pocket to a drop punt on the other side of the pocket.
He's got 4 before three-quarter time. His career best, Isaac Rankin, is 5 against North Melbourne last year. He might not be done with yet. Wardlaw is trying to get involved for North Melbourne. Gets a clearing kick inside 50, and Tersma's worked underneath it. And the mark is taken by Michael Annie. Kicks up towards Jordan Dawson. The Crows captain takes the one-handed mark against Sheasel. Hand pass to McHenry. Around the boundary line, Jones kicks up towards Cook. Cobman coming one direction, Core the other in a collision. And Cobman's a bit worse aware. Core's slow to get back to his feet, and Cook is taking the free kick at left half forward.
It's courageous stuff by Cobman then.
Braden Cook with 3 goals. Kicks towards Fogarty, nudged out of it. O'Brien had a big piece of it, not paid the mark. Hand pass to Himmelberg, he can't put it through from about 5 metres out in the right forward pocket. Luke McDonald rushes it through. 47 points, Adelaide's lead. 18 minutes gone. Third quarter on ABC Sport.
Looks like the sub's been activated for North Melbourne as Zach Fisher takes the kick-in duties from full-back. Out to Dersmer at right, half-back for North Melbourne. A player riding shotgun here who we're using Hardiman, who shows a little bit of toe to Braden Cook, gets onto his left boot and kicks towards right half forward for the Kangaroos. Off hands now Zerha. He's collected in a big tackle and brought to ground. Have a ball up at right half forward for the Roos.
Do we know who's been subbed off for North Melbourne?
It's Blake Drury, but I'm just getting confirmation on that. Drury was on the bench and he's disappeared, so I think he's the man who's made way.
O'Brien out of the ruck contest. Came to Dawson, high left foot ball, inside 50, one-on-one contest. Core will arrive first, but the reinforcements come for Adelaide. Here's new on for North Melbourne, shares it with Fisher, dragged off it by Cook, but good enough to get his kick to Sheasel, who marks just back of a wing near side.
What's he up to, Harry Sheasel, possession-wise, Boomer, as he kicks up towards half forward. Zerha can't take the mark. He's worked underneath it. Worrell, impressive for Adelaide across half-back.
Sheasel's had 19, 17 and a half time, 2 for the quarter.
So had been averaging over 30 a game, with the exception of last week against Hawthorn. The kick for Adelaide up towards Fogarty, who got rid of Biggie Newon. Takes the mark on his chest, centre wing. Swings on his right. Himmelberg's there. Comben getting back. Himmelberg rises and takes the mark. North's defence just looks so under siege when Adelaide are able to transition that easily. Long kick to the wing. Long kick inside 50. Comben in animated conversation with himself as he's down on all fours at the moment.
He's had a few opportunities today, Himmelberg. That last one, he had a fresh area from the goal square, pretty much 3 or 4 metres out. But he's looked pretty imposing when the ball's in the air. He takes the ball at the highest point. He's a big human. He's going to be tough to stop if he can get some consistency.
Alec Himmelberg getting his opportunity this afternoon. For Gallant has one already. Comes in, out to the left, 45 metres out. Steers through his second. And Adelaide are starting to take control here and getting on top at Bellerive Oval. As they bring up the half century here on Bellerive Oval. 20 minutes gone, third quarter. The century on their team scoreboard. 15-11, 101 to North Melbourne, 7-6, 48.
Berkey, what's the mindset of the North Melbourne players right now? Take our listeners into... They're clearly not going to win this game. They're not going to kick 9 goals in the last quarter to win the game. So is it trying to play a brand of football that can take you in and propel you into the following week? Is it to hang on and not lose by 80 points? What do you think they're thinking?
The key is, what does Alistair Clarkson reward? If they're really, really clear on what he wants to see, then they'll try and do that. If they're unsure, then it'll be, how many touches can I get? Yep. Make sure I get a game next week. So it really comes down to the clarity of Clarko's coaching.
Adelaide will come away with it out of the middle here, but not for the toe poke from Tom Powell. He tries to get it forward for North Melbourne. There was player slung off it. Sheasel gathered now by Crouch. Let's go down to Andrew Cooling on the boundary as an update on the sub.
Yeah, just a correction on that one, boys. Will Phillips is the man who's made way. No injury there for anybody, just purely tactical.
Tactical sub, Will Phillips out of the game for Zach Fisher. Over on the far side now, Laird on hands and knees, shovels it out to O'Brien, who got it to Cook. Back now to Scholl, and now Laird, and now O'Brien. His handball's picked off, though, by the activated sub in Fisher. He shares it with Davies Uniacke, who just lopes through the middle of Bellerive. The short ball is good to Sheasel. He flares it wide to Dylan Stevens, just back of a wing near side.
Who veers out to the left in his 50th game, kicks inside 50, it might work. Zerha coming out, getting back courageously was Worrell, who just chopped in the right spot at the right time and takes the mark.
So I think Will Phillips goes off as sub. Zach Fisher comes on, goes to half-back and pushes Harry Sheasel, which we've been asking for, to go through the midfield.
Short to Saligo, trying to work it up to Himmelberg by foot. Couldn't take the mark. Stevens with a dash of pace. Kicks inside 50 in the direction of Zerha. Spoiled away by Ball Lace. And it goes out of play. It's been a good battle, Ball Lace and Zerha. Zerha just can't quite get the better of him in the one-on-one marking contest.
Now, they've been very good in the air, the Adelaide defenders. They're hardly outmarked all day.
Boundary throw in. Deep in attack for the Roos in the right forward pocket. Down it goes. At the fall of the ball is Curtis. Couldn't quite get a handle on it. Working his way through the traffic was Hinge. He just put it to the feet of Ball Ace, who fumbled. Chance here now for North Melbourne. Sheasel did the same. Couldn't quite take the footy and get it to his boot. Rochelle takes a good mark outside defensive 50 and to relieve the pressure for Adelaide. It was just off the laces of Rochelle. They've turned it over here, Adelaide, as Luke Davies-Uniacke takes a mark on centre wing on the near side. So what have they got here, the Roos? Long ball to right half forward in the direction of the big twin towers, and Sherry and Larkey. It was off the hands of Sherry. Larkey gathered it and Keane gathered him. Brought him down in a big tackle. 45 out from goal. Left half forward for North Melbourne.
Sherry probably should have marked that, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
It was uncontested.
If he wants to go to the next level as a footballer and as a ruck, they're the ones he's got to mark.
Adelaide by 53 points. A clearing kick by Worrell up to the wing, and Himmelberg takes the mark in front of Aiden Core. And chip it out to Rochelle, who marks on the Ricky Ponting stand side of Bellerive Oval. And he's got Keys at centre half forward. Fogarty deep inside 50, so shows patience by turning inboard and finds Chase Jones. Gets a goal early in the match and then spots Laird free at left half forward. This is a contrast to what North Melbourne struggle to do. Laird chips it inside 50. Keys marks, can play on, steadies from 45 and slams through another. Ben Keys becomes the 9th individual goal kicker for the Adelaide Crows. 16-11, 107 to North Melbourne, 7-6, 48. 25 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport.
so methodical in their ball movement. Again, facing the game, getting the ball movement. Great kick by Chase Jones, who had to go over 2 or 3 players. And then to Laird, and then Laird just turns, faces the game and hits Keys from 55 out. He runs to 40 and slots a really easy goal in the end for the Adelaide Crows.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, Clinchy, in your call, just a contrast in styles. And I was just watching Adelaide players. It's absolute last resort to kick the ball long down the line. They'll wait until the umpire calls play on. Something will unfold, hit a short one. But there's no patience from the Kangaroos players.
We're out to 59 points here. Advantage Adelaide, and back in the middle we go. Dawson just wrenched down by Wardlaw. We'll have another ball up.
And to be honest, the skill level between the Adelaide foot skills compared to the North Melbourne foot skills are chalk and cheese.
Sherry wins it down to Davies-Uniacke, wrapped up by Laird, but got the handball out to Simpkin. Tumbles one inside, forward 50. Ball lace was dragged off the footy. Michael Lanny come away with it. They'll steady here the Crows through Dawson. Left foot ball in the Walker direction. Great body work on Comben to just position himself nicely and take the mark. He's on centre wing, near side. So Walker kicks to left half forward. That's a beautiful kick out in front of Keys. Put it to his advantage. Gathers it on the bounce. Hard up against the boundary line. Tried to pop it over the top by hand to Jones. He scrambled a ball inside 50 for the Crows. Dawson gets there first. He's dragged down by Scholl. Got a handball out. Simpkin tried to get a hold of it. He's dragged down by Laird and Crouch. We'll have a ball up inside attacking 50 for the Crows.
Beautiful body work by Keys down here on Hardiman. Hardiman in his first game, obviously, and Keys being a fairly experienced player. Just pushed him in the hips and gave himself an extra couple of metres.
59 points, Adelaide's lead as it's thrown in the air. It spills down to Davies-Uniacke. His kick can't clear the congestion. And Nankervis takes the mark over Sheasel at the edge of the centre square, into the pocket, and Rochelle marks. So take his best. He's about 45 metres out in the left forward pocket. Had an interesting week in the media. Josh Rochelle was highlighted for some of his acts going back with the flight against Essendon last week. He said Boomer, maybe it makes him think about his game in a whole different light. He's going to be more courageous in those moments, but maybe not celebrate as much.
Oh, I thought he was fantastic in the way he owned it straight away. He said he probably wasn't brave enough, in his own words.
Let's see how he goes here. Josh Rochelle out to the left. He'll kick from right on 50. Sets flight. It's out to the right. It's coming back around. It's across the face. And a minor score. 60 points. Here's Adelaide's lead at the 28-minute mark of the third quarter on ABC Sport. Here's Chris Rowbottom.
McKercher with ball in hand in the defensive goal square, assessing his options up the field. First game on home soil at AFL level for McKercher. He goes out to the left. It's laced with some risk, but good enough. Was caught and work it up to Zach Fisher, the activated sub. Kicks up the line. His kick's no good though. Michael Lanny gets there first for the Crows. Handball over to Scholl. He put his teammate in ball lace under the palm. North Melbourne come up with it but can't keep it in. It's over the boundary line and it'll be a boundary throw in.
Just keeping a little bit of an eye on Harry Sheasel now, starting at half forward and coming up and playing as a bit of a fifth on-baller. So see if he can get his hands on the ball. Berkey, as we've been speaking about it before the game, and kick the ball inside 50 and give him some sort of use or look at it.
In it comes over the back. O'Brien, Crouch, couldn't get a handle on it. Sherry, high up and under footy. Barely the required 15. Came down to O'Brien, who shoved it on the boot. He goes high the other way, going back with courage was McKercher. Took a nice mark, and he has it on centre wing, out of side.
Colby McKercher playing his 7th game of AFL footy. Veers out to the left. Sends North Melbourne inside 50. Larky's in a big pack. It spoils down off the hands of Hinge. Scholl gets the hand pass to Nankervis. Gives it back to Scholl. Swings onto his left-hand side. Kicks long up the hill wing. Flying in front, Rankin can't take the mark for Adelaide. Core knocked it out to McKercher. Gets the hand pass away. The kick inside 50. Outnumbered is Sheasel. But a clever little tap on. Got it to Lazaro. Kicks off the fat side of the footy. Larky back with a flight. Can't take the mark against Keane. Taps it down to the advantage. Hard against the post is Cam Zerha. And he couldn't quite work it through. Up against the right behind post. It goes through for a minor score. 59 points. Here's the Adelaide Crows lead.
Mark taken, right back pocket, Scholl for the Adelaide Crows. Pops a Short one over the top to Worrell. It's been really impressive today, actually. Down in defence for the Crows. Deep into the third term. Beyond defensive 50 now. Go Adelaide. Contest forms. It's whacked over the boundary line. Another boundary throw in on the far wing.
Peeped over the 30-minute mark again. It's 3 quarters in a row that has gone over 30 minutes.
Yep. It's at 5-1 so far the way of Adelaide in this third quarter. As O'Brien wins down the tap, Davies Uniacke gets the hand pass to Sheasel, cut off by Rochelle of the Adelaide Crows, gets the hand pass out to the wing for Scholl, and hand passes to Matt Crouch as the siren sounds for three-quarter time. A 59-point advantage Adelaide's way, 16-12, 108 to North Melbourne, 7-7, 49. After North led by 20 points at quarter time, by 35 at half time, 5-1 to open up a 59-point advantage heading into the final term. For the Crows, 3 goals to Braden Cook, 4 goals I should say to Isaac Rankin, 2 goals to Himmelberg, individuals to Jones, Keys, Pedler, Dawson, and Taylor Walker with a couple. Struggling to keep my own numbers here. And Rory Laird is the other individual goal scorer. Hopefully that adds up to 16. While for North Melbourne, 2 to Nick Larkey, individuals to Wardlaw, Dersma and Powell. Three-quarter time at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. It's Adelaide who lead by 59 points. On the SMS, Paul from Catherine said maybe Tasmania's senior side could take over in the second half from North Melbourne. It's been harsh, Paul. And Chris is reaching out to you, Boomer. I live in Perth and have been a Kangas member for 34 years. And my son, who's 19 years of age, right now we both feel as flat as we ever have for the Roos. Tell us there's some light at the end of the tunnel because it's looking a bit dim at the moment.
It is looking a little bit dim, isn't it? But when you look at the stat sheet, I know it's certainly not about this, but Harry Sheasel, Colby McKercher, Luke Davies Uniacke, they're going to be a formidable force, hopefully, in the next little bit of the future of the North Melbourne Football Club. 3 really good on-ballers. Colby McKercher, first year, 7 games, I think you said. Clinchy. He's going to be a star in the making. George Wardlaw, add to that, who had a decent third quarter. Wasn't a great first half, but his third quarter was certainly better. So hopefully there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
More to come from Boomer Harvey and Nathan Burke. Saturday afternoon footy coming to you on ABC Sport.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field.
The way the rules are now, you're not allowed to brace yourself and hit someone in the head in a marking contest.
Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Cherry in front position against O'Brien, knocks it to the front, Wardlaw's onto it, hand pass to Scott, to Powell, trying to spin away from Rankin and Saligo. Saligo lays the tackle, spills out the lead, one way, cuts back on his right, a classy finish from the left forward pocket by Rory Laird.
Fogarty, it's the kick. He plays on immediately by hand to Keys. Laird kept on running. Inside 50 now go the Crows, and Rankin marks on his chest. And he comes with the right boot, slides it through to Isaac Rankin, and he's putting them through from all parts of Bellerive Oval. He has 4.
The kick for Adelaide up towards Fogarty, who got rid of Biggie Newon. Takes the mark on his chest centre wing. Swings on his right. Himmelberg's there. Comben getting back. Himmelberg rises and takes the mark. Comes in, out to the left, 45 metres out, steers through his second.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at Bellerive Oval in Hobart, and it's all been Adelaide so far in the opening 3 halves. 3 quarters, they lead by 59 points. 16-12, 108 to North Melbourne, 7-7, 49. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom calling the action. Andrew Cooling is down on the boundary, Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke. Our next stop is the MCG, where Geelong are taking on Collingwood, and that's where Geelong are taking on Carlton, I should say. Collingwood played on Thursday. Here's Corbin Minimas with a preview of what's to come.
Thanks, Clinchy. Pretty easy sell this one. We've got the undefeated Cats at 6-0 on top of the table up against the Blues at 5-1, who entered the weekend with the second best record in footy. We've got the last 4 Coleman medalists on the park with, of course, Cameron and Hawkins at one end, Curnow and Mackay at the other. You've got Brownlow medalists in Cripps and Dangerfield, 2 premiership teammates in opposite coaches' boxes in Michael Voss and Chris Scott. The De Koning boys against one another. There's a whole lot of selling points, so the Cats and the Blues in front of what is going to be an enormous crowd at the MCG. They're already sitting in the very back row of the Southern Stand. There is a late change, but it's not for Geelong. So Tom Atkins is the surprising sub for the Cats, but they do have the 23 that was named on Thursday. The late change for Carlton is that Orazio Fantasia is out with illness. And after being the emergency on 9 occasions before his debut, Jackson Binns will play his first game today. He will start as the sub for Carlton. So Jackson Binns in, Fantasia out, the late change. No rain forecast, 18 degrees, but it is cool at the MCG. Adam Rabanaskas, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball and Jess Webster to join me for the call next here on ABC Sport. Clinchy.
Thank you, Corby. Looking forward to that. Geelong and Carlton from the MCG at the conclusion of proceedings here at Bellerive Oval. Adelaide by 59 points. Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke on ABC Sport.
The Kangas, Burke, they're running players, and I don't think you can blame the forwards. The ball hasn't been coming in fantastic, but just the numbers for the outside running players. Bailey's got 7 touches, Dylan Stevens 8 touches, Tom Powell 8 touches, Will Phillips 8 touches, who's been subbed off, and Charlie Lazaro just the 9. They're probably the running brigade of the North Melbourne Football Club. Is that because they haven't won the ball in close to get it out to them, or they're just not working hard enough, or things haven't gone their way today?
Yeah, it's hard because the guys inside, Uniac and the others, they've been sort of holding their own to a degree. They've been winning enough at the inside ball to get it on the outside. So I think it's when your game plan is to bomb it down the line, really the only way you're going to win the footy is to then get in front and centre, and it's a 50-50 ball.
Bit of an opportunity game, isn't it, then?
Yeah, I want to see them sprinting from one side of the ground to the other, making those really short, hard leads and getting a bit more of that sort of football.
Final term underway. O'Brien wins down the tap for Adelaide, follows up his ruck work, but it's Curtis who started it in the middle once more. Gathers for North, back edge of the centre square. Kicks out towards Tucker at left half back. Around his body to Zach Fisher, the sub. He takes the mark. Came in the third quarter for Will Phillips.
Got to maintain position here.
Luke Pedler was subbed out in the first quarter with a shoulder injury. Nedmund Henry came in up towards O'Brien and Sherry. And off hands it goes out of play just in front of the interchanges.
So right now, Berkey, I want that ball to look back inside through the corridor and try to bite something off. Clearly you're not going to win the game. Let's take some risk and see what happens and see if that can take you in and change your game plan slightly. But kicking down the line to a one-on-one with the ruckman, the ball just ends up out of bounds again.
In it comes. Sherry palms it down. McKercher at the fall, gathered cleanly, then cut through some traffic. Left foot ball with a shallow entry inside forward 50. Nankervis got back, couldn't quite hang on to the mark. Curtis is there, emerging with it was Michael Lanny, dragged down by Zerha, fed out by Davies Uniac, who goes and gets his own footy, shrugs off Cook, but he's got him by the arm, does Cook, gets rid of him, does Davies Uniac eventually. 50. Shoulder, but the umpire said nothing doing. We'll have a ball up inside forward 50 for the Roos. 35 out from goal. Lights are on here at Bellerive, but most of the ground still soaked in sunshine. Sherry wins it down. There it's Sheasel back into the midfield. Laird got one high. He'll get a free kick. Inside defensive 50 still for the Roos.
Rory Laird looks at options and decides to go wide, where Borlase takes them up. He plays on in the left back pocket, kicks around the hillside of Bellerive Oval. His kick is too wide in the end, and it goes out of play in front of Charlie Comben.
It's funny old ground, this one, and time of the day. You got half the ground in shade, you got the other half, they're all shielding their eyes from the sun, and you got the lights on.
Yep, we got all the elements covered. Thankfully no rain as it's thrown back in. Sheasel gets the hand pass away to Luke McDonald. He's tackled by Cook. Spills out to Laird of the Crows. Hand pass to Dawson. Into the middle of the ground for Nankervis. It opens up in front of him. Walker's on the lead. He takes the mark. 50 from home directly in front. You'd imagine he'd be able to carry the distance comfortably here.
I want to see a big talk.
As he looks at a couple of short options, maybe just toying with the option, and he is going to go short. Now Curvis takes the mark. He's on his own. He's been unselfish, Tex, today.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's any closer to goal, is he?
No.
Man, the mark was right on 50. Now he's at 49.5. So I think I know whose hand I'll want the ball in, and that's the ex-captain of the Adelaide Crows.
Luke Nankervis, in his third year, hasn't kicked a goal so far in AFL footy. Comes out to the right, looking for every millimetre. It drags off to the right-hand side. As he tried to just work around Jai Simpkin on the mark, and a minor score. It's a 60-point lead Adelaide's way. 3 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport.
Kerja spins the ball in his hands. Goal square. It was not a great kick onto the bootlaces of Scott, but enough to recover. Flared a handball out to Core as he clears defensive 50 with a high up and under towards the outer wing. Simpkin tracks it to the boundary. It was attempted to be kept in, but boundary line eluded all. It'll be a throw in on the outer side.
A 2-1 for Tex Walker, Clinchy, and as you just mentioned, and very unselfish, probably give off 2 or 3 today as well.
Yep.
Could have had himself a nice little handful.
10 goals the margin. Sherry at the front at the ruck contest. Down to Laird. Handball over the top to Dawson. Couldn't get a handle on the footy as it spills out for another boundary throw-in.
In a 17th year, Taylor Walker. Most likely his final, would you think, at 34 last Thursday?
Well, it depends how the Adelaide Crows go. If they can scrape in and get some wins together and make the finals, who knows? I actually think he's an excellent player. I think he could have one more year left in him.
How old were you when you retired?
38.
Sheasel kicks up towards half forward. He's still got a couple of good years then, if he can keep up to the same level. Drury chips it over the top. Lazaro marks top of the 50. Hand pass away to Zerha. Steadies and goals. North Melbourne's second goal since half-time. And one against the run. And much needed. 8-7-55 the Kangas to Adelaide 16-13, 109. He's had a tough afternoon, Cam Zerha, but he puts through his second.
Faster ball movement there, getting the ball inside 50. It's a little bit more of a chaos ball again for that shorter North Melbourne forward line. And Zerha did have somebody to give the ball to out on the outside, but if you take responsibility to have a shot and you kick it, well then that's okay. But yeah, faster. I think it was Lazaro got the ball around about the 50-metre line, didn't go back, just handballed the ball off, which is what they should be doing far more often.
Yes, good little finish in the end by Zerha. As you did mention, lucky he kicked it though, because I think he had Larky on a nice little lead.
Second goal of the afternoon for Cam Zerha. Marching back to 54 points out of the middle. Here's Rochelle injected into the centre bounce for the Crows. Wheels around onto his right boots. Walker got a bit of a mini ride, couldn't quite bring it down. Shed it with Fogarty. He gave it to McHenry, the sub, fired on goal. The instant reply from the Crows. Henry kicks his first, and Adelaide automatically erased the North Melbourne goals. 17-13, 115. The Crows, North Melbourne 8-7-55. 5.5 gone. Fourth and final term. Saturday afternoon footy for ABC Sport. Boomer Harvey.
Just a really quick reply, wasn't it? And it was the centre clearance from Rochelle who got it in, and Walker nearly took a small little hanger, but a very unselfish again. Walker broke a tackle, gave it to Fogarty, broke a tackle, gave it to McHenry, who finished from 35 out directly in front with a tiny little bit of pressure on him. So coming on as a sub, they're always a good little time if you can kick one at the end.
Becomes the 10th individual goal scorer for the Adelaide Crows. There is that crazy stat doing the rounds, Boomer, that when Adelaide score over 100 points, they're 9 wins and 0 losses. When they score less, they're 3 wins and 17 losses. They had the 100 up well before three-quarter time here. But the scoring has been flowing for the Adelaide Crows this afternoon. O'Brien wins down the tap, tries to get it to Dawson, little topo. It spills out the way of Scholl. Hand pass almost chopped off by Powell. Can't lay the tackle on Saligo. Adelaide across half-back. Hand pass to Michael Annie, who kicks up towards half-forward. A juggling mark. Well taken by McHenry. He's at right half-forward, centres the ball. Crouch chopped the easiest of marks. Curtis just came charging at him late. Gathered by Wardlaw. Gets a hand pass away to Zach Fisher. Up and under kick towards Lazaro. Outnumbered 2-on-1. Hamill brought it down. McHenry gets a hand pass out to Scholl. To Dawson, who pokes it inside 50. Keys had to block the sun and allowed Curtis to swoop in and take the mark for North Melbourne.
Curtis flares it wide to Nguyen, who goes even wider again to Bailey Scott. Pops it over the top to the running McKercher, who's been impressive today.
Again, now this is the spot on the ground. Even if they have to go backwards and sideways, just don't do... There you go, that's good.
Inboard kick to Fisher. Some risk attached, but Fisher was good enough to...
Good, and again, do it again somewhere.
It's just stagnant though, isn't it, Berkey, now? There's no movement at all. They all expect the ball to go down the line.
Fisher at right half back for North Melbourne. Drives his team forward, but getting in front of Sherry is Dawson.
And that's why. That's why, Berkey. That's why you've been crying since the first quarter not to go down the line. You've got the ruckman, you've got Jordan Dawson, who's taken some contested marks. They've been all over the Kangaroos when they go long down the line.
Concede some territory. Back to Keane. Inside defensive 50. He goes wide to Ball Ace, and he goes short to Hinge. Hamill wanted the short poke pass. He elected against that. He'll go a little longer into the middle of the ground where Saligo's just got some space on his opponent. He takes the mark. Away they go now, the Crows. Handball now to Rankin, who puts on the Jets. Takes a bounce, runs to 50, gets on the left boot, pokes a pass to the top of the goal square. Keys takes the mark. That was a little easy from the Crows, who, when they decided to go, they went, broke the game open, and Keys will have a shot on goal, 30 metres out directly in front.
So what happens is Zach Fisher gets the ball on edge of the square, bangs the ball long, Jordan Dawson marks it, same spot up the other end. And instead of going back where it came from, they took 4 kicks. The ball actually went backwards to the middle of the ground. And when it's in the middle, North Melbourne have to defend both wings and the middle. We'll have a shot for goal here.
Keys on the runway, makes his approach, bangs it home. Second of the afternoon for Ben Keys, becoming a noted goal kicker. Is Ben Keys, and he extends the margin again. 18-13, 121. The Kangaroos, 8-7-55, 10 minutes gone, fourth and final turn.
So I'll finish off that point. So what happens is Jordan Dawson takes the intercept mark. 3 kicks, the ball went actually backwards, but it went into the middle of the ground. North Melbourne now, their zone has to cover both wings and the middle of the ground. You only need one person not to be in the right spot, which is what happened. The ball that gets kicked into virtually the centre square, a handball run past and hitting a forward. But when you play skinny, you go up and down to one side of the ground. The other team can get 18 men in that one part of the ground, make it impossible to find the short targets.
St Kilda champion Nathan Burke, part of the Saints team of the century, with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle of the ground, O'Brien and Sherry trying to wrestle for it. The umpire's going to pay holding the ball. And Tristan Sherry's over the top of it, so he'll be penalised. O'Brien had to retreat his own footy and then gives a hand pass around the back to Dawson, much to the frustration of Wardlaw. Kicks into the pocket in the direction of Fogarty, but getting back, a good mark taken. That's in the left back pocket. The kick comes up to Wardlaw, who takes the mark, and he had to wear a bump on the way through from Hinge. He marks at left half back, who got it from Stevens.
Wardlaw kicks up the line to Larkey, got front position and took the mark. He wheels and he goes immediately to Larkey. Kicks to a contest inside forward 50. Crows have the numbers in the end. Big double fist came from Ball Ace. Worrell couldn't control it down. Ended up with Dersma. Snap around the body from Zane. Couldn't get it to go, a minor score.
It's a great mark by Wardlaw here, just contested, knew the body contact was going to come, held his ground. He's just an old-fashioned footballer. He's got the old messy hair, jumper tucked in, and the black boots, which you don't see very often anymore.
You don't. Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport. Nat Curvis brings the Crows back into play. Got it from Worrell, kicks back up to the wing, and O'Brien takes the mark. Riley O'Brien looks up towards Taylor Walker at half forward in a wrestle with Comben, who did well to make the spoil. Scholl front and centre gathers. Hand pass to Walker. Fends off McKercher. Hand pass over the top to Scholl. In the right forward pocket. Sidesteps Fisher. Swings onto his left. Fires on goal. And through it goes for another one. Just a little tail on it as he kicked it towards the teeth of goal at the David Boone stand end. But Adelaide are crunching the numbers now. Their biggest score of the year, 19 goals, 13, 127 to North Melbourne, 856. The only other time they've scored over 100 points was against the Blues. Of course, they had a win on that occasion as well.
It's a fair old game from Scholl too. I think I called for the lack of possession or touches from the North Melbourne wingers and outside players. Scholl certainly has been the opposite to that. That's his 25th touch and a goal as well. So he's had a great game and really starting to find some form, Scholl. They found another player there because he works hard, he runs hard, And as we've seen by that, he finishes.
I love it when Taylor Walker gets tackled. He just thinks, right, yeah, tackle me now. I've got an extra 2 seconds to actually get rid of the ball.
Himmelberg into the ruck, immediately down to Davies Uniacke, who was tackled by Crouch, got boot to ball. At ground level was Himmelberg. Wardlaw went in after it, tackled by Laird, brought to ground. Ball up inside the centre square. 19-13, 127 at 8-8-56. Throws by plenty. Wardlaw fed it out to Davies Uniacke. Over the top now. Go the Roos by Hardiman. Kick out to the wing is good to Scott. Took the mark and decided to take on Jones. Inside 50 now. Go the Roos. Over the top was Worrell. Double fisted towards the boundary. Over it goes for a boundary throw-in. Deep in attack.
Worrell reads the ball well when it's in the air. He's quite often the guy who's doing the spoiling and getting himself in the right spot. He's a good defender.
Toss back into play. Himmelberg doing the ruck against Larkey. Larkey taps it down to his own advantage. Can't gather. Nankervis into the side for the Crows. Careful not to give away the free kick. George Wardlaw lays another big tackle. Locks it in the right forward pocket for North Melbourne. Just a transition for that last goal, Boomer, which resulted in Shoal. Adelaide worked it from a kick in, so from end to end they're able to move it with ease, which is one of the challenges for Alistair Clarkson. Larkey hard against the boundary, kicks towards Duursma, but Keane wrestles his way to the front and takes the mark. He went through the behinds though, so give up a point.
He's got no idea why.
Took the mark on the behind line, went back through the goals, and so the way that works, if you step off your line, it's a score.
Crouch receives the kick in.
When they're teaching you how to play the game, you come from another country, that they don't teach you that one.
That's one they're going to let slip, isn't it, Perky?
Yeah, it's the very last one they teach you.
Sorry, mate, forgot to tell you about that one.
Worrell, short one inboard to Nankervis. High up and under. Out to... He's in the Laird direction, but Scott got there. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Riley O'Brien just getting his neck worked on by the team of trainers at the moment. Looks to be in a little bit of discomfort, but all four of the trainers have been very thoroughly working on his neck for the last 3 minutes.
Is he a giraffe?
It's a long way up too, Riley O'Brien's neck. As Zerha explodes out of full forward and takes a nice mark, he'll have a set shot for goal. 35 metres out. A 45-degree angle. Makes his approach. Sets sail for home. Sends it through post high. So Cam Zerha kicks his third of the afternoon. North Melbourne improved their score to 9-9-63. They still trail the Crows 19-13, 127, 15 and a half gone, fourth and final turn. Saturday afternoon footy for ABC Sport. Nathan Burke.
Well, that's what I want to see Zerha doing. He's got a really good turn of speed, and any time somebody gets the ball forward to centre, he should be just flying out of the box, because he's strong, he's big, but we just don't see it consistently enough from him. And if Larkey is going to be the player that we all think he can be, a wonderful full forward, he needs a foil. He needs somebody who's going to draw attention. And that needs to be somebody who's consistently moving, running, leading, kicking a couple of goals. It makes the Adelaide defenders at least say, let's not all just get back on Larkey. We need to watch this bloke as well.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Of course, he's out of contract at season's end. Cam Zerha. George Wardlaw gets the clearance. Kicks out towards Davies Uniacke on the wing. Looks up inside 50. Not a great kick. Worrell back with a fly. Got a fist to it. Duursma out the back. Gathers into the open goal and dribbles through his second. And back-to-back goals in quick succession for North Melbourne. The Kangas fans here at Bellreeve Oval finally have a reason to cheer. And the margin is pulled back once more. So just Damo Peck from our social media team let me know that the biggest margin North Melbourne have lost by at Bellreeve Oval is 71 points. So just another one to move well inside that. 19-13, 127 to North Melbourne, 10-9-69. Zane Duursma with his second.
Yeah, it just makes the scoreboard look a little bit better, doesn't it? That's not a huge thing. It's the game's done and dusted. It's been done and dusted for 2.5 quarters, but just makes the scoreboard look not as bad. But it was a nice coming goal. He deserved that. He's been working hard all day. I thought he's been one of the better forwards who's been hitting up and actually presenting at the ball.
It was Wardlaw to Davies Uniacke out of the middle again. Wardlaw in the second half has been outstanding.
Back in the middle, one down by O'Brien to Crouch, and now Rory Laird has had a lot of the footy this afternoon. Inside 50, go the Crows. Common got to the front, couldn't take the mark. Ended up with McDonald. He's wrapped up by Rankin.
11 touches in the second half to date, Berkey. He only had the 5 in the first quarter, up to 16 now.
Yeah, and I reckon he's won every single one of those 11.
Keys flashing through. Beautiful roving and crumbing shot on goal. Dribbled it towards the big sticks, but just missed to the near side. A minor score.
Interesting player, Ben Keys. Where's his best spot? He's sort of been in the midfield. He's been on the wing. They're playing him forward now. He can tag. He's very good utility.
Got the contract extension last week. North turn it over. Rankin drives it forward. Not the best kick to Keys. Combin's under pressure. Keys sockers it towards the goal mouth. And in the end, Saligo couldn't get onto it. Fisher rushes it through for a minor score. So 60 points is the Adelaide Crows lead at the 18-minute mark of the final term.
We used to say when you got a contract extension during the year, your next game would be terrible. That's why it tended to work out.
Hardiman comes up the line, but ball ace outpoints Cam Zerha and takes the mark just back of the wing. And even 10 goals, the margin here at Bellerive. Sends it way back up the line to right half forward. There's ball ace. Scott at the fall. Gather it cleanly. It's seen over by Rankin.
He's been all right today, ball ace. He's only had 9 possessions, believe it or not. But I just feel like his impact on the game in the air in particular has been really... Yeah, he's contributed really well today for the Adelaide Crows.
It's a bit of a no-name backline with Borlays and Keane and Hamill and these sort of blokes.
Yeah, Worrell.
Doing their job.
And it comes again, palmed over the back by O'Brien. Scott was tackled off the footy. Bouncing ball, it pinballs around. Now Laird receives from Crouch. You might have a ping here is Rory Laird, and it just slides across the face for another minor score. So peppering still the Crows. The margin 61, 19-16, 130. North Melbourne 10-9, 69.
Oh, and North's key defensive post look like Boomer when Griffin Lowe comes back in, so alongside Comden and Galen Dawson as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Aiden Core probably come to the club as a third and one that can play off his opponent, but he's had to play number 1 in key position.
Simpkin works North Melbourne up to the top of the 50. Curtis sockers it into the pocket. Zerha off his chase. Keane got there first, trying to tap it back to Michael Annie. Gathered by Dursma. Centering kick over the head of Sheasel, but Davies Uniacke takes the mark. Options are plenty, and Adelaide will be a bit disappointed they didn't concede the ball out of play.
Yeah, and big Himmelberg's coming over to the boys now and just suggesting, boys, let's get that one out of bounds and start again.
So North have kicked 3 goals in this final term. Luke Davies Uniacke taking some deep breaths and trying to put through a 4th. Sting well and truly out of this game. Davies Uniacke pretty much directly in front, 45 metres out, comes in and finishes with class. Something to smile about, a difficult day for North Melbourne. Question coming through from Michael on the SMS, 0437774774 with Adelaide 19-16, 130 to North Melbourne 11-9-75. Good afternoon, team from sunny Ballarat. Can I ask Boomer, do you think LDU will stay at North, or would a mid-tier top 4 pick be enough to get him?
Oh, I certainly hope he stays. I think he's one of the, if not the best player at the football club, certainly in the top 2 or 3. He's still contracted to 2025, by the way. There was an article in the paper during the week where it said hasn't signed. There's a reason why he hasn't signed, because he's still got another year on his contract. So hopefully LDU stays. I couldn't see why or any reason why he would leave.
So 3 goals on the trot for North Melbourne here.
Back in we go. Sherry and O'Brien. O'Brien won it down. Rochelle inside the centre bounds. Got a handball out to Saligo. Little kick to centre half forward was good to Keys. Laird was running past. Keys will go back. Assess his options. Lux enjoys a goal, does Ben Keys.
Guys, 35 scoring shots the Adelaide Crows have had. I'm not sure how many games this year or over the last 3 or 4 years where teams have had 35 plus.
Keys just straightens up. 55 from goal, just goes out to the left trying to improve the kicking line. He got it all the way to the line. It was just knocked over by Sherry. for a minor score. So I think that's 3 straight behinds from Ben Keys now. He's been a little unlucky in love this afternoon. 19-17, 131 the Crows. North Melbourne 11-9-75.
Well done by Sherry then.
Hardiman's kick, a few nervous moments to Harry Sheasel, but he's able to take the mark in the right back pocket. Switch it to Nguyen, and he'll work it to Luke McDonald. It's just wide of him and goes out of play. Here's Nathan Burke.
Yeah, Sherry may not be the most technically gifted ruckman, big fella going around the game at the moment, but he certainly has a crack. And even then, you know, he was flying over the top just to get a finger on that, even though they're 10 goals down. You've got to admire that.
Thrown back into play. O'Brien wins down the tap for Adelaide. Scholl tries to charge his way through. He's tackled by Luke Davies-Uniacke, and the umpire will ball it up. North Melbourne are back here at Bellerive Oval in round 11. They take on Port Adelaide, and then Geelong in round 20, and the West Coast Eagles in round 22. They take on Hawthorn in Launceston in round 24. As Scott tried to take on the tackle of Laird. He's tackled and pinned holding the ball. Just had to be careful not to dump him in the last moments of the tackle, but Rory Laird will take the free kick on the edge of the centre square.
How many stats is Rory Laird up to now?
28, this will be his 29th.
He just racks them up.
He does, doesn't he?
Doesn't he? Every week.
He actually had a quiet-ish first half. Can't remember calling his name too much. His second half certainly been superior to his first half.
Sort of been squeezed out of the midfield, hasn't he, for some more pace to be added?
Yep. Here he is, just forward of a wing. We'll put Adelaide inside 50, floating across Fogarty, couldn't quite hang on. McHenry at the fall of the ball, outside of the right boot, kick smothered. Players converge. Nguyen is set upon by Cook, who brings him to ground. We'll have a ball up inside. Attacking forward 50, the Adelaide Crows.
Fogarty's had an almost day today.
Down off the ruck tap was McHenry. His kick was smothered. Out of bounds it goes. Another boundary throw in deep in the forward pocket.
He's had his hands on the ball a few times, just bounced out. He's been unselfish with his handballs. Could have had a few snaps over his head, but he did the right team thing. Just a bit of an almost day. Not a great day, not a bad day.
Toss back into play. Adelaide still deep in attack. O'Brien wins down the tap. Davies-Uniacke can't clear. McDonald, tackle by Soligo. The umpire says a dumping tackle in the back. And Luke McDonald to get the free kick in the left back pocket. Turns and retreats backwards to Nguyen, who takes the mark. 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Works it out to Hardiman. In fact, it's McKercher who marks in the right back pocket. With David Boone stand in, he can chip it over the top, and Zach Fisher can't take the mark. Jones made the spoil, and out of play it goes in the left forward pocket for Adelaide. The Crows 19-17, 131. Lead North Melbourne 11-9-75. 25 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport.
Boundary throw in, still deep in attack here for the Crows. O'Brien won it down. Keys might have been held by Davies-Uniacke. Umpire said play on. It bobbles out towards the boundary once more. Fisher sees it over.
He's had a good day, Colby McKercher. He's had his 30 touches back in his home state, so he's probably one that can hold his head up high for the Kangaroos.
And it comes once more. O'Brien just missed his fist. It eluded Power as well. Keys went in after it, as he's done all day. Merging with it was Stevens. Got it to Sheasel, who just plopped it on the boot. Outside the defensive 50. Ball Ace attacked it hard. Patted it in front of himself. Got the handball back to Nankervis, who dodged and weaved. Almost got past one. On hands and knees is led. Somehow fed out a handball. It was Nankervis who kept on running. Received it. Inside 50 now go the Crows. Over the top with Stevens. Couldn't take the mark. Here's Fogarty feeding a handball forward. Now it's Scholl with the right boot. Little poke pass inside 50 is good. And the mark is taken by Soligo. He's 40 metres out from goal on a fairly tight angle on the right-hand side.
Like I said, the umpires called play on there. I reckon that went about 10 at the most.
Totally agree.
14.99. So Jake Soligo yet to get on the score sheet this afternoon for the Crows. Crosses the paint of 50. Kick from about 48 metres, sends it on its way, missing to the near side, a minor score. 19-18, 132. The Crows, 11-9-75 North Melbourne.
The Kangas have only won 3 quarters for the season. They currently lead this last quarter 4-3. I know it's little wins, Boomer. The sting out of the game as well and truly gone as Fisher comes in short to core.
Yes, his win, as like you mentioned, it's a very little win.
Something to potentially try and build on, but other than that, North Melbourne fans are still searching for their first win in 2024. As Keane goes short to Scholl, he can chip it over the top to Matt Crouch, who just took the mark despite the late pressure coming from Stevens.
That's one of those spoils again, Berkey, that you were talking about earlier on.
Yep.
Matt Crouch veers out to the left, kicks along in the direction of Himmelberg. Didn't get to him. Through the hands of Hardiman. It eventually is cleared by Davies Uniacke, who finds an avenue out of defence. And Zerha's a long way from home. He marks in the right back pocket.
Come this side.
Up the line he goes. On the outer side. Wanted Tucker. Getting in the way was Jones. Got it over the line for a boundary throw in.
You just make it so easy to defend when you only use the third of the ground that you're in. If they're on one wing, it stays on that wing, so the Crows just get all their players across to that side.
Well, he looked out that way, Berkey, but he didn't swivel his head back to this side, so even if something was on, he was probably going to miss it anyway.
57 the margin. Rochelle tracks it to the boundary, keeps it in, gets it back to Laird, who shimmies one way, then the other. Got it onto his boot inside 50. Go the Crows. Himmelberg went across. There's McKercher, who fed up a handball. Now the Roos will exit defensive 50 via Stevens. Getting back with courage was ball lace, went in after it. Tackled well by Zerha. Laird at the fall, fired out a handball to Rochelle. Short pass is good now to Crouch, who marks on the outer side. And he just stops and props. So dying stages of this one. Adelaide win their second game of 2024. Crouch kick to left half forward through the hands of Nguyen. Sherry battling hard, got it up to Nguyen. Handball to the feet of Fisher. And he got it to Core. Out wide now to Sheezel, who just lost his footing. There's a free kick that's been picked out here. Sheezel will take the advantage. Pokes it to Tucker. He marks in front of Rochelle. Right half back.
So Tucker kicks as long as he can in the direction of half forward. Curtis is outnumbered. It does get to the back though. Zerha's onto it at right half forward. Looks up into the pocket. The kick looking for Larkey. Caught behind against Keane. Charging through Curtis. Can he take it? He lays the tackle on Hinge, who bounces into the right goalpost. The ball somehow stayed in. Lazaro couldn't soccer it through. It's still alive in the right forward pocket. Surely by hitting the post. There's some pass of the ball that was close to it, if not across. And now we might have a score review. The boundary umpire and the goal umpires have come in.
Oh, no, he's called it...
a behind, I think.
Yeah, deliberate. I think he's given it to Charlie Lazaro because he was closest player to the player who just walked it over the line.
Yeah, you're all onto this. So a deliberate rush behind. Lazaro has no idea of it. He's come down to the left forward pocket and will get the shot on goal up against the left behind post. So it's only about 10 metres out, but on as tight angle as he can get. He'll try and step out and snap it on his right. 3 or 4 steps out, curls it around the corner. And North Melbourne have their 12th goal of the match. 12-9-81 to Adelaide, 19-18-132. We'll get a look on the big screen here, but a deliberate rush behind costing Adelaide there.
Yeah, well called, Boomer. I didn't actually spot that one, but we see the two players bang into the goalpost. I'm pretty sure the ball might have actually been squashed in between the two players. And for me, that's a behind, but well called. I don't mind that. The player did have the opportunity to pick the ball up and keep the ball in play, but just thought, at the end of the game, I'll just rush it across, and the umpire was having none of it.
Not one player on the ground knew what was happening there, Berkey, including Charlie Lazaro, who was free kick. They didn't even appeal for it. You know, when something like that happens, you go, oh, what about the deliberate? He didn't even appeal for it. He got the free kick.
51 points the margin as we go back into the middle. Laird got the handball out to a teammate in Rochelle, who just eyed off Sheezel, took a bounce and delivered inside forward 50. Fogarty takes it on his chest, and he'll go back and hopeful of getting in on the action. Hasn't kicked the goal so far this afternoon. Adelaide have kicked 19 of them.
Best set shot in the competition, Darcy Fogarty.
Marking this one down, Boomer?
Will I give him the commentator's curse? We'll see how we go, but he is a sensational set shot for goal.
A little kick from about 35 metres out. 45-degree angle. Makes his approach, sends it on its way. Crowd tells the story. William Harvey nails the call. 2018-138. Adelaide Crows. North Melbourne 12-9. 81. Deep into the fourth and final term. Saturday afternoon footy for ABC Sport. Nathan Burke.
81 points it's not a bad score for North Melbourne. There's a whole bunch of teams running around at the moment that would like to get 81 points, sort of my club included. The Saints, they can't get 81 points, so it's not a bad effort. The only problem is the other team have scored 138. They were 20 scoring shots at half-time. They're sitting on 38 at the moment, so if they can squeeze in another couple of scoring shots here and have 40 for the game, it's a mighty attacking effort by the Crows.
Here comes the 12th individual goal kicker with a goal in the final term. Back in the middle, Sherry wins down the tap. Wardlaw is after it, can't take it cleanly. Under pressure from Rochelle, he has a second go at it, tries to get a hand pass forward, but it's Chase Jones for the Crows, kicks up towards half forward. Intercepting mark taken by McKercher. Over 30 disposals this afternoon. Short to Sheasel. Kicks out to Wardlaw and the siren sounds for full time. A big win for the Crows who record their second victory of the season. A win by 57 points over North Melbourne. And the search continues for the Roos, still looking for their first win in 2024 through round 7.
Australia, and we're known as the Adelaide Crows. We're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
Adelaide led by 20 points at quarter time, by 35 points at half time, by 59 points at three-quarter time. But North Melbourne win the final term with 5 goals to 4. The Crows 2018-138 defeat North Melbourne 12-9-81. Adelaide with their second win of the season, and it sets up a massive showdown next week.
Our skill and nerve will see us through. Our commitment never grows. We're the pride of South Australia. We're the mighty Adelaide Crows. Yes, the pride of South Australia. We're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
Isaac Rankin finished with 4 for the winners. It felt like he was going to have a massive day after 2 in the first, but kicked just another 2 after that. While 3 goals to Braden Cook, who kicked 4 heading into the match for his career, had 3 before half-time today. 2 goals to Ben Keys, to Taylor Walker, and to Elliot Himmelberg, while individuals to Jones, Pedler, Dawson, McHenry, Laird, Fogarty and Scholl. While for North Melbourne, their goals came through to 3 to Cam Zurha, 2 to Dersma, 2 to Larkey, individuals to Powell, Davies Jr., Lazaro, Tucker and Wardlaw. Adelaide winners by 57 points over North Melbourne. We will have a presentation in a few moments' time in front of us, but first the thoughts of Brent Harvey and Nathan Burke.
Well, the game was done and dusted pretty early, wasn't it, Burkey? So the Kangaroos, 5 goals to 4 in the last quarter was probably their saving grace, and probably stopped an 80-point deficit in the end, didn't they? But it was a tale of, there was 2 contrasting styles today. North Melbourne chose to kick down the line a lot. They were getting intercept marked against a team that turned, faced the game, really methodical about their approach, got the ball one-on-one and gave them every chance to win the game. 60 inside 50s to 41. And they have had 38 shots on goal, which is huge. I'm not sure the last time that happened. Berkey, that's a lot. 38 shots on goal is enormous.
Yeah, 38 from 60.
Yeah.
And we are going to wrap up our coverage there because it's full-time here. Adelaide by 57 points, 2018-138 to North Melbourne, 12-9-81. Let's now take you to the MCG for Geelong and Carlton to Corbin Middlemass and the team.